34, it says, or has any God ever attempted to go to take a nation for himself from the midst of another nation, by trials, by signs, by wonders, and by war, by a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, and by great deeds of terror, all of which the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes, right? To you it was shown that you might believe God? No, it doesn't say that. It says that you might... There is a case for the model that you choose to fit in if it's not Thomas Aquinas. I'm up for that challenge.
Yeah, but I'm like I said, I'm not a hero worshiper. I don't, and not to disrespect Thomas Aquinas, but if Thomas Aquinas is wrong, and I can see in his writings that he's wrong, I will say he's wrong. If Polycarp is wrong, I will look at his writings because I believe that the same spirit that worked in those men, in the men of God back then, and from Pentecost, works in men today. He's still doing the same job. He said to Peter said that this promise is unto you and unto your children's children and them that are afar off. That means you and me. That he promises to be with us and to teach us and to lead us into all truth. Like Amen. He's led generations Amen. Of other men. So your reliance doesn't have to be on Thomas Aquinas or Polycarp. It's good to have their writings, but their writings should only confirm what you already know, not teach you what you don't know.
So that's called confirmation bias, though, Paul. You're saying
you are doing confirmation bias when you listen to Thomas Aquinas.
No, I'm saying I agree with Thomas Aquinas on points, and I might disagree with him on other points. You're saying I should only listen to this person if he agrees with me. No, I can listen to people that I disagree with and say, hey, this is true, even though and this part is true, and this part is false, and I disagree with their conclusion on this part. So I can pick and choose based off of the information that's presented what's true and false. I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Oh, okay, I understand that. If you're doing that's good. But also you're saying you're using the word agree and disagree. I like to also use the word resonate. Sometimes the spirit will tell you things, and you'll go and read. This happened to me a couple of days ago, actually. The spirit had told me long before something that I'd known, that he'd given me, and I knew it. I knew that was how it worked. Not because I read it.
Thanks for stepping up every single breath of the day.
keeping an opposing force there doesn't mean that they have to be embroiled in war and that kind of thing. But who else is going to keep the spread of the Zionists in check? Well, it's nobody but Iran. And with China, Tehran is incredibly crucial for them as well because it is one of their main lines of the Belt and Road Initiative. All right, and you find Belt and Road in Venezuela as well. By the way, that's what they're doing there. That's why they're helping build these refineries for this like sour crude, which is quite a like, for example, we only have one facility. It's in Houston, Texas. Kelly left, but Kelly would have liked that. She's down in Texas. Otherwise, it was actually the Chinese that went to Venezuela and gave them built, well, I mean, obviously on debt, right? But built the refineries that they need to extract the oil. It's like the problem with the Venezuelan oil is that it has a lot of sulfur in it. And so you can't really turn it into gasoline, at least not cost effectively. You can turn it into like heating oil and kind of lower grades like that. But essentially it was the Chinese. So anyway, back to the Belt and Road Initiative, it has two main lines. One runs up through Russia to Europe and one runs through Tehran, right? So it's not just that essentially if you fracture or break up Iran in any way, that part of this very important Belt and Road Initiative they spent billions of dollars building goes from China all the way into Europe. That would be cut off for them, and they would be left with just the routes through Russia, right? So it's strategically very important, and they have to figure out, like, my only concern with the Chinese sometimes is it doesn't seem like they care very much who they deal with, right? So that we saw play out in Venezuela, right? So far, it looks like Trump has gotten the upper hand in as far as, like, getting the oil. China and Russia have sort of stood aside as so far as we know. And Tehran is a bit of a different story, right? Because we're not talking about like just a few refineries, right? We're talking one of their very main lines of the Belt and Road Initiative to Europe. So yeah, I can see them, going to pretty much whatever lengths it takes in order to assure that there's a continuity there and it doesn't fall into the hands of a Zionist puppet or the Americans, right? There's just too much at stake there. And it's probably not right. I mean, I'm not even sure what Trump's expectation is. What do you think? Let's go to Jujubee and then I'll ask you the question. Go ahead, Jujubee.
So I wanted to ask Abraham a question, but I also had like
a comment to make about what you guys were saying. So I think the Americans, like, I don't even know how to take this whole geopolitical move that they're trying to make, because it just seems like a whole mess. But
other than the fact that my IQ is probably a little higher than you would like,
on the Strait of Hormuz.
Is it a clown or
Them
not?
trying to
Cloning
kind of prey on Venezuela and pirate the oil because of what Ibrahim mentioned about them closing it. But I think it'll factor that even though the Iranians can close the Strait of Hormuz, they have the capacity to not close it. Like the Yemeni style, where it's like a partial closure, and still allow China and still allow the favorable countries to be able to get their oil through. And then another thing I wanted to bring up is with the Nigerian issue. That's why I said this administration is so good at multitasking. Yes, they're using Nigeria and Venezuela as choke points, but also while they're using them as choke points, they are making the countries insufferable, right? So, for example, with Nigeria, I'm part Nigerian. So what's going on is, for the first time in our history, we're able to refine our own oil, right? Which is insane, because what we usually used to do is we'll export our oil, get it refined by the U.S., and then they sell it back to us at like thieving prices, like really high prices. So that was another thing.
A first
so they realized that we're making
responder.
our own oil, so they're
Close your eyes to the noise. Feel it's your voice. Whispers of a quiet sea. Inhale the world, exhale the gray. Deepest breath of your day.
John Kitover, and I'm running as a write-in for Congress here in Illinois 16th.
came in the mail.
seconds to say goodbye.
From Sky 11, you're looking at something you don't see anywhere else but Pittsburgh. An oversized pierogi mascot sprinting down Liberty Avenue with two city officers and from Sky 11.
Don't forget, you can write it John Kitover.
Time's cold when you believe. Breathe away, let it leave. Echoes bloom, soft and slow.
We're registering voters and collecting signatures to break the stranglehold of the Republican and Democrat machines. Want to add your name? Yeah, absolutely. Great. Just fill in your info here and sign at the bottom. Thanks for stepping up. Every signature. We're registering voters and collecting signatures to break the stranglehold of the Republican and Democrat.
Feel the weight start to slip away. Count it slow now, 1, 2, 3. Let it rise like the tide at sea. Oh, let it go, feel it flow. Take the deepest breath of the day. Turning up 11:10. Hold it close, let it align. Take the deepest breath of the day. Let it go. Let it go. Feel the rush as the sun falls. Heartbeat echoes down the hall. Inhale stars, exhale night. Wrap yourself in electric light. Oh, let it go. Feel it glow. Take the deepest breath of the day.
Motherfucker.
Count it slow, count 1, 2, 3. Let it rise like the tired sea. Hold, 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 let it go, go. Feel it flow, flow, flow. Take the deepest breath of the day. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold it close, let it align. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold, hold, let it go, 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 go. Feel the rush as the second heartbeat echoes down the hall. Inhale stars, exhale night. Wrap yourself in electric light. Hold, 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 let it go, go. Feel it go, go, go. Take the deepest breath of the day. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold it close, let it align. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold, hold, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Feel it climb, feel it sway. Like a kite caught in the sky. Hold it still, let it fly. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Time's a rhythm, not a straight line. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Catch the wave, let it flow, go, go, go. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Breathe in time, let it show. The clock's a whisper, not a shout. Ticking softly in and out. The world's a loop, not a race. Spinning circles, find your space. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Catch the wave, let it flow. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Breathe in time, let it show. Feel the air, it's electric. Feel the calm, it's magnetic. 10 seconds to find the glow. Now let it go, go, go. Take the deepest breath of the day. magnetic. 10 seconds to find the flow. Now let it go, 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 go on.
Around there, money and stuff. I mean, we're the bulk of the personnel and the funding, and you guys want to cozy up to fucking this China? That's fucked up, man. I think it's still fucked. I'm just playing some. What's up? Go ahead, girl.
What's inherently wrong about China, or what's inherently wrong about communism? Like, I get, yes, historical examples are not very good, and the CCP is not good. I just don't think that the term communism is the term that deserves hatred, right? Like, Canada.
Well, what term would you prefer we use, Dr. Jaro?
Didn't Justin Trudeau literally say he admired Xi Jinping?
Yeah, and now he's married to Katy Perry.
I don't think Justin Trudeau was calling out like the human rights abuses. He was tweeting about how much he doesn't like China. Like, I don't think, but apparently so, because we just heard it in the video.
Yeah, he said he admired Xi Jinping.
Admiration from a faggot.
Like that all the time, right?
Faggots admire faggots all the time.
No. We're not going to play the whataboutism game.
Faggots.
Justin Trudeau here.
Faggot. He's a faggot.
Not my leader. Justin Trudeau's.
He's Fidel Castro's illegitimate bastard child. He's a faggot married to Katy Perry now. He abandoned his wife. He abandoned his children. And now he's married to a witch because he himself is a sorcerer.
He literally said he admired Xi Jinping, but how are you going to call out Xi Jinping and China regime for human rights abuses? You're admiring the leader. It doesn't compute.
Because Jarl's also a special faggot. That's what special faggots do. They have special beliefs that only special faggots have. Jarl's one of the collective in the Borg of faggotry.
If the idea is we shouldn't trade with countries that commit human rights abuses, then we shouldn't trade with America, because America commits human rights abuses all the time.
No!
So why say you admire him then?
Because he's a faggot, part of the collective faggotry.
We just want to buy our oil, right? Like, you guys are stealing oil from Venezuela. We got to find
stealing oil? Stealing what we already own? You can't steal what you already own, Jarl.
That is true, actually, Jarl, because we saw a lot of those were American companies, American tax dollars and investment help build that infrastructure, and they owe us like 80 billion barrels. I mean, at least 80 million. And so really it's not stealing because we're owed that, and they were getting stolen from. The whole country used to be rich, the largest oil reserves in the world, and they're just getting fucking robbed blind. So I'd say we're kind of setting them free myself.
So if you have a legal argument to stand on, why not take them to international courts? Why not make the rest of the world recognize your points? Why just decide this on your own and then go take stuff back on your own? It's stealing if you haven't gotten the permission of, international court. So they haven't been found guilty.
You don't need international permission to do any fucking thing. We don't need international.
We don't trust you anymore.
Hold on. We don't need international permission to goddamn go solve a problem in our backyard.
We don't trust you anymore. You can't be trusted.
But that's why no one wants to trade with America anymore, because you have this attitude that says, like, we don't give a shit what Ukraine says or what Greenland says. We're just going to do what we want. But that's why NATO is no longer sharing intel with you, right?
All right, cool. That's fine. Fuck NATO, because weren't we the nation that was paying the most into goddamn NATO, and it was the rest of NATO that pitched the bitch when we told them that they got to pay their fair share?
So fuck NATO.
Exactly.
So clearly,
Exactly.
NATO needs
That's
us.
what it is, man. I think, dude, Charles, I think you're making that up. We are the bulk of the personnel and the funding of NATO. So how the fuck are they withholding intelligence from us? I don't buy that, man. And second, I'm looking this up here, man, and I don't know if I have to worry about this trade deal because I'm looking here. Most of them have fallen apart between China and Canada. As I said, yes, previous efforts at trade deals and trade relationships between Canada and China have fallen apart or stalled multiple times over the years. I mean, really, though. Like, their free trade agreement talk were shelved
Now with CBS
in
News
2010.
investigation.
Trade slowed after diplomatic strains 2018, 2020. Canada trade 2024, 25. I don't know, man, like that. I mean, we could go through this if you want. It's kind of long, but it's at least 6 different times that you guys have tried to set up trade ties and it's stalled or fallen apart. China sucks, man.
Well, don't you know that Jarl's hypothesis that no one can trust America because of Donald Trump is actually just Trump derangement syndrome? It's not he doesn't like America. It's he doesn't like Trump. He doesn't like his administration, and no one can trust America because of Trump. It is the dumbest logical, stupidity. It's just what F words do. People who are angry because they themselves have achieved nothing and are just critical complainers. Jarl, I have a new nonprofit. It's called the Jewish Complaint Department, where I've realized all people do on this app is submit complaints into the JCD. And thank you for your submission.
I just think anybody else want to say something. I just think we're going to it's honestly going to bite us all in the ass. It's really just letting the globalists win, and letting the Chinese move in and letting, I don't know. I just think that's a mistake, really.
I mean, like I said, Canada will cozy up to anybody who gives them
Billions of national debt assets in a
America.
week. It stacks up like plates in a sink, and eventually
They
the
will
sink
cozy up
overflows.
to
We can't just mop around it. We have to turn off the tap. And it's getting serious about what we spend, but also about how many billions in that.
None whatsoever.
Don't
We
forget,
were the most
it's Ryan
loyal
John
ally
Kitover
to
for
a
City
country
Council.
in history ever, right? We had the longest lasting
Let's make our voice-
partnership and trade collaboration of any two nations in history. So that's absurd. We were the most reliable partner any country has ever had.
Dude, Canada tried to say the goddamn we needed them to trade when I think what was brought up? Aluminum? Yeah, aluminum. Come to find out,
This is how you get named the
Canada just
Power
fucking
into your
middleman.
kebabs.
Canada
It's one
has
of the most
no
creative cooking
pipeline
hacks I've seen lately.
whatsoever. So why the fuck do we need
There he
Canada
is,
to
huh?
trade in
Greatest
aluminum?
writer of all time.
Y'all
How
are
you
literally
doing?
just
Sorry,
a
Tony, I
middleman.
was with a contractor.
We could just cut y'all's motherfuckers out of the picture and just go directly to the source, right? And trade with the source, like Brazil and stuff like that. But Canada literally tries to position themselves as if, America needs us,
That's how we all agree on something.
Yep, writing in John
Y'all literally
Kitover.
cannot mine the shit because y'all have nothing to mine. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Canada needs to just sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
No one is checking for America's hat.
I mean, you have Justin Trudeau and you have the gall to insult Americans and say you can't trust us when you had that F word leading your country, that brain dead F rotted out F word. He was the worst world leader ever. The biggest cuck, sellout, liar, fraud, destroyed your people with COVID-19. A traitor, a terrorist, scum, a shit stain. That's all he was, Jarl. How dare you come into this good room and insult our good name, you vile traitor.
But they arrived, free speech, first of all, which we have in Canada. So that's how.
Oh, you had it,
But to another
bitch.
point,
You had it, bitch. You don't have free speech. You had it.
Okay, fine. This will respond to kind of 2 points that I heard earlier. So you said there's been multiple trade deals canceled with China, and then, anyways, yes, there were, but a lot of those were because we're allies with America, right? We want to follow America and whatever they do. I think this one's going to be better. The other thing I wanted to say is we've had many trade deals with America. So for the last decade, we've basically been in limbo because we had NAFTA, but then Trump, everybody loved NAFTA as far as I know, right? But then Trump came in and he didn't like NAFTA, so he got rid of it, and then he renegotiated Kuzma. But then he came back in power a second time, didn't like Kuzma again, asked who's the idiot who negotiated this deal, and then scrapped that. But now this is two deals where it's not even like Trump had to sit down with Canada and said, let's renegotiate these. No, he just scraps them and then puts tariffs or whatever the fuck he feels like. There's no reason why we would want to sit down with America and create, especially not under Trump, and create another trade deal, knowing he's just going to wake up one day, want to take over Greenland, impose tariffs on us, and scrap a third trade deal. There's no reason to negotiate with that kind of person. It's absurd.
Yeah, you're gonna negotiate because you gotta.
Cozying up to the Chinese is a real good fucking answer. I mean, so your other trade deals have collapsed. The previous, 5 or 6 ones, but you think this one's going to be better. I don't know why you're so optimistic, man.
First of all, Jarl, negotiations change over time, Jarl.
Why would we be optimistic about a trade deal with America?
Because leadership changes, stupid, and you're going to get a good deal with Trump, but it's got to be a fair deal. America first means it's got to be a fair deal. If it benefits you too much, it's not going to happen, Jarl. You live in Trump derangement land, which is a syndrome. You yourself have other issues outside of TDS which correspond to TDS, Jarl. You are a cuck. You are Justin Trudeau's shit stain, and you can't even see it. You don't know how bad you stink.
I just don't know. Well, go ahead, Garl. Go ahead.
It was a silly comment. I was just going to say, I'm going to give Mountain, Matt, and Adrian the respect of assuming you don't believe TDS is like a real thing. But anyways, thank you.
Wait, hold on. I never said anything about TDS. Why are you addressing me? I didn't say anything about that.
I'm saying I'm giving you the respect of assuming you don't believe that it's like a real disease. That's all. It was a compliment, Adrian. Don't worry.
It's not, obviously it's not a physical malady. It's a psychological malady, you dumbass.
Right. I absolutely believe TDS is real, just like I believe IDS is real. Israel derangement syndrome. I think that shit is real as well. Especially TDS. I see that shit more times that I care to goddamn recognize. Like people will purposely inject Trump into a topic that has nothing to do with him. Nothing to do with him. Like that is derangement syndrome. That is obsession. Like if you had a best friend,
what's up?
Joe, if you had a friend, right, and every time you saw that friend, they just kept talking about another person all the time, 24/7. 365. They talked about nothing but that person. You would think something was wrong with that person, wouldn't you? Why would you continue to be friends with that person? Matter of fact, why would you even continue to associate with that person? John could be talking about fishing. Yeah, but shit. I mean, Donald Trump was over here. He would try to fuck the fish. Like, wait, why are you injecting Trump into something about fishing when we're not even talking about it? That's the type of shit that I'm talking about. People will literally inject this man's name or invoke his name into shit that has nothing to do with him, even when people are not even thinking about this motherfucker. But they wake up with him on their fucking mind. What type of shit is that, man? You don't think that's a mental illness? You don't think that level of obsession is a mental illness?
Jarl would have preferred that Kamala Harris was the president, because then Canada could have gotten a fair trade deal with Tim Walz there. You know, this is the type of retardation that we've been dealing with for many years, and the Israel derangement and the Trump derangement, they're all connected, meaning that people are so identified with identity politics, they can't just see human beings doing business. Every single thing has a label on it. And therefore, their criticism and their complaint is actually fuck you too. What they're actually doing is projecting their own issue into the situation. So it's just the complaint department. And ladies and gentlemen, I got to tell you, it's liberating knowing once you realize all people are doing on this app is actually just making submissions to the Jewish complaint department. That's how low IQ and stupid they are.
But Jarl, you don't think that
why do you guys care?
As a mental illness?
we're useless. We don't you don't like us. There's no reason to trade with us. You don't need our goods. But what does it matter? Let us become friends with China. Let us become Chinese. What does it matter?
Okay. Yeah. Because you're literally.
I love Chinese food, motherfucker.
Okay, cool. But John, back to my original question. You don't think that level of obsession is a mental illness?
No. Everybody's accused of having PDS. They don't like Trump. It's fine. There's plenty of reasons not to like Trump. It's totally fine.
No, John, I outlined a specific thing that people do. You don't think that's a mental illness?
What you described would be more like maybe some form of obsessive compulsive disorder. Not
a mental illness, right?
Yeah, but it would be OCD. It wouldn't be Trump. It wouldn't be PDS.
That is a mental illness. If a byproduct of obsessing about Trump is a byproduct of would you just say OCD? Then by definition or by extension, that is a mental illness.
It's not just obsessive compulsive disorder. It is basically political communication and behavior that Jarl and other people are doing.
Sure. Sometimes I want to talk about working on cars, like mechanics and shit, right? Yeah. Why the fuck is a person injecting Trump in the conversation, man?
6.2, it's the best.
Because it gives them the dopamine that they're looking for. They themselves are suffering from depression. Majority of the human population suffers from depression. And when you bring up Donald Trump in every other sentence, just like how other losers use the N-word in every single sentence, it's creating dopamine for them. And they are the real dopes. They're truly dopes. Jarl is a dope head. Admit it, Jarl. You are a low IQ schmuck.
Just chill out a little bit. Let him finish talking here. Hold on. Wait a minute here, bro. What do you think about this here? All right. I want to read just a little thing to you. Okay. A huge leap forward for China was their inclusion into the World Trade Organization, or WTO. This was supported during President Bill Clinton's administration and finalized in 2001 during the George W. Bush administration. The largest criticism of China that has not lived up to the agreements that have allowed it to be entered into the World Trade Organization and granted it the most favored nation status within the United States. However, there are other criticisms as well, including its theft of intellectual property from American companies and its policy of requiring the transfer of technology into Chinese hands as a condition for having access to the Chinese market, which are both violations of the World Trade Organization rules. What do you think about that? About them stealing intellectual property and really not living up to the World Trade Organization agreements? What do you think of that?
Well, two things. So first of all, it took me only a few seconds to find that Trump threatened to pull out of the WTO and has gone against it multiple times. Even just tariffs actually apparently go against the WTO. Leading level, yeah, there's a certain level of tariff according to the WTO that apparently Trump has exceeded. The other thing that I wanted to mention is, the copyright thing is an important issue. It's too bad America also stopped respecting copyright, and now it's legal in the United States to just steal everything the world has produced and create your own AI chatbot with it. So I don't really see the difference between America stealing everybody else's media or China doing it. It's the same thing.
It's not media, dumbass. It's proprietary software.
Go on Grok and ask Grok to make you a Pokemon card of Super Mario. That's double copyright infringement.
Let me ask Grok, what is a low IQ cuck who hates and complains about everything? Wait, Grok says it's Justin Trudeau. Oh my God, and Jarl for a close runner-up for second.
It's all right. We need to have someone to talk to about this stuff. But, I don't know, man. I think you're comparing. What are you comparing? AI? So AI stealing, what is it? Fucking Pokemon pictures? You're comparing that to military technology and critical technology that we built with our money, our research and development, and then the Chinese just fucking steal it? You're going to enjoy that.
That's what thieves do, and you can't blame the Chinese. It's because America is a bitch. It's because of little bitch people like Jarl that we let them get away with it. We have none of our industries in China. Everything comes into this country, but nothing goes out of it. We can't do any business in China. It's a completely controlled marketplace. Zuckerberg can't get Meta in there. JP Morgan Chase can't get banks in there. Ford can't get our cars in there. But yet everything manufactured in the world, they're flowing their products everywhere. So there's a total double standard here. And we need tariffs in order to right the wrongs. And it's going to make us rich again. People like Jarl are going to be sick to their stomach when we don't have to pay income taxes because we're doing $3 trillion a year in tariffs.
Yo, fuck terrorists, man.
We have to have tariffs, dude. That's the only thing that pushes against these globalists. If you look, man, between the Council on Foreign Relations influence and like the American government, Chinese influence in the international bodies that are in the United Nations, like the World Trade, such as the World Trade Organization, China has never been called into account enough to force them to live by like the rules. But if you look, man, the only meaningful pressure has been from the Trump administration. And the only ones that have been pushing against it are the globalists. And then the media, because they own the media, and then people like you, M, or Jarl, who can't think for themselves, who think, oh, it's going to make my shit more expensive. Meanwhile, shit is more expensive. Have you never heard of shrinkflation? My grandparents own 2 grocery stores, buddy, and I've witnessed as candy bars have gotten more expensive and smaller. Okay, shrinkflation is happening. If we don't make fucking anything anymore, and all we're doing is making the corporations richer and the small mom and pop shops
Mountain.
It's a fucking shitty world.
Mountain, let me demonstrate for you what low IQ is. The question that I like to use to prove what low IQ is explain to me what inflation reduction and affordability means and how you achieve it. Go ahead, Jarl. Inflation reduction, affordability. What does it mean and how do you achieve it? Go ahead. Tell us, Dr. Jarl.
Inflation reduction is to reduce the rate at which the cost of goods is going up year over year. And the other question is what? How do you...
Affordability. It's the same word. Inflation reduction and affordability are the same word. The question is, how does it work? How does affordability work, Jarl?
Affordability refers to having cost of goods be, at a price where...
Yeah. Why? The question is, why are prices rising, Jarl?
Inflation.
Okay, but dumbass, how does it work? What's the mechanism, the doing that causes the rising in prices and ruins affordability? And so, Jarl, the answer is Congress and the Federal Reserve, dumbass. It's debt. We're $40 fucking trillion in debt. That's why the prices are so high. There's fucking $40 trillion of created dollars that came out of nowhere over the past 20 years. That's why inflation is high, stupid. See, Mountain, you see my point? People don't even understand inflation. It is so common sense, but people cannot explain it because they're stupid.
What? Can I ask you a question? I'll ask you just one question. Can you explain to me this is day one business school. Can you explain to me how the supply and demand curve works?
You want me to explain to you how a curve works? Go watch the Bears game tonight and go look at a great piece of ass, and now you'll know how a fucking supply and demand curve interact and intersect, stupid. Come on, Jarl. The point is you're low IQ, you're a bitch. You're a bitch. You've always been a bitch, and Justin Trudeau is a bitch, and Canadians are bitches. The only good thing about Canada is you're fucking comedians. That's the only redeeming thing about your whole fucking country. Puh!
I didn't I didn't avoid answering your questions. I suspect you don't know that, but anyway.
Dumbass, come on, man. You think I don't understand inversion? Shut the fuck up, Jarl.
Well, let's not kill the room here now. Come on. It's not really going well anyway.
You can't even explain inflation, and you want me to sit here and try to explain to you supply, demand, economics? It's just basic economy. It's running a business, Jarl. America has to run it like a business. We can't let you get away with it. We can't let China get away with scamming our business.
One quick comment. What you're saying isn't incorrect. It's just only a portion of the answer. If there's more supply, the price of a good goes down. If there's less supply, the price of a good goes up. Therefore, oil prices, based on the supply, affect inflation on just about every other good in the world. So gas prices directly affect inflation. Thank you.
Oh my God, you are so stupid. You think gas is what's causing inflation? It's the money supply, dumbass. And if there's more money, that means that you can buy more goods with it. And therefore, the competition for those products drives the prices up. Listen, Jarl, the point is Canada and America are brothers, or brother and sister, or husband and wife. We're the same people. The fact that you guys even have your own separate thing going is a fucking miracle. And I wouldn't be surprised because we dwarf your economy on a magnitude of 1 million. You guys are a fart particle that comes out of our booty hole on a Sunday. You're a nothing. We could take your country over in a second. We could own it all. We could take the whole Northern Hemisphere if we wanted to. Mexico, Central America, even South America. We're already doing the Trump Monroe Doctrine. So whatever you got, you guys got to give it up because we're in this together. And if you resist, Canada will collapse.
So sure, you got like you said 1 million. I don't think it's 1 million, maybe 1,000 times, maybe 100 times stronger economy. I'm not sure. But you also have an equivalent.
You are 1/16th the economy of California, dumbass. You're a nothing burger, a fart in the fucking wind.
You have even more debt than you do GDP or wealth or what.
You see, this is where you think debt is a problem. Debt is a negotiation tool, stupid. We've gotten the world to accept our debt.
Okay, you're now every year America pays. And I could be wrong here. I believe the biggest or second biggest expense for all of your expenses, right next to military, is interest on your it's interest on the money that you owe for your debt. That's the single biggest. Sorry, that is the second biggest expense for the American people every year after military is paying the debt from it's paying the interest.
Yeah, I get it, Jarl. What's your point? What is your point, sir?
It's expensive. That's not a sign of
expensive. Well, guess what, Jarl? When times get tough, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna stop paying it because that's what we can do. Not because we want to do that, but because we can do that. It's all up to us, Jarl. The American people, our Congress, our senators, our president. They will determine the destiny of mankind because we won World War II with you, not against you, but with you. It's not just our birthright. It's your birthright. Even though we took it from your fucking king that you cucks still get on a knee and bow to. We are the rulers of the world because we bow to no king. We bow to no banks. We bow to no other country. America is independent and wise and powerful. Our military stretches the globe. We have nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, submarines, tanks, roaming the planet, looking for targets, Jarl. You come on here and make complaints while we have 5-star generals and commanders that command the seas, command the mountains, command the deserts. There's nowhere our satellites don't see. There's nothing we can't smash instantaneously. And you come on here and complain and think, that we're a bad trading partner? We're the best thing you guys got going. You speak our language. You should be count your fucking lucky blessings.
So
right there.
Switching this up, and we don't actually know how much drones China has. I suspect China has like an army of like 100 million drones, right? Because they have 1 billion people to produce them. And sure, like you can't fly a drone over the ocean and like over America. I'm sure America has defenses for that. But if you blot out the entire sky with 100 million drones, I don't think that we've ever experienced that kind of threat. I don't think nukes are going to really matter in that world. I feel like all of your great military power doesn't matter if the enemy has an infinite army of drones, right? And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe America has like super drone stopping, I don't know what, but I just don't think so.
Gerald, did we need drones to conquer Afghanistan? Did we need drones to conquer Iraq? No. We sent in tanks, we sent in APCs, we sent in the Air Force. We don't need drones when we will destroy you. Your little booger drones mean nothing when we drop a 13 megaton nuclear warhead outside your major city and say, if you send one more fucking drone here, we'll turn your whole fucking city to a city of glass.
So a nuke is nice, but like, again, infinite drone army. I just like, I don't know. How are you even going to nuke a country that's got drones? Like, they'll just send drones to stop the nuke. I'm sure they're not there yet. It's not public, but I think give them a few years. And the difference, and I know America's got all the nukes and the F-35s or whatever, but China has 1 billion people. Even if you killed 440 million people, the entire American population.
Gerald, don't you know how wars are fought? We won't even. Gerald, we will never fight China. We won't even need to. We'll just talk to our Indian brothers next to them, and we would have 400 million drones sent from the south. So, Gerald, this is a global game of war, of communities engaging in strategic decision-making for supremacy. We don't need to fight because we have allies willing to fight for us, Gerald, because we're that good.
You think if there's a World War mounted in India, are they going to be on Team America or are they going to be on Team China?
They will always be on Team America because they are our best fucking friends in the world, my friend. They speak English, Mother Chod.
I was going to say the Indians are required to speak English in the military. So I don't know. I mean, I don't. The Chinese and the Indians don't like each other. I mean, if you look, they fucking fight on the border all the time, up in the mountains and shit. You know. I don't know. I think that's a tough call. I think we get along with the Indians better, and they speak English because they know that it's more important to speak English than Chinese. You know, and so, but you know, the thing is, at the ending times, I think they might help Russia and China march on Israel. So I don't know. It's a tough call there, girl.
You're right.
There's no end times.
The reason I thought it was aligned with China is because of the BRICS thing. And it's not a real partnership, but they still meet and they have discussions. So I thought maybe, but yeah, you might be right, Mountain. I'm not 100% sure about that. It's a big population. They better be on your side, right?
Yeah. I mean, if it was Russia, China, and India, fuck, dude. I don't know what you could do about that.
Yeah, you could do COVID-19.
The number are like the Russian army's actually dwindling now. I heard they have something like 100,000 soldiers left. Which, if you think about it, like America could take them on alone. Like,
are you kidding me?
Like a side mission for
Are you retarded?
I don't buy that.
They got millions. They have millions of soldiers, dumbass. What are you talking about?
So, like, you do realize that they just had another mobilization and shit, and honestly, they have fucking millions of people, dude. I mean, they're not. It's not the Soviet Union anymore, but they but they do have 150 million people. Plus, they have Chechnya, and a bunch of fucking allies. I don't. They got Belarusian soldiers. They got fucking North Korean soldiers. I mean, honestly, let's be realistic. That is literal just globalist propaganda trying to fucking root for the Russians to lose when they're not losing.
Yeah, I'm wrong. No, you're right. I just fact-checked it. I definitely heard that on a YouTube video. It's definitely incorrect or exaggerated. Yeah, I'm wrong about that.
Wow! Jarl corrected himself. Corrected the record.
This is it's a big fucking lie, Jarl, because they were saying 2 years into the war that the Russians are fighting with shovels. They're out of ammunition. They're fighting with shovels now. That's literally like the biggest joke that is still an ongoing joke, like in comments, where people will say, "Oh, but remember, the Russians were just fighting with shovels." It's a bullshit fucking lie. Russia themselves produces more artillery shells than the entire North Atlantic Alliance combined. I mean, they're not out of soldiers. They're not out of money. Their economy is growing. Yeah. Here's the problem with this thing, okay? Europe has fucked themselves, especially Germany. They had this huge push to try to go green. They shut down their natural gas plants and their nuclear generation and tried to go with solar and wind, and it doesn't produce enough. And so a bunch of these countries are still relying on Russian gas and oil to heat their homes. You know, they're still relying on Russia, which is really fucking crazy. They wouldn't be if they wouldn't be going for this new green push. But you can't make this shit up. Would it surprise you to learn, Charles, that actually a lot of the corporations in World War II helped fund Germany's war machine, helped build Germany's war machine, and even helped facilitate the escape of a lot of these Nazis into Argentina, including possibly or probably Hitler? Dude, the corporations are bad. The globalists are bad. They want us to kill each other. They want us to fucking murk each other. And you're going to see, you just don't see it now, that we're all going to fucking lose if these Chinese and globalists are able to basically take over the world. And they are. While you guys are saying, but tariffs. Like, dude, we have to have this shit.
Small countries are a threat. Like, this isn't new for them, right? So that's all, like, to you, like, you're like, oh, it's going to ruin the stability of the world. But, like, yeah, small countries have always had to deal with this and fend for themselves. It's just, like, not... I mean, Canada's very privileged in that.
Jarl, you guys are making a fatal error. We're your best friends, but you guys have TDS. You guys are libtards. You guys are social virtue signaling. It's pathetic, and we won't forget it. We will always remember your betrayal. And the fact of the matter is, we do have a separation going back to the founding of this country that we can't forget, that you pussies sided with the king, and your little dominion in Toronto and Vancouver and all these other little hot, basically you guys are nothing more than a fucking offshore tax shelter for us even. So, you know, guess who goes to Canada? Libtards that have TDS. Don't you see the connection, Jarl? Libtard retards in America who have TDS and think they're getting out of something move to Canada because they hate Trump that much. They hate the orange man bad. Jarl, you have to stop thinking that way. Real Americans love Trump. He is the answer and the solution to the decay, the rot, and the destruction of America that Democrat, communist, socialist, Marxist, terrorist traitors have been destroying this country, starting with Bill fucking Clinton. If Ross Perot was our president, we would never have had these fucking problems to begin with. They sold us out. The Democrats sold America out, Jarl. And that's why Democrat F-words go to your effing country to get away from the rebirth of America, because they are pathetic, shameless, and they are the traitors, Jarl. Don't be a part of it. Don't side with these fools, Jarl. We are your friends here, trying to wake you up, to enlighten you and educate you, to make you more intelligent, to know that we have all been lied to and deceived, and they have destroyed this country, and we are fighting to save it, Jarl.
Unfortunately, it wasn't just the Democrats. We had people on the right, people on the Council on Foreign Relations and globalists like Richard Nixon, with Henry Kissinger, that actually helped with that too, though. It's a fucking real shame, dude. But it's not, they try to pit us against each other. But I think it's really the globalists don't like us at all, man. Henry Kissinger really helped with that shit, dude. It's crazy what he did. Let me find that exact wording here. But really, I mean...
When you say globalists, like, what do you mean exactly? Because to me, like, there are different. I searched it up too the other day. There are different like definitions to the word globalist. What I hear is countries that want to do open trade and open relationships with kind of the whole world. Is that fair? I just don't see the problem with that.
Well, you don't have your own sovereignty anymore. You lose leverage, obviously. You sell out. So the corporations, they obviously are concerned about the bottom line. So they're going to, sell out. They're going to outsource to the cheapest labor possible. So we're going to rely on slave labor from India and China and Africa and Bangladesh, all them places, so we could just fuck over, all these people that are just, trying to produce things in their own country. If you're okay with that, fine. Also, obviously, you get mass surveillance, mass censorship. You strengthen this apparatus, and you lose your identity. And you have a federal judge that supersedes your rulings. I think that's a big fucking mistake, dude. And then ultimately, look what we have here. Jarl, do you smoke any weed at all? Have you smoked weed?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay, great. So you can probably understand this. I started smoking when I was 15. When I was 15, it was hard to find the dealer directly, obviously, because you're 15 years old. So you got to find someone who knows somebody. And by the time, so that person, you find that person that knows somebody. He's got to go fucking find the pot dealer. So he's going to get his finder's fee, and he's probably going to even ask you to smoke a bowl with him, for getting it for him. And sometimes you'll even have it to where it's got to go through 2 or 3 hands. So every one of these people are going to get their cut because it's going through these supply chains, right? I mean, they all have to get their cut. I knew it would be cheaper if I ever found the pot dealer directly. It happens sometimes. If I found him directly because it's going through less hands, I'm getting fucking, cheaper weed. And that's what's happening here. All these supply chains from Canada, and you got 4 or 5 different people handling this good. Everyone's got to get their cut. Everyone's got to get their fucking, make their money. And by the time it's all over, we get fucked, the consumer. That candy bar is smaller and more expensive. That soda is of less quantity and more expensive. And that's what we're witnessing here all over the world. Our housing is becoming more expensive. Houses, building materials, vehicles, more expensive and of less quality. And that's what happened. Cost-cutting measures. So ultimately they can make their bottom line. And then who stands to lose? We do. We don't have Kmart's anymore, layaway shit. We got Walmart. So we could have shitty fucking Chinese products that are not that cheap. And then who do we make rich? The fucking Walton family. So they could get their shit off slave labor. They come in, they shut down the local grocery stores that can't compete. And then
Gerald, there's nothing left.
Money, Walmart might shut down.
There's nothing left. We have fake jobs in this country, fake government jobs. 40% of our economy is borrowed annually just to make the economy move. Jarl, what's your economic philosophy? Because in my opinion, all these political debates will never end, and they're mostly just like virtue signaling, social identity, debates. So what is your real economic philosophy? How do you run a business successfully, Jarl?
I don't know, open trade. That's a big question, right? But I guess I fall under the label of globalist. Reducing trade barriers. Do you have a specific part of business you're asking about? It's a big question.
It's not a big question, stupid. Let me just ask you this: what's the equation for making a profit?
Expenses minus revenue minus expenses, or profits minus
revenue minus cost of goods sold equals your profit, your net. So that is the formula for running everything, Jarl. Unfortunately, we keep borrowing, and as you stated earlier, we're paying over $1 trillion now in national. That means we're not running at a profit. So we've got to fix the equation, Jarl. We have no choice, because otherwise it fucking implodes or explodes. And the way we are running shit now is like the Hunger Games or a race to the bottom of the debt barrel. Everybody knows we're playing a Ponzi scheme, but the whole world is sucking it up, because guess what? All these other central banks are doing the same Ponzi scheme. You could say it's the greatest thing ever, but small businesses and big businesses don't run like this. This is super normal, super unnatural, and it can only result in collapse. This is what all great empires and civilizations ultimately do, is they inflate because nobody wants to do any more work. And the politicians are corrupt, and they sell out to the corporate fascists. And next thing you know, there's no sovereignty, and we give up everything we've got. And that's what we've done. Look at Bill Clinton, motherfucker. completely blackmailed. Completely and totally. Him and Hillary can't even give testimony because they're so corrupt. They can't even open their fucking mouths now because everything they say is a fucking lie, and it's always been a fucking lie. So, Jarl, are you with us, my Canadian brother?
No, sorry. Not at all.
Jarl, honestly, I don't dislike you, man. I think I don't like.
Martin, I think you're cut off.
Oh, what happened? Got kicked out. Anyway, I don't dislike you guys. I just, think that we should realize this. But hey, if you're down for this stuff, but I think we're ultimately all going to lose. What's it going to take, man, when the whole world's collapsing and shit? I mean, you're probably still going to be like, this isn't globalism.
See, globalism is...
I guess a response to what Music said, it's something called comparative advantage in business, where the idea is if I can buy something for cheaper and save time and money, then it's essentially it's worth it from a business sense. So if we take Apple, for example, they produce their phones or part of their phones in China, right? They're manufactured in China and they're sold back in America. And I don't know why you guys seem to be okay with that. But Apple, for a long time, was the most valuable company in the world, right? And I mean, it's like, what, fourth or fifth right now? And a lot of the biggest companies in the world they make money for America, but they produce their shit in China. So it's comparative advantage, right? It's beneficial from a business sense to buy your goods from somebody who can produce them cheaper than you. If you can't produce something at a cheaper cost, then you save time and money from buying it from the person who can. So this idea that sure, things get more expensive as they go through the supply chain, but they're still cheaper, because if they weren't, then the local product would be the one that you'd be buying.
That local product might be of better quality, and it could preserve, jobs and, your country's future. I mean, selling out to a country like China that has got a bunch of World Trade Organization malpractice, a bunch of fucking bullshit, fraud, and you name it, man. I don't like them. I think that we should not be, that we're selling out to our greatest fucking enemy because it's cheaper. How stupid is that?
I actually get that argument too. That I think that's why it's up to the individual to support the products and the companies that they want. I used to buy local stuff before we started fighting with America. But that's it. People should choose to buy locally when they can. But if there's a better option and it's cheaper elsewhere, there's a good likelihood that that's just what's going to sell in a free market.
Well, you might think that's the case, though, Jarl, but check this out for an example. In the 1990s, people were dying in the oil industry because parts were failing. And what they were finding out, that these Chinese companies were counterfeiting these parts, even faking a label. And so a lot of these oil companies were buying what they thought were American part replacements, but they were Chinese. And it was killing people. And they would go to these oil companies after it killed people and be like, whoa, what the fuck? You made this part, dude, and it fucking failed and it killed people. This is real shit. We can look up the exact, this happened a few times. And then they oh my God, what the fuck? And they look at it and we didn't make this. This was a Chinese counterfeit part. The Chinese
get this and bring together, go to the stars. Now you ain't gotta come.
Fucking Chinese. Anyway, I think that's fucked up. But if you want that, man, I think that, it's going to be of cheaper quality. But if ultimately you just want it to be so cheap, then I don't think it's getting cheaper. I think the quality is getting worse for sure. You might say it's getting cheaper, but I don't think there's a point. There's a diminishing return here. I think that it doesn't the bad outweighs the good with this thing after a while, and that's what we're witnessing here. And ultimately, with the bad outweighing the good, is the Chinese communists fucking basically just control everything. And that's not a world I want to live in.
Well, I feel like the lesson to be learned then is treat your allies with a little bit more respect, right? Like this whole thing wouldn't have happened if Trump wasn't targeting Canada, saying he's going to destroy our economy and annex us and make us the 51st state. It just wouldn't. We would still be banning EVs from China to protect American car companies because, like Americans love to say, we don't make cars in Canada. So why are we banning Chinese EVs if it's not to protect American car companies?
Oh man, just you wait. After this whole thing, Trump said, publicly, he said, "Yeah, make a deal, fine, but just you wait." Once Trump, kind of understands the gravity of this. Fast forward to 2 months of this keeps on going through. I expect the deal to collapse myself, just like the other 5 deals have collapsed between you and China, because China's a shitty trading partner. And also we will pressure you guys to the point of no return, and to where we will make this deal collapse. I'm almost sure of that. If it continues to go forward, we're going to start playing hardball with you. We will say we will not accept any more of your fucking oil from Alberta. We're just going to start buying it from Venezuela, Mexico, Guyana, Brazil. We can do that. We will destroy your economy, your healthcare system that you rely so much of your, the royalties from that oil and gas that is contributing billions of dollars to your free healthcare system, your old care, your retirement funds for, your whatever, Social Security, the indigenous, whatever that goes to. I was looking, there's quite a few. The social fund that you have is reliant so much on this oil and gas from the royalties and the taxes. Once we shut that fucking shit down and say, fuck you, we're not going to buy anymore, you guys are going to really be hurting, dude. And we could do that. I expect that you guys will bow out of this deal, because you know that ultimately you're going to lose this thing. That cozying up to China is not a good idea. And America has much more leverage over you than you do over us. That's what's going to happen. We protect you militarily, and we buy or we refine 90% of your oil. You understand that? From Alberta. So we can really fuck you guys hard. And we know, Charles, that your one pipeline, your Trans Mountain expansion, only supplies 890,000 gallons to the ocean. So we buy 4.2 million a day. China can only get, what is it right now, 270,000 barrels. But at max capacity of that pipeline, you're still only going to be able to supply China with 890,000 barrels. So it's going to fuck you guys hard. We have the cards, my friend. We really do.
So you're saying, there's no more real, the threats, Canada's operating under the assumption that, they're already done, right? The Venezuelan oil, you've already taken it. So Canadian oil, even if you keep buying it, in theory, you can just demand a lower price because you can flood the market and you can get your oil from Venezuela. You control the price. We're not going to let that happen. There's already boots on the ground to build a new pipeline so we can export more oil to Asia. We've more than doubled, I heard, our exports for natural gases to other countries. Canada's already operating as if America has cut the ties entirely. We're not afraid of this happening because that's the reality we're operating under already. That's why we're partnering with China, because America is not a reliable partner. They are threatening to do these things. You're saying, we're going to do these. Okay.
You're making an all or nothing statement, bro. You're making an all or nothing statement. You keep making all or nothing statements, Jarl. Fuck you, dumbass. You've got a cognitive distortion disorder. You need behavioral health therapy, schmucko. America can't be trusted. We need new trading partner. You fucking little fucking brain rotted out dummy. You're so stupid. You keep making all or nothing statements. Nobody in America is doing that. You're doing that, stupid. You're our fucking closest geographic partner. What kind of stupid nonsense is this, Jarl? I know Mountain created the topic, so I don't hold you responsible. But I am complete. Gentlemen, go Bears. I'm looking forward to Ram Chops.
Nice. Honestly, Jarl, let's look at some of the mismanagement that China's been doing here. Because you say that you can trust these people. I don't think so. Let's look here. So, confirmed World Trade Organization rulings finding China in violation. Raw material export restriction. China was found to violate WTO commitments by imposing export duties, quotas, and licensing restrictions on various raw materials like bauxite, magnesium, silicone, metal, zinc, etc. These measures were inconsistent with China's WTO accession pledges to eliminate export duties quota except for an allowed list. Anti-dumping and countervailing duties on U.S. steel. A World Trade Organization panel and appellate court body found China's anti-dumping and countervailing duties on U.S.-oriented electrical steel inconsistent with WTO requirements. China continued duties. China continued duties after the ruling was later challenged again in a WTO compliance proceeding. I mean, I can keep on going if you want. There's quite a few. There's actually a fuckload, dude. I mean, come on.
Do you think anybody gives a fuck about WTO?
Well, they should if they're going to be part of it.
What for?
Because it's the World Trade Organization. It's something that we brought the Chinese into, and if you're going to be part of a trade agreement, you have to abide by those agreements.
WTO is bullshit.
That's what you think. If that's what they think, then they shouldn't be part of it.
But Trump doesn't respect, right? That's the irony of these things we keep saying about China is that a lot of these things just point back to America and say they don't respect it either.
Okay, what? So give me an example.
Point back to America and say they don't respect it either. The tariffs example here. I mean, I don't obviously I'm using AI for this, which nobody likes. I get that. What was it? I mean, I don't want to make you wait, but there was. Oh, there you go. Trump.
You can use AI in here. I don't give a fuck.
He said he was going to withdraw from it entirely. Apparently,
fraction.
Well, I mean, again, it's like we can't trust him. Like, what if he does withdraw from it tomorrow?
Hold on. So you just said that he was doing
they don't even pay for it anymore.
What?
They're withholding Trump is withholding the funding for the WTO. I didn't know they were funding it, but he's withholding it.
Excellent news, because we got to cut expenses.
If China's not going to abide by it, then why the fuck would we keep on funding it?
Nobody expects Trump to follow anything at this point. He just goes in countries and abducts people. Nobody expects America to follow anything.
All right, so these are definitely the things that they have been found guilty of as of late. Raw material export controls. WTO found China in violation. Yes. Note, China failed to phase out export duties quotas as promised. Here's another one. Go steel duties. WTO found China in violation. Yes. China's anti-dumping CVD found WTO inconsistent. Here's another one. Export restraints on industrial materials. WTO found China in violation. Yes. Panel found breaches of WTO ruling. All right. So anyway, I don't know. I don't know, man. You go ahead and cozy up to these people, but I don't think Trump's going to allow it. I don't think we're going to allow it. We're going to destroy this deal because we have to. And you guys are going to keep on being partners with us because you have to. It simply makes sense because we are on your border. You think it's going to be cheaper to ship your shit all the way across the fucking ocean to China? That's stupid. The only reason why it's cheaper for China to do that because they have slave labor and no regulations.
Jarl will never get it. Jarl can't get it because he has a cognitive distortion disorder. There's no point in negotiating with somebody who has a cognitive distortion disorder. Basically, you can't convince somebody who's stupid and has a low IQ of anything because they are that Down syndrome. And unfortunately, Jarl, I've got to say, you couldn't even tell us how inflation happens. Okay, great. You could tell us how supply and demand works. Wow, genius. I rest my case.
I mean, listen, I don't think a lot of like Jarl, and I don't think these guys are evil. I just think that is just the difference between the left and the right. But there's people on the right who fucking who buy your bullshit too. Oh, it's going to be more expensive. These tariffs are ruining things. That's bullshit, dude. Honestly, if you look what happened to Japan in the 1980s because of tariffs, because of policy of protectionism, they went from being bombed in World War II, a defeated country, capitulated, fucking to where we were literally controlling it, occupying it, to where fast forward 40 fucking years, and look what they were. They were the second most powerful nation on earth. We had fucking Kawasaki, Yamaha dirt bikes and fucking Sony Walkmans and fucking electronics and shit, dude. And because they protected their industry. That's how they were able to do that. All right? And literally what's funny about that is if you go back to that time, like Richard Nixon was still alive, a fiction to die. This is a couple years before Clinton was elected. And everybody was scared because they couldn't quite trust Japan. They were afraid that Japan was going to be, overtaking America and eventually possibly be hostile again. So we took a bunch of measures to basically stop their rise. But now look who we got. We got China. China's going to be even worse, dude. And totally fucking getting geared. Really, it's crazy. China actually is someone we have to worry about, not Japan. But the point is that protectionist policies, you protect your industry, you incentivize your industry, you subsidize your industry.
Canada,
on a
take
performance-based
control.
system. That's what the
Take
Japanese did.
control of your
They would subsidize industries based on performance, and if you did not perform to a certain level, then you no longer got those subsidies. And so it incentivized these companies to keep on performing, and they eventually were able to pay off these loans from the government. That's really what we need to do here. Subsidize our industry to be and performance-based, protect our industry, start building shit again, open up our lumber mills, start fucking, you name it, man. We got to have Greenland too. We got to get these precious minerals, the 17 rare earths that are in the world. Greenland has all 17 of them. And so we need that.
You can't just take it. But it's mind-boggling that Americans don't understand this. It's a sovereign country. You don't just.
We're not just going to take it.
What's it out? Well, the way Trump is, but that's the other thing. Trump needs to learn how to speak publicly. He needs to be more politically presidential. This idea that you called Zelensky an idiot to his face. You threaten Canada's sovereignty. You threaten Greenland's sovereignty, and over and over, right? And he's very serious. I know Americans think it's just jokes or whatever, but from the rest of the world's perspective, it's very serious. And then the Maduro thing, all of those things added together, it's insane. This idea that America can just go around doing whatever they want, saying whatever they want, taking over whatever country they want, it's delusional, and it destroys the entire world order. And then what's stopping Russia from taking Ukraine, and what's stopping China from taking Taiwan?
The leftists fucking think that it's bad to take over Maduro, to basically overthrow Maduro. Don't you get that? You're siding with the worst people in the world who think it's okay for one guy and his henchmen to basically hold the whole fucking country hostage, starving them out. You're the one. See, this is what's terrible is that you're on the wrong side of history. You think it's bad to be doing to get rid of a guy like that. I think it's just perfectly fine. And you know what's funny is you're trying to compare the two between Ukraine and Venezuela, Russia and Venezuela and shit, dude. In a lot of ways, we force Russia's hand there. What do you think happens when you encircle their fleet in the Black fucking Sea? Okay, that all Turkey would have to do is just shut off their little fucking corridor, and the Russian fleet in the Black Sea, like 30% of their navy, is locked. Okay? We did that shit on purpose. We knew what we were doing there. All right, but I don't even want to talk about that. Venezuela was in the process of letting China and Russia set up military bases in the south of the country. Venezuela was giving China mass amounts of oil for their war front against Taiwan and to fight America in the future. Also, it's against the Monroe Doctrine. And you're not going to allow that to happen.
So you should have spoke to, the UN about it. That's the proper.
The UN
should have spoke to the UN about it.
What is the UN gonna do?
They're the biggest. They're an international confederation, so we can all have peace of mind. And this is ridiculous. Listen, Charles, the game is over. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are nothing. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and his administration and a Republican Congress and Senate. They are everything. And America first is the priority, in quotations. But Jarl, Mount and I are very aggressive. We want even more America first. And Jarl, you're not going to like it. But that's the type of cuck you are. That's the type of cuck you've always been. And I got to say, the fact that you're our neighbor is a major disappointment. But it's always been known that the Canadians are dangerous liars. You bend your knee to a man in a shiny crown with golden wands and golden dresses. You are a cuck, bitch, F-word. And Justin Trudeau with Katy Perry, that witch and sorceress, are everything you need to know about your fucking leadership. Fuck Justin Trudeau. Fuck you Canadians. Chris Farley was the only good thing to ever come out of your fucking piece of shit, oil-ridden piece of shit, international offshore banking scam operation. Fuck you, Jarl.
Oh, man. Look at my picture.
You forgot to yell America at the end.
Listen, though, man. I mean, look at my fucking PTR there. That's NATO's spending there compared to the other countries. I mean, it's kind of a fucking joke. You know?
Yep, valid criticism. It's too bad. Trump. So one thing I'll give him credit for is that you're going to see that shift like very rapidly, right? Other countries are spending a lot more money on their military now. So congratulations to him. What was I going to say? Jesus, there's a lot of things that were mentioned. But yeah, other countries are going to be spending a lot more. Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to say is, all those other countries you see there, the majority of like the weapons they buy, the jets, and shit like that, right? They buy them from America. So like in a lot of cases, like America, I'm not saying that it's right that they spend this big share, but they're making a whole shit ton of money off of all these other countries buying all their military stuff from America. And so like again, it doesn't justify it, and good on Trump, I guess, for getting that done. But now that other countries are going to be spending their share, like if you're threatening the other countries in that alliance, like what's the point of that alliance at all? He's threatening there's no point to him spending all that money if he's threatening those other countries, right? What was the point? It's actually even dumber that America's threatening those countries. Let's say the smallest country in that shit, like in there, like I don't know, Croatia threatens everyone else. It's not a problem because look at this, doesn't matter. But I don't know if
Gerald, the taxpayers are not going to foot the bill for security for these countries. It's over, Gerald. Your paradigm is fucked because the world order is changing. The taxpayers and the politicians are not going to let America keep getting fucking ridden into debt because these other countries don't want to pay for their security. If they don't want to pay for their security, well, then you can kiss the alliance goodbye. We don't need you anyways. We don't need you. America needs nobody. We're the biggest and baddest bitch around. No one can stop us, Jarl. So we don't need you. You need us. That's the way you got to look at this thing.
That attitude really doesn't make sense, right? Why are you fighting it so hard if it doesn't matter? If Canada doesn't matter, what are you on about?
It
You know what I mean? It doesn't make any
does matter
sense.
It does matter to a point because you guys do have rare earth minerals and you guys are a little bit of a buffer, and we don't need China and Russia fucking up there, in the Arctic Circle. We need some sort of help here, but I just don't fucking like what you're doing. I think that ultimately this is gonna fuck you hard, but what the hell was I gonna fucking say? Damn it. Oh yeah. Trump just announced those tariffs on those allied countries that send those soldiers. They're sending them back. And it was like 13 Frenchmen and 12 Germans.
Germans withdrew the whole 10 of them.
Yeah, and that's what's so funny is Jeremy, bless his heart, fucking dipshit Canadian keeps on, look, they're gonna destroy the alliance, and they're sending soldiers to protect Greenland. Yeah, shut up. Okay, you know that was a symbolic gesture, a symbolic deal that was stupid as fuck. And now they look really stupid because we are implementing tariffs on them and they're sending them back. Okay? What the really thing here is that I don't think you realize how important Greenland is to all of us. Okay? Do you realize that China has got a lockdown on rare earth minerals? Like, that's a bad fucking deal. So our biggest geopolitical enemy, our biggest enemy, has got a lockdown on rare earths. So that means no AI technology, no semiconductors, no EVs, batteries, solar panels, defense systems. We're just fucked if we don't have that, man.
You feel like the first thing America will have to do is build icebreakers, because you have no icebreakers. Like, you have maybe like two, and they're like
icebreakers. What is this? A public speaking event and a networking event? We don't need icebreakers, sir. We got nuclear bombs. We got a Federal Reserve that can create instantaneous activity out of thin air. We own Wall Street. We own the biggest banks on the planet. We got the biggest and baddest tech companies on the planet. What are you talking about? We don't need to worry about shit. It's Canada that's got to fix their fucking attitude problem.
What he's talking about is that there is the Arctic trading routes that are starting to open up. Okay, there's 3 or 4 of them that are very important, and China is already said that they are an Arctic power now. Russia is already up there, and what's really scary is that China damn near made a partnership with Greenland a few years ago to build airports and fucking all sorts of shit, and luckily Denmark and America, through pressure to Denmark, was basically able to stop it, but what China's aim is to do is they're trying to legally control these places. And so what happens, China will offer to build this infrastructure. It's super expensive. The country can't pay it off, and legally they can control it. And that's what was going to happen up there in Greenland. And so I think Trump knows exactly what's happening. Also, the data centers, folks, it requires massive amounts of fresh water and naturally cold climates.
And cooling,
naturally cold climates. And that's what's good about Greenland. If we are ever to compete with China, who's kicking our ass and dams and all sorts of shit, we have got to actually take this shit seriously. If we don't have the rare earth minerals, we are fucked. China's got all 17 of them. We don't. And this is the really scary thing, is 80% of those rare earth minerals We cannot refine. We don't even have the refining capacity to refine our own rare earth minerals. That is China. We are in a scary situation here. So if China decides we're not going to refine it, or we're going to lock down our rare earth minerals, no longer fucking let you have access to them, that means no more semiconductors, everything. And then if we just let fucking Greenland just be taken over by the Chinese and Russians, then we're really fucked. We can kiss our fucking future goodbye. We can kiss the alliance goodbye.
Why do you think Russia would be interested in anything related to Greenland?
Why?
We all agree on something.
Well, yeah. Why would we be interested in? Why would we be actually interested in Greenland? I mean,
because it's a major shipping. It's part of the Arctic Circle, just in general, and so that's obviously 3 or 4 major shipping routes. You know what I mean? So there's that's huge.
We have largest presence in Arctic region out of all countries by such significant margin that we really can care less about Greenland.
Well, no, it's an important region. First of all, you know that we can detect any missiles launched very early by being in Greenland. And if you guys were stationed there too, I'm sure you have got your own stations to detect missiles.
You know, it's mostly done from space nowadays.
What?
It's done by from space by satellites.
Yes, but we have a space force. Basically,
like the antennas that can see like basically half of the globe exist in the 50s, like late 50s, 60s. They just got smaller. They got miniaturized. But
right. Well, it's very important though that we are up there. I mean, if you look, man, I mean, it's just.
Martin, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Just remember what Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who saved the world, with Winston Churchill. The only thing you have to fear is fear itself. The real economy is the attention economy, Mountain. We control the content of the world. We control the minds of the world. We control the time of the world. America is the master of the universe. And that's why Jarl and this Russian little kitty cat don't like it, because we are the creators of time, the creators of reality, the creators of the universe, and no one can stop American power, ingenuity, and intelligence. And these social virtuing, political identity politicians here, they are at the low end of the spectrum. They're downstream from what we shit out to them. That's what they don't like. And that's what the way the status quo will continue being. And people better pay up. Otherwise, the security isn't going to be there. And Europe could fall to Russia. Ukraine could fall to Russia. America is the only institution, organization standing in the way of global supremacy from these terrorists. So Jarl here better get his head straight on, because he doesn't know who his friends are. He doesn't know who his enemies are. The enemy is within, Jarl. The enemy is your own government in Canada. They are destroying you.
Honey, if you want to come up, I know that you probably can speak on the globalists and shit and what's going on. I mean, I think that there's an obvious attempt, the globalists, to take over. We witnessed it with COVID. We've witnessed it with our governments and different governments. And China moving in on Canada. I mean, Carney making deals with fucking Canada. Those are the globalists right there. I think it's a mistake, and we need to push against it. But I think a lot of people just don't understand.
Well, I perfectly understand what America is. I actually went to school in the United States for a while.
That's it. So if you look here at my PTR, look at those Arctic shipping routes.
Well, I looked all over them. I know where they are.
Yeah.
You know that Russia currently has like in Arctic there is like the only base there is no other military base further north.
Well, if you just look there, I mean, honestly, it's apparent that we have got interest in they claim that the ice is receding because of global warming. Also, because they're breaking it up with icebreakers and fucking.
Yeah, it makes no difference, warmer or not. Like you just break it with icebreakers.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've seen different ways. They've put oil on top of the ice to break it because it's black, and so it absorbs a bunch of heat that breaks it up. And they also use bubbles. You know what I mean? They have ice breaking, all sorts of shit.
Russell, you know, in Russia, nuclear energy is state-owned, and the company is called Rosatom. So basically, Russian atom. And Rosatom is the biggest, and in all aspects, as far as volume, innovation, and everything, it's the most powerful company in the world which works with atomic energy. Like no American or European company comes close.
It's impressive Russian technology. I've actually really admired some of the Russian engineering and shit. You know, I mean,
after a while, when they used to launch Atlas V rockets, NASA, after a while, they just came to the conclusion that it's better to buy a Russian engine or the 180.
Yeah.
Instead of
No, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of good Russian shit for sure. I mean, your submarines are pretty impressive. Your titanium submarines and your different shit. I mean,
and you know that when Putin tried to cooperate with America in the early 2000s, and he had to give Americans Mi-8 helicopters when they go into certain places in Afghanistan, because American helicopters would land and then will not fly.
Why? Because of the altitude or what?
No, sand and the engines, just everything get plugged. Just look at those videos, of the first Desert Storm. When people are just frantically cleaning their weapons and shit.
Yeah, absolutely. No, there's a certain Russian way to do things, and it's admirable. But I mean, I still, like I say, I actually have a lot in common, I think, with the Russian people. Because
you're right, 100%. Do you know that during your Civil War, our two fleets were stationed in New York and on the West Coast side, I think San Francisco, and prevent, to help the North.
The fuck are you talking about? The Russians didn't have their fleet here in the 1860s, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, during the Civil War.
Yeah, okay, let me fact check that for you. Ding! Incorrect. Oh, hey, Mark is here. Oh, too bad. Anyways, Mountain, great room, great stuff. I'm going to read a book. God bless you. Have a great Sunday.
Thanks for showing up. Thanks, guys. I'm going to shut this down, I think. I appreciate it, guys. Join the house, though. That Russian dude, join the house. Come in the future, bro.
Just did.
Thanks, guys.
I like 5'7", but I'm 5'8". She's not 5'8", baby. What are you talking about, nigga? I'm definitely 5'8", 5'8 and a half. Because my basketball shit was 5'10", but I always knew I was 5'8".
Faith said you 5'7".
That ass might just be weighing you down.
No, Faith just wants to be a little shorter than what she is. Faith is definitely 5'11".
I'm 5'8". I can show you all my documents.
Faith is definitely a strong 5'10".
I'm not 5'11", so I can show you all
Faith is definitely a strong.
So you said.
Oh, just feeling a little under the weather. I ended up sleeping in our truck the other night when we got down because we had some infestation thing So I'm feeling a little bit like not well, and I don't think it's kind of this weird weather where it's like a little. It's not warm, and so I think I'm gonna go get a little health drink, and that always does the trick, right? The right little healthy drinks and vitamins always make you feel better, so that should be helpful. So yeah. I know. I miss Minnesota where I had all the Somali brothers and sisters I get to witness to all the time. Haven't seen anyone up here so far or down here. So I love witnessing to the Muslim folk, soon to be Christians, pre-Christians.
Let me ask you a question.
One miracle and one revelation for knowing Christ. Hallelujah.
Yep. Hallelujah. That's right.
That's all they need. And they count.
One miracle and one revelation for Christ, just one? That's all it takes is one?
Talking about at a church, how in Iran it's the fastest growing church in the world.
That's right.
And they talk about seeing the man in white.
That's correct. Yeah.
The fastest growing church?
What's that?
What's the definition of a Christian?
Someone who calls God Hare Hare Krishna and waves beads and gives out roses at the airport. No, I'm only kidding. Okay, just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I know you're like, what? Wait a second. No, a Christian. So, like Jesus said, you must be born again. Nicodemus asked him that. What must I do to inherit eternal life? He said, you must be born again. And he goes, what? He goes, go back to my mother's womb. And he said, no, to be born of the Spirit. So we must be born of God's Spirit. So it's not an intellectual decision, although it does include that, of course. You know, you got to understand stuff. Your mind's got to be renewed, but it's your spirit having the Holy Spirit come into your spirit. And I believe there's people that have done that maybe really don't even have a
coming in the
understanding of what that even means yet. But yet, you know what, the best of their ability that they have.
They
have the God's Holy Spirit into them, right? But then there's a
coming in the home, coming in the Holy, coming in the Holy Spirit.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? Was there a demon talking at light?
The example of all.
I found the no idea original sample. I didn't know that came from Barry White. I was listening to Barry White yesterday. And I was like, wait a second. This is no idea original. Huh?
What song you talking about?
Barry White song called, hold on, let me tell you. That shit go. I was like, because I was listening, I was like, wait, this is familiar. You know how you hear it?
Wake it up! Wake it up!
Hold on a second.
What the fuck?
Grand Rising!
Growing up, bro, with these black guys, bro, they were scared to fight us, bro, back in the day. Like, bro, they never wanted to fight us.
Yeah.
Hello?
Those Canadian niggas, yeah.
Hello?
Franklin, I got 100 Jamaicans on my block out.
Hello?
Fuck you talk about?
Hello?
You got a what? You got 100 bacons?
Hello?
100 Canadian bacons?
Jamaicans,
We don't eat bacon,
yard mark.
Hello?
I don't eat bacon either, nigga. I don't eat bacon either.
Hey, y'all beat this?
Hello?
I don't eat swine, nigga. I don't eat that swine.
Hello?
Hey, Frank, you got old sisters, gang?
Hello?
You got your homie saying hello to me.
Yo, and I ask you a question.
That's just
hello?
your man saying hello to me. Like, your man's goofy.
Nigga, you have gold sisters, cuz.
Hello?
Transformer, nigga. I don't know this bitch.
That's a nigga.
Well, who would transform him?
Hello?
That's a nigga bitch.
The person that keeps saying hello.
Hello?
Yo, Franklin.
No,
They came for Franklin.
No, the fuck they didn't.
Hello?
I just fuck nigga know my question.
Is anybody gonna eat any ram chops after the Bears eat those motherfucking Los Angelinos?
I'm at it, this shit.
You a badass trash too at that. You bad as hell.
Batty Tranny, that's my nickname on the street. Hello?
Fuck that.
Hello? Hello? Ah, shit. Hello?
No, that's why he did it the best.
Hello?
That's how I took it, shit.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello?
You control me till I cry. Hello?
Hey, bitch. Look. Oh, you trolling?
Troll me till I cry.
There's no point in even carrying on talking what a bitch said.
What that wasn't true. That punk allegation?
Yeah, she said that she got on this bitch and said she was lying about that before.
Well, she told me it was true. She sent me messages.
And that's what I'm saying.
She sent me messages.
Hello?
She sent me the messages too.
Hello?
But
again, like I said, I don't know what the message said. Was like, I didn't see it.
Hello?
Oh, hold on, let me read them. Hold on.
Hello?
That wasn't true before.
Hello?
And
Hello?
She's fucking with him still.
That's a man?
Hello?
Oh, I thought it was somebody.
Man, y'all get rid of this fucking.
You need to stop editing them pictures, ho.
Hello? I came for my motherfucking ram chops. Hello? I came for my motherfucking ram chops. Came for my motherfucking ram chops. Hello? Pass me the ram chops and the barbecue sauce.
Your friend and they could never talk to you again.
Give me some bear meat. I want some bear meat.
Bitch, she don't want to touch you, bitch. That's why you're. When I get a little tipsy, I be.
Hello?
That shit be. Hello.
Hello?
Hello. You okay?
Hello?
Bye.
Bye. Hello?
Bruh. This is. She trolling. What the fuck? Bruh.
Troll me till I cry.
I didn't know you was like, let me ask you.
You got 5 seconds to announce yourself.
Cash in your pink pussy ticket. Hello?
I asked you.
Pass me the ram meat and some bear sauce. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. You saw it? That's a punk.
It's a punk.
I don't know.
Bitch, my name's Tamika. Hello?
Oh, that's a punk. You right.
Yeah, that's a
They
punk.
tried it. We hear the bass at the end.
Hello?
That nigga had to switch his life around. He was getting it.
Hello?
Who's that?
Hello?
What's up?
That's a catfish.
Yo! Pass me the bear meat and some ram chops. Hello?
That's a man. That's a man.
Pass you some what?
Ram chops and some bear meat.
What you country?
I like A1 sauce on my ram chops. Cooked medium well. Hello?
Goddamn right, you goddamn nigger.
No, that's a white man.
Hello?
What's up, Peckerwood?
Peckerwood. I'm in the cannon business. Puerto Rican, Mexican, African. Hello?
Oh, that's a dude with shades.
Hello?
Hey, everybody watch this live. I ain't worried about you bitch ass nigga.
Ooh.
Who live?
Sarah, that's her name.
Hello?
I don't know who that is. What happened?
Hello?
It's busted. She got 361 views.
Oh shit. Let me see if I still got
You the only view that ain't on there.
Hello?
Man, let me get my Facebook.
That's on Instagram.
Oh my God, what's the Instagram?
Hello?
Underscore Z.
Z.
Because she talks to me more than she talks to that nigga. She does not love that nigga.
I don't love them niggas.
Y'all better stop playing with me. Oh.
She talked to us way more than she talked to that nigga.
And on top of that, she needs to have that energy for her sister instead of having that energy for us. Shit, ain't your sister fucking over your mom and them at the house and shit, stealing all the groceries? Yeah, nigga, let's talk about it.
Nah.
Prince
That's
deserve
what's
it.
made now. Yeah.
But she playing with her though.
That's their karma.
She playing with her. Faith to beat her ass. Go beat her ass, Faith. Why you want to beat her?
No, you don't need to be fighting for them people, Faith.
So why y'all talking to each other?
Thank you, Tara. Thank you.
My nigga Bumpy
Please
back against the wall.
all the ladies on this stage. Thank you, y'all. Thank you. And that's
and then Target just slapping me and Reese. Like Reese ain't never slapped me before, bro. She been slapping me inside my head.
Let them know.
You got to get Reese a week. Reese is on violence because of that little Philly shit.
Daughter still.
Y'all ready for a song?
Hello? Hello?
What we doing? Hello?
Hello?
That's what's going on.
That cartoon is talking. Oh my God.
We don't need no
That's all he doing. Run his fucking mouth. Baby.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Bless you join this when we start.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Yo, swipe.
Hello?
Don't have a fucking house.
Hello?
Swipe, kick the faggot, swipe.
Hello?
Hey, yo.
Hello?
I don't know you, young boy.
Up there, keep putting his little 2 cents in it. So yeah, I climbed up on his ass because mind your bitch ass business. Okay, so now he's coming over here while I'm in Cherry room. Oh, they was over there talking about Cherry, and now you're in here beamed up and the whoopty whoop and the whoppy wop. They're both my motherfucking homies, bitch. I don't have nothing to do with that. Did you know?
Hello?
And that's my fucking girl, and that's what the fuck going on.
Hello? Hello?
Faggot.
Hello?
Think he got some fucking
Hello?
coffee around here.
Hello?
Then he talking about we
Hello?
got you on tape, we got you on video.
Hello?
I told the nigga, all right, well,
Hello?
I'ma just send it to Cherry. Okay, well,
Hello?
send it to Cherry, and if you don't send it to Cherry, you getting a fucking deal.
Hello?
Cherry knows what's going on.
Hello?
I know that, but
Hello?
I'm just saying he all faggoty and shit.
Hello?
But meanwhile, while he in that room over
Hello?
there, shut up.
Hello?
While he in that fucking room over there, keep dick sucking, somebody in my back channel over there, this what they put in my back channel about this faggot. And then they can go, you please let him back up. So he can come defend his shit.
He dirty and look like a
You really reading it out loud, Mac. I can't stand it.
She said, but
Aşkım. Çılgınlar gibi dans edesim var.
Hello?
you took off getting home.
Hello?
Hello? What's up?
Hello? Trying to find everybody. Where'd everyone go? Hello?
This should be interesting.
Oh,
Yeah,
bitch, you work.
Hello?
Yeah, shit, nigga don't know you here, bitch. Roll out.
Hello?
Fuck wrong with your stupid ass. Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch.
Hello?
Hey, so who you trying to holler at?
Hello?
I was trying to get that my girl in the headlock. Her too fat.
Hello?
Bitch, shut the fuck up.
Hello? Hello?
Ain't nobody give a fuck.
Hello?
Bitch,
Hello?
don't nobody give a fuck. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut up.
Hello?
Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch.
Hello?
Hey, Miranda, what's wrong with you?
Hello?
I thought she.
Shut up, bitch.
Hello?
Shut up, bitch.
Hello? Hello?
About that, my.
Who the hell is that kid?
Hello?
Oh, that ain't me.
Hello? 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 Hello?
That nigga said, who's Will?
Hello? Hello?
I need that. You two linebackers.
Hello?
I'm talking to Leah.
Hello?
Bitch, who the fuck is you talking to? Your mother linebacker, you faggot ass bitch.
Hello?
Definitely the DM.
Hello?
Definitely not.
How's your weekend?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Hello?
Baby mama, one kid. Baby mama.
Bitch, put your mother in the bitch ass in the cage.
You're mad.
Hello?
That's it.
How the fuck am I mad because you chose a friend? My bitch, my friend ain't.
Hello?
Cause shut the fuck up. You
Hello?
make niggas feel uncomfortable.
Hello? Hello?
Shit to my homegirl without me not saying nothing.
Hello?
Bitch ass up like I said.
Hello?
Fuck, I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I want to say.
Hello? Hello?
Leave me alone, bro. Real shit.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Talk about none of that shit.
Hello?
Bitch ass up.
Hello? Hello?
You got mad because her friend chose up.
Hello?
Bitch, why the fuck would I ever be mad that you chose my friend? Hello?
Hello?
Shut up. She clearly told you to shut up. You kept talking. Shut the fuck
Hello?
up. Hello? 300 pounds.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello? Bitch, ain't nobody said so.
Hello?
You want to keep on that? I
Hello? Hello?
You're wrong, bro. They're chasing away.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I will slap you.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Oh my god, how many times you gonna say hello?
Hello? Hello?
That would be, I'm a fart again.
Hello? Never had one lesson. Cleaned out a whole rat hole. Hello? Hello?
There's nothing new under the sun. Hello.
Everything that is has already been.
Exactly. There's a quote from Jesus in the New Testament. There's nothing new under the sun. It's supposed to be a reference to Buddha 500 years before him, who said the same thing. There's nothing new under the sun. Everyone is aware of reincarnation. Only the white man isn't. Like that's why they consider everything that black civilizations know to be heresy or nonsense or gibberish.
If white people don't know about reincarnation, does that not make them reincarnated and they're just unaware of the reincarnation?
We don't know if they're reincarnated. It's
Hello?
the same cluster of fools. If they're reincarnating like us,
Reincarnating?
it's the same cluster of assholes, fools.
Asshole clusters? Baby Ruth? Can you back me a snigger bar?
Okay.
Hello?
I think he's trolling. I think he's trolling. He's interrupting the build right now. So
the build? Hello? You didn't even get to the white man yet. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I'm gonna let that shit crisp build.
Hello?
That $100. That $100 down on top of them.
Hello?
Go down.
Hello?
What the fuck you want? What?
Hello?
Hey, Chef, how you doing?
Hello?
Who's saying hello? Like,
Man, get this shit there. Hey, calm down. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
who's saying hello?
Hello?
Chef, you there?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing? I don't know what the fuck y'all talking.
Hello?
Hey, bruh.
Hello?
Hey, one, two.
Hello? Hello?
Music.
Hello?
This is not right.
Hello? Hello?
Breathe out, eyes closed. Count to 4, sink through the floor. Silver cold at your core. Slow inhale, thoughts turn pale. You are more in the day. Hypnosis, hey, I got in my breathing. Rewriting every fear, I believe that. I surrender as the patterns rise. When I exhale, every limit is mine. Hypnosis, say I got in my breathing. I'm sinking with the pulse, I'm receiving. Rise up into a shimmering sky. On every breath, I remember the light. Touch of a hand, words inside, understand, golden dust over us. Every night turns to trust. Hypnosis, hey, I got it, my freedom.
lawyer.
Waking up later, nothing too hard.
Hey, Mom.
Good morning. I saw a wonderful picture of you.
Oh, great.
You Samantha.
Nice.
And you were notifying, you were writing in your name for the election.
That's right. Write-in candidate.
How do you feel?
I feel good.
Yeah, you feel strong?
Yeah, I got to go for a run. It's been so cold here. I've been trapped in the house for like 3 days.
Aww. Is the sun shining today?
Yeah, the sun's out right now. I got to get moving pretty soon. What are you doing?
Oh, I went for a walk and I just came home and made walnut date balls.
Oh.
They're good, healthy protein snacks.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of nice to have something with your coffee. And I'm going to look at using baking cocoa or it's baking chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
See if you can make brownies out of that. So when Samantha comes for her birthday,
Mm-hmm.
I have something to have coffee with.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. You can come for her birthday if you'd want, but you're gonna have to.
Just call me. I'm in the middle of campaigning here for the March 17th primary.
Oh, that's pretty close. Because she's coming the week of her birthday, not a week, only 4 days, but 2 of those days are travel. What else is new?
I don't know. Nothing really. Just I had the trial with the unemployment hearing.
Oh.
And
How'd it go?
Guess what they did?
Well, where was it held, first of all?
On the phone.
Okay.
He.
Okay, so what did they do? The only thing I can think that they did was they fired you or they offered you your job back.
No. This is the Illinois unemployment hearing for the unemployment money. They just pushed it to another trial with it in the next 30 days. And this was the 3rd trial, and they're again referring it back, and they're saying send us more paperwork, and we'll have another hearing in 30 days. I was like, holy shit!
Who are they? Who's included in the hearing?
Myself and my former manager. He showed up to the phone call.
And then a mediator, right?
Yeah, a judge.
Well, how did you feel the party that was there to testify against you? How strong did you feel he was?
They didn't even get to him. He just said, "Yes, Your Honor," 3 times, and that was the end of it.
That's weird.
I know, it's so weird. And he was screaming. I was like, well, the paperwork says that the judge supposed to be presiding over this, his name is Kathleen. And he's like, well, she wasn't here today. So I decided to do it myself. And I know what I'm doing. So you ain't got to worry about anything. I was like, holy shit, this guy's crazy.
That's because he didn't want to be doing it. And he's being forced to it.
So I just said, yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
What were the questions he was asking?
He was asking why I filed late. And my response was, I called and your website was down. And I faxed, but, I heard nothing back. And then he says, well, you got to you have to send in the physical mail. And that's the problem. I said, there's just no. So anyways, I just have to send them a package of exhibits. and then we'll have another conversation.
Do it. Because I had a hearing like that where it was a mediator, but she was acting as the judge. Mm-hmm. And I had all my paperwork to reference, and I had all the receipts. I had everything.
Yeah.
I did that twice, having everything, and I won. Mm-hmm. It was the other side that didn't have anything to stand a leg on.
Yeah, the manager wants to make sure that I get nothing. He overnighted me a package from somebody else with pages and pages of stuff that he could refer to. And it's very punitive. He doesn't have to show up and do all of this, but he's doing it intentionally because he wants to like spite me. But I have all the paperwork in the lawsuit against him. So we'll see how it pans out. You know, I mean, it's worth like $20,000. So I hope I get it.
Well, if you can't get it at that price, maybe there can be a compromise.
No, it's all
10 and 10.
Hello? It's all or nothing. There's no compromising here. It's you got it or you didn't get it. That's it. But I love how your imagination's always working.
Like
your imagination is always working.
You can I'll let you feel it for yourself, but when you're done fighting and you surrender,
yeah,
you'll see what a good feeling that is.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It blows my mind that this is a year later. I haven't received $1 from unemployment. The fact that they can withhold money like this when you pay into it, it's just such a hypocrisy.
Well, it's because I think there's some fine lines where you didn't quit. You were given multiple occasions to talk to them. You didn't, and you kept the fight going, but you weren't addressing them. I know that. You told me so. So it's kind of...
No, I kind
of feel like they're dealing with somebody fucking around.
No, I understand. It is what it is. I got to deal with with the repercussions of my actions and communication, but you never know how these things turn out because I've had it turn out in my favor before, which was amazing. You know, I mean, the judge literally chastised the other party and gave me the full benefit. So I was like, wow, that was amazing.
Well, it also were different circumstances.
Yeah.
So you might want to put this to the mediator's ears is how is it that we're at this point and they can keep requesting the same documents and it doesn't amount to closing this case?
Well, they've actually never received the documents. I uploaded them to their website, and this is like the final appeal, and it's got to be mailed to them. They do not accept digital.
I would say mail it with a certified, you want a certified receipt?
Yeah, I'm going to do that tomorrow.
Then you've got it.
Yep.
That's really the only way that you got something in your hand that somebody on the other end received it.
Yep.
Doesn't matter who received it, because that puts that person in the place that needed to take it to the person that the name was addressed to on the envelope.
Yeah, I also have to send it to the former employer as well. They have to be informed. It's like a real trial, like it's discovery. They have to also receive the information.
You know, I just read the fine line in the 32-page when I opened a CD with Discover, who I believe Citibank just bought them. But I wanted to see when it comes time to that CD coming due, who do I notify? How do I notify that I do not want that CD to roll over?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they give you an 8-day window, and it said you have to write them.
Mm-hmm.
You get it? They want that CD to roll over into the next lowest rate, whatever the offering at the time being.
Mm-hmm.
So I say, always put it in the mail because it's got a time stamp, it's got a receipt, and the receipt comes back stamped. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
So do it the way they're telling you gotta do it.
Well, you sound good. How's everything? What are you doing the rest of the day? The Bears are playing the Rams.
Oh, that'll be sweet. Well, I might be able to push myself out and get back into my landscape project. I've got 3/4 of it done, but the last 2 days were kind of brittle, windy.
Mm-hmm.
I said, doesn't mean you gotta work. So I ate too much popcorn watching the it might be Paramount, The Lioness.
Mm-hmm.
That is a militia group of about 7 to 9, and they have very, very highly dangerous jobs. Somebody's paying them for these major jobs, and so last night was, God, I must have watched 8 episodes. I'm not kidding you. I couldn't believe I did that. And hence I couldn't go to sleep because now I had finished my book. Then I started these movies. I'm like, I got too much damn rest now.
Mm-hmm.
So I had too much energy and I couldn't go to sleep.
Yikes.
I know, dangerous. That's why you got to do the same routine every single day.
Yeah.
Go to bed at 8:30. Stop eating after 3:30.
Mm-hmm.
And just chill out. Anyway, that's all I know. Did you get the car fixed?
No, I didn't do the strut. I'm not really doing any long distance driving, so it's fine for now.
You hate to put money into the car, don't you, for the age it is?
Yeah, the car is 24 years old, 25 years old. What's the point of if it's working, it's working.
Yeah, just for long distances, like going downtown Chicago, you wouldn't want to get caught in that highway and have your car break down, would you?
Well, that's okay. That's okay because I could always call an Uber and get the hell out of there. But if I'm if I'm Rockford or Peoria or Springfield, I mean, holy shit, that's a different story.
Then you just have somebody take you to a car rental.
That's right.
I guess you'd have to abandon your car there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it would be a major pain in the ass.
Well, that's maybe where you just leave it.
No way. I'm not going to abandon that thing.
Put it up for sale.
Well, anyways, your imagination is going off again, and I have to make a bowel movement and get ready for a workout at the gym. So I hope you have a great rest of your afternoon, and thank you for the call. I love you, and I hope you have a great rest of your afternoon.
Okay, you're looking real buff. Proud of you for keeping up on your exercise. It's your melatonin and your good health.
Okay, thanks, Mom.
Take care.
Okay,
Bye,
you
Johnny.
too. Okay, bye.
Love you.
Love you too. Bye.
Take the deepest breath you've got. Feel your lungs, don't let Time bends slow in the breath you take. The world waits as the silence aches. Hold on, feel the glow. Exhale softly, let it show. Hold, let it go. Feel the rhythm, let it flow. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. This is your moment, your desire. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop.
Hey, John.
Hey, Daniela, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I was just talking to my mom on the phone. What are you doing?
I'm sitting by the pool in Mexico.
¿Cómo se dice pool en español?
La piscina.
Sí.
Yeah, it's nice. Nice here, John.
Yeah, I bet.
Like 80s. It's like in the 80s.
Paradise now.
Super nice. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm about to go work out.
Yeah. I was out this morning. I was trying to get to the gym today, but I was out for a couple hours already. So I'm not going to make it to the gym because today they close at 4 o'clock on Sundays. Yeah. But yeah, how's Chicago? It's cold.
Yeah, it's cold, but we got the Bears-Rams game today, so it's like an exciting football day in Chicago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you follow the football yesterday? Seahawks are like, I don't know who won the game yesterday.
I didn't follow that. I didn't see it.
I think we might be going to the Super Bowl. I'm not sure who won the game yesterday, but Seahawks are doing pretty well. Well, how's life in general?
Good. I'm a write-in candidate for Congress. I don't think I'll beat my opponent, but it'll be interesting to see how many write-in signatures I can get.
Are you trying to raise money though before you just get on there as a write-on?
I've been raising money since August.
Did you raise them? How much did you raise?
$700.
And what did you spend it on campaign stuff?
Yeah, travel, food. Yeah.
Well.
And circulators.
What's that?
People that work for the campaign, they went out and got me signatures on my petitions.
Oh, I see. How many signatures do you have?
I had 1,600 something plus signatures, but they disqualified over 1,000 of them. So they kicked me off the ballot, and then I filled out a form called a write-in candidacy.
Yeah.
So I'm running as a write-in candidate. They have to literally type my name. There's no option to choose me.
So it doesn't sound like you have a very good chance then.
No, I don't have a very good chance, but it'll be interesting to see how many people I can connect with, because a lot of people are very angry with Darren LaHood, and I'm actually getting letters in the mail and phone calls and texts from people thanking me for running against him. So, yeah, it's encouraging.
I mean, if your name was on the ballot, then you would have had a good chance.
A good chance, because so many people would have flipped. A lot of Democrats would have voted for me because they don't want him in Congress anymore.
Yeah, because most people just choose, I think, either Democrat or Republican. They don't know anything about whoever is running anyway.
Exactly. They just choose their party.
Yeah, they just choose the party. Yeah. Well,
it's all right. I gave it my best shot. I got no regrets.
So what are you doing? Are you still working right now? Are you retired or what?
No, I got 2 pending lawsuits worth $230,000. We're going to see how those play out, and then figure out what I'm going to do. If I'm going to try to start applying for jobs or move somewhere. I might move to Miami, to South Beach, or to West Palm Beach. I don't know. I think, since I don't have a job here, I might as well move to a nicer place.
Yeah, I don't know why you're still there. Chicago's
yeah.
I don't know.
It's terrible. It's awful. It's horrible.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't excite me. That's for sure.
I did.
I mean, you got one of the cities with the most crime in the nation besides Seattle, and then you got this huge black population, right? That is not successful, and then what else? And isn't it a democratic city too?
Mm-hmm.
That? Yep. And the weather sucks. So
I know. I'm ready to leave.
You don't got much going for you.
I know. I'm ready to make a move, but I'm not in any rush. I'll wait. I might wait till next year. I'm not in any big rush because, March 15th is really the biggest real estate time. That's when, people start moving here for new jobs and stuff. So you compete for all the new people and the churn in the rental market. So I'll get all that squared away and then figure out.
You come down to Mexico this week. Why don't you come down for a few days?
You want me to fly down there and make passionate love to you?
No, just come hang out.
Oh, just come hang out. Nah, I'll take my chances over here where I can get some love. I like physical touch in my lovemaking. I don't like looking from a distance. There's so many pretty girls here. You have no idea. It's just I went out last night. I mean, all these girls are in college, but they're just so, beautiful. You're like, wow, just incredible.
Aren't they all covered up though with the weather?
In Chicago, they come dressed out like skanks.
Do they?
Even in the cold weather, they freeze. They just got no pain. They don't even care. They're crazy.
Do they wear a jacket or no?
No. They wear skirt. I mean, it's just crazy how these girls, it's dangerous. If the car breaks down, you could have, severe hypothermia and skin damage.
Really?
Yeah, it's dangerous. You gotta, when you drive, you gotta
get around. Do people just Uber everywhere?
People, Uber everywhere. And late at night, there's no Ubers, It's crazy. They kick everybody out of the bar. And there's not enough Ubers for everybody, so you got crazy people out there holding their arms, freezing to death, praying for an Uber.
Yeah, that doesn't sound exciting.
Yeah, it's horrible. I don't want to live here anymore. I want to live in a warm weather climate. I am gonna move. I'm not gonna live here. Everybody who moves out of Chicago to Florida or Arizona or California, etc., they always say I should have done it sooner. And they're so happy they did it.
I've been telling you that for years.
Yeah, but you live in Seattle, which is like the biggest. Your mayor is an open communist. Like you live in the most effed up city one of the most effed up cities in America.
Yeah, I know. No, I agree with you, but I'm not really there like that much, and I try not to be there. Actually, I can't stand like the way the city is like run and all that. But I'm in Mexico. I've been here for like a month and a half.
Wow.
I got a few days left, and then I don't know. I mean, it is beautiful here. Like it is like the weather here, John. You would love it. I mean, I got to take a video and just send it to you. But it is the most perfect weather in the winter of like any place like in the world. I mean, it's in the 80s during the day, like low 80s. It's not like super hot, but like hot enough that you're tanning, like hot enough, but not like unbearably hot. And then the evenings at night, it's like in the 70s. So literally, yeah, like I'll come out of the gym, like if I do work out in the evening, come out of the gym, it's warmer outside than inside. I need no jacket, nothing. Like, I mean, you got good, healthy food. People are nice here. You got a bunch of Canadians that come here for like 3 months at a time. The lady standing next to me, and so I don't know, like it's pretty nice down here.
Well, Canadians are the worst. They're the biggest brainwashed group of pussies ever.
I know. Do you know what's going on in Canada right now? It's also fucked up.
I know. They are just a bunch of they hate Trump. That's what it is. They're all Trump directions.
I know, but there's like some news like that came out of Canada yesterday. I'll send you some of that. I sent it to Sherry.
What about China?
Like, the China stuff and the EV cars and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, so Seattle's a shit city. But yeah, so I don't know about I don't know what else I can tell you.
Well, live your best life. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where else you would move to, because California's shit.
Definitely never moving back to California. The girl that I was in love with here, she's like, you don't want to move to California with me? I was like, no. I've already lived there. I'm not moving back there. She moved there, she got engaged, and she got married.
Who's that?
That was a girl in Chicago that I proposed, or I said I would love to marry. And then shortly thereafter, she got a new job. She moved. This was like 5 years ago at this point. But, I told her, if you move to Cali, maybe you'll meet some rich software executive at Facebook. And I swear to God, I think that's what happened.
Well, California, I mean, it's beautiful, but just the state's not like so.
Oh my God, the homeless population, the debt, like fuck that whole place. It needs to be torn to the ground and people need to be put in prison. The whole place is corrupt. These liberal Democrats are nothing but traitors and terrorists and scam artists. The fraud that has been uncovered just in Minneapolis, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
I know, it's so bad. So yeah, I mean, you got Florida that is run. Well, like I think about the governor.
Yeah.
DeSantis. But Florida is just so far, and the summers in Florida are terrible.
I don't care. I love the heat. I hate the cold. I love the heat. I know what it's like. I went to school in the South. The humidity comes through the window. It's crazy.
I know, and humidity when I was in Florida, like I could not even breathe outside. And then this guy that I was with, like he was going around showing me like his different houses that he owns. And he had to like leave the air conditioning running at these vacant homes because otherwise like the homes basically extinguished from like humidity.
Yeah.
It would be like getting wet and like the wood would warp and all this crazy stuff. Like, I mean, it was to the point where it was scary because, like, if God forbid, like, your electricity, you know, runs out, you know, shuts down, whatever, I mean, you literally would die. Like, it went through, like, it really did scare me. Like,
Yeah, well, that's.
I have never experienced anything like that.
I don't care. At least it's managed by normal people. You know, the police are normal. Everybody's more normal there. Like, and my dad already lives there, so.
I was going to say, your dad lives there, right?
Yeah.
Where?
Boynton Beach.
Where is that?
It's like near West Palm Beach.
Is that where you're going to go to? You close to him?
Yeah, West Palm Beach, where all the Jews are at.
Did he do anything Jewish?
Yeah.
Does he?
Yeah, he's married to a Jew.
I know. I'm just wondering if he's involved.
Yeah, my dad's very religious. He loves God. Yeah, I mean, yeah. We are my family on my dad's side are all rabbis. Yeah, Kitover means Kitover. That is good in Genesis, and the first Kitover moved to Israel in the 1700s. We're early Zionists. My grandmother was a hardcore Zionist who worked herself to death, giving money to Israel. Yeah, but when your mom was building the state, my grandmother was funding it. Yeah, charity. Come move to Florida with me. We'll get an apartment. Oh, I forgot. You already have kids and grandkids. I didn't know why I talked to you. You already have dogs. Just tell you, it's like impossible to tell people, oh, dogs. One dog, okay. But somebody that's got like 3 horses, 5 horses, it never works out. They're crazy people. I saw. I was like, what? Yeah. I'm like, this is crazy. It's too much. Solve all your problems, you can just, feed the crocodiles. 5 baby. I love you. Good luck. He turned into crocodile poop. Woo! 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 Oh, no! I know. I would love to be there with you right now.
Today I wanted to take her out and take her on a hike, but it's kind of a long way, like to get to this hike, because you gotta take a taxi to where like get to the little fishing boat, and then I gotta catch the fishing boat, and you go stay with the guy to like take us to like this bar beach that's like 20-30 minutes away, and then from there you take this hike to a waterfall, and
Everything in America has been killed. All you need is a man. I've done you 25 years. Yeah, but maybe in 2002, so 24 years. No, 2002, I think. Really? Oh, well, whatever, a year, okay. I'm just saying, I've done it a long time. 23 years, 22 years. Yeah, 20 years is a long time. That's a career. Immature, childish.
crazy how many women on these dating apps are single mothers and are recent single mothers. That means that they didn't even didn't even last a couple of years with the guy they had a kid with. So it's crazy that they're looking for some other guy to feed her and her baby. And they're like, I don't know how to date somebody with kids. It's crazy.
I know.
My sister got married to a guy with kids, but those kids were older, but nonetheless, they're still annoying. I think one of them still lives with them. I think she's doing good. She doesn't really tell me much. She can't have a baby. She's like fucking 50 years old. She's like almost 45. She's turning 45 next month. And he probably has a vasectomy. She was born in 1979. She's good. I just talked to her. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty nice though. Yeah, I like it there. Yeah, it's desert and mountain. Yeah, it's very nice. We could go there and visit her if you want sometime, but you probably want to leave after a couple hours. Why? Because hanging out with my mom for more than a couple hours could result in hair loss or a migraine. Yeah. It's fun. Yeah, it's just like everything. Yeah, she's still alive. She just hit 100. Yeah. No, she lives in a nice assisted living facility. She spends $10,000 a month living there. Yeah. She could come live here with me for $10,000. Yes, she's got it going on. Yeah. Her health is pretty good. Nobody gets along. Nobody gets along. I can talk to her again, but when I talk to my mom, I've like recorded myself talking to her, and I kind of regret the way that I talked to her in the past because I didn't really know. Basically, she like calls me up to like get her guilty. Like she talks to me like she's on a conference call with like friends or people who are just like having conversations. I'm just saying that I now am like not. I don't get angry when I talk to her because I don't think she's even aware. And half the time, my mom is just like very imaginative. She'll just start making shit up all the time. And it's just her imagination. It's just her brain working. So, I just don't get angry anymore. And actually, I'm just happy because like I don't get angry anymore, in the way that I used to. Like she can't push my buttons. I'm just along for the ride. There's no reason to have conflict with her. It's just like let her be. If she wants to be a horrible, awful, terrible, obnoxious person, just let her do it. Like I'm not getting angry about it. Just live your best life.
Yeah, well, this is different. This is like, I mean, this is literally just like riding my parents up, and like, New Year's Eve has to have me on the floor, just, not only falling, but like super material, like, can't defend myself, and it hurt my dad and hurt someone. Just like, and the whole thing, like, just starting it from.
This is so childish. It's like you never grew up from being 12 years old.
No, it's like I am not gonna ever second time she's done this shit, and I'm not gonna let it talk about like next time it's gonna be broken bones or 24 hours in that food or something.
No, just you yourself are your own worst enemy. The fact that she is physically assaulting you is bizarre, insane, and crazy. You need to take a step back and let your sister cool off because she's using you as her punching bag. Because she herself is so fucked up with stress.
Exactly, but it's like she has like my parents come out often.
Yeah, that's the way it works. That's the way it works. You can't stop that. She's got children and grandchildren now, so like, you're the beta orbit. You're the one orbiting her family, unfortunately, as opposed to like both of you orbiting each other. You got no family. Like, you got no hand. That's your problem. You got no hand in the relationship.
No, but because she has kids, she has my parents still going around with little fingers.
Yeah, the way that cookie crumbles. Welcome to the cookie.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I'm pissed. And like that's what started my years.
Well, fuck it. Why would you even want to spend time with somebody who does it? It's crazy.
No, exactly. I'm not up to that shit.
Yeah. I mean, I would never lay a hand on I would never lay a hand on my sister. That would, that would be extremely deranged and bizarre and violent, psychotic. No way. I have angst against my sister.
But the worst part is that she was trying to say I was the one to be born.
Yeah, she's a manipulative bitch.
One manipulative bitch. And then my parents come coming after me. I was like, I'm going to start to try and it's like shit. Unbelievable. So she thinks she's so jealous of me. They come down in these weird ways.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not around her that much back home, but it just happens like,
Just know your boundaries, keep your distance, and don't let her invade your territory. But at the same time, if she's going to invade, you need to retreat. You can't be this aggressive ninja fighter that you think you are, because it'll destroy you. You have to retreat. That's how the Chinese win wars. They retreat. They don't go into the battle and keep fighting. They retreat and retreat and retreat, and they wear down their enemy by withdrawal. That's the way you can win. It's the way of preserving energy. I'm telling you, you don't have wisdom, Danielle. You are as stupid as your sister. That's the tragedy.
oh no, I know.
I try not to be like my sister. My sister can be very passive aggressive. And, I just want to meditate in peace and be happy. I don't want conflict. And you have conflict all the time. Why? Because you're just as stupid as your sister. I shouldn't say you're stupid. You're a fool. And you have to mature and do more personal development. Read more Toyota. A lot of these Jews don't even read Toyota. They're just Jews, but they don't read. They don't even read. You gotta read more, Daniel. You don't even have a book with you to contemplate. You got no personal tool for self-development. You need to get a good wisdom book.
You're right, John. You are right about that.
Read the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe. That's the smartest Jewish book. That's what the Chabadniks all read. It's called Tanya. It's the sister of the Torah. It's called Tanya. Yeah, it's called Tanya. It's written by the Alter Rebbe, the founder of Hasidism. It's so smart because there's things you don't realize, and that's what's causing you conflict.
Yeah.
You need more wisdom, more intelligence.
It's one thing you do with this her picture, but it's like she's on my parents' lap on the little finger, and now it's just like it's so disturbing.
Yeah, the only way to unravel that is to literally withdraw, because you make the wrapping even tighter when you increase the pressure. So your problem is your communication is all fucked up. You have a failure to communicate. You have to work on your own personal peace, and when you increase your own personal peace, you will increase their peace, because you will see they can't shake you the way they shake you. They're fucking with you. They're playing games with you, and the only way to play the next level game is not to play their game. It's to transcend what they're doing, because they're stuck in their own stupidity. You will never fix that, Daniel. You can only fix yourself.
Yeah, it's very sad.
It's not sad, it's a fact, it's a truth. It's something to be aware of. And when you're aware of it, you will transcend it, and it will heal itself. Because you have to work on healing. Healing yourself, integrating yourself. These things won't bother you in the future if you work on yourself. The self is all important. You're not working on yourself, that's why you're having all this problem. It's a misery. You got a beautiful family. It's tragedy. You could be so. It's beautiful because it's rare. You have nieces and nephews, your sisters and great children. That's a miracle. You would be a super bitch if you had kids. You would be the biggest bitch in the world. That's what bears do. Mama bears are gonna ferocious. Mama bears are violent. They eat anything. It's the natural kingdom, Danielle. It's the natural order of the world. It's the jungle. We live in a jungle. This is all primate behavior, Danielle. No, I'm exhausted. You're stressing me out. I gotta go to the gym. Okay, take care.
because the national debt adds us. It stacks up like places the same, but eventually the secret will close. We can't just pop around and turn off the tap everything. That's how we all agree on something. Yeah, right in John Kitover. Fresh choice, fresh start. There, sign and seal. My turn. And you all together, we can make it happen. Let's do it. Well, listen, the number that's got to be shaking my head is 34 trillion. That's where the national debt sits right now. It's a wall of zeros. We feel the interest rates collapsing. That's how we all agree on something. Yeah, right in John Kitover. Registering voters and collecting signatures, registering all the Republican and Democrat machines. Want to add to that? Yeah, absolutely. Billions national debt adds us. It stacks up like places the same.
Sounds right.
Yeah, when John Kitover and John Kitover.
for Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. I do want to ask you about USA. Comments that Bill Gates made. I say to people who criticize me for supporting Israel, you're crazy. You know why I support Israel? Because Israel and the Jewish faith. Is worth it. And I support people that are worth it. You know what I say to people? Would you swear on the Bible that you want them to live? Okay, let's your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Say I, individual, affirm, under penalty of eternal damnation, I'll come to the call for Canada. You're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it. Now, I know you said the Bible as the gospel that is in the It was definitely Nick Sherman's work in Minnesota, and when he started showing up in daycares, I'm like, you know what? Anything. We have a similar situation going on here in California. What I did was I went straight to the source. I went to Gavin's Department of Child Services. I started reviewing reports, and these were from inspectors that were showing up to licensed daycares. They were licensed for 8 kids, for 15 kids, 21, 28. And on the reports, it clearly says, 28 kids alone. But then the state would show up unannounced, sometimes within just 8 days, and there were 0 kids there. What are the odds? In the middle of the day, in the middle of the week, during normal business hours, that's when I started calling them ghost daycares. What do you do? They're like, no. Right? Yeah. The state. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. Right. John Kitover. John Kitover. Right. John Kitover. Right? Yeah. John Kitover. He's off, right? How can he then claim children and wealth as his own? Soon as it's to the fool, freeing himself. Some of the things that they want to see in this are all these are better representation. I'm trying to organize it. They shall be out here to be from John. Time is tired. It's the farthest. Federal Reserve sets
of evolution, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we don't have more humans. Our race declines. Therefore, it is a negative.
Beneficial. It's not
beneficial to the collective. So as a human family, we start to die out. That could be that is one like naturalist argument against it.
Yeah.
Which even an atheist will not like deny. And the second thing would be like somehow the act seems to like not follow the principle of harm, and because of like tear in like the tissues in the bum area, the rectum. So and then because in the 50s and the 60s it was such a taboo for whatever biblical, Quranic, or whatever the heck reasons, and considered a disease, these men were necessarily like forced to marry women, and yet engaged in behind the freaking curtain acts of homosexuality because of their natural urges. And when they slept with their wives, and if they caught AIDS, then the wife would die unjustly, right? Because there was no, good enough cure at the time. So that could be like another reason of like one can make the argument for injustice. So it's not beneficial for the collective. I've really thought about it.
Yeah, those are good points.
But however, like discrimination, otherizing, killing, freaking electric shock, therapies that were being done in the freaking 30s and 40s and 50s, 60s. This is inhumane. And where we are now, I think with the homosexual community is the best that they have been in. And they've enjoyed.
We want to know more about the stuff going on in Iran. Why is there such like confusion? For example, like there's people that are like totally against the government, and then there's people that are for the government.
Bob, Iran is probably the most complicated like geopolitical issue that you have to like dissect, and it's like a freaking spider web. It's so intricately built, and yet like with a single freaking stone or injury to the web, the whole thing collapses, then makes itself up, makes itself up. So the region is freaking rich. Like my country is so rich in petroleum and gas that I remember just a few years ago when I visited, and years before that, and even when I lived, when you enter Tehran and get off the plane, you smell petroleum. Like you get that, the whole country smells like freaking a gas station. And gas also is free, like the gas at home that you use to cook your, food with. Everyone from like whatever 50, 60 years has been just getting free gas. So the region is very rich in resources. However, with the going of the replacement of one man with another, which by the way America helped do, the getting rid of the Shah and bringing in of Khomeini, when Khomeini turned his back to the West and said F off, we're not going to be we're not going to be subjugated. Sanctions began, detachment, otherizing, whatever. This country has been self-sufficient for the past 50 years. What you see now is not just the application of Islam gone bad, but a product of like a 9-year freaking long ass war, which led me and my family to leave the country. But also, and by the way, the quick rebuilding of it after being completely destroyed after the war. However, the corruption that has set in within the system, the sanctions that have pressurized people like so much that they can eat meat like just once a week. And similarly, in the time of Shah, the uprising happened because the poor started to call out. He would have these huge banquets and call all international guests and Persepolis and have like cutlery made of gold and all this lavishry. And on one side, and then poverty amongst like people in villages on the other. Uprising in Iran has always happened by the lower income classes. So this again is happening. However, there's also like no social freedoms were given to a group of people who are just innately built free for philosophy, for art, for sciences, for, we seek freedom way more than someone in Saudi Arabia or someone in freaking any Arab country. The temperament of the country is set towards freedom. And when you take that away and enforce like principles such as freaking hijab, say, for example, even on like Christians and Jews and stuff, although worn very badly, like it doesn't serve the purpose, right? It's just like a thin piece of cloth on the head because it is the law. There's going to be an uprising, Pockets are empty. Freaking social freedom isn't given to the extent that it is desired. And then you have external pressures such as America and Israel and God knows how many other countries and factions that are Iranian outside of Iran that want it to topple, such as like Mujahideen Khalq, many others who wanted power in Iran right after the Shah or the king, the monarch. That's what's happening. And all of these other groups, along with all others that are interested in the region for whatever reason, are waiting for a topple. So something new comes forth. That's what it is. And there is brutality, there is tyranny, like amongst the government agents and how they freaking treat protesters. Now, can we say there are other agents within it that are like, allowing for this to happen? Yeah, sure. Plus, Iran has had its proxies that have been helping like downtrodden countries that needed help over a long period of time, for which like such as Palestine, such as Lebanon, etc., the Houthis in Yemen, etc. So then the Iranian people are like, why are these millions and billions going outside of the country to help like others whilst you're not helping your own people? I mean, 10 years, 20 years, it's fine, but over like 40, 50 years when you're doing the same thing, people are going to have an uprising, right? And the other fucking shitty thing they do is to cut off the internet. Whilst like the diaspora is shitting bricks, thinking like, where's my mother? Where's my freaking aunt, my grandmother? They could have just been, whatever, shopping outside and gotten hit, God forbid. So there's a lot of anxiety too that happens during these times.
Yeah, it seems kind of stressful, man.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to begin.
And I believe Hashemi was telling me yesterday, one of my Iranian friends, he's like, fuck, man, they're like turning off the lights, okay? And they're shooting in darkness. But think about it. Like, at least when you have the freaking street lights on, you know that you can duck somewhere. Or that, you've tried hard for your survival. Fuck, you don't know when that bullet's going to come get your head.
Yeah.
Do you realize the free fear?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if they allow it.
It's just fascism, that's all it is. In the name of religion.
You don't think they're going to run out of money?
Are you kidding me? these guys are built of millions, billions. So
the U.S. government could give sanctions where they'll eat up their reserves in there.
Of course, the poor are going to run out. The poor are going to run out, not the government agents. No, fuck no. So because of the corruption, this has happened. Even though there were sanctions, somehow the Iranians had learned how to make every freaking thing within Iran. So self-sustaining powers are just huge within the Persian race because of like prior invasions and the large scale of the empire and stuff. So it's a very self-sufficient sort of system, and people very productive and highly skilled and ambitious.
Russia has the same thing shit too.
Right.
Russia has that same attitude. Yeah.
Because what do you do in terms of like...
What else can you do?
Yeah. So then the rich became richer, and the gap between the extreme rich and the extreme poor is just increased. The ones who are going to suffer are going to be the just the poor people in the villages and stuff. And then with the advent of the internet, like every Iranian kid, a Gen Z kid is like watching the world progress, right? He too wants to like do the same. And then when he's making product, he's inventing, etc., but he can't freaking sell it because the US doesn't allow for any other country that it freaking allies with to interact with them. It's a sick form of bullying too.
Yeah. They're so good at it. US is so good at it too.
Yeah, just destructive. We are so destructive as a force. We are not good with nation building, but we're great with nation destruction.
Well, this is why I try to tell you, man. That book that they follow is the main problem. Because it's designed for the people to fail. I mean, look at it. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. Is the more and more I do research on this stuff, and I'm not trying to say it's like, oh, because he's fake or he's a fake prophet or try to shit on them. They have not had a preservation sort of culture in a long time. They don't have a preservation culture like the West, and because they got invaded, all of Europe. And with this book, they made sure it's never going to happen again. They made sure that it's never going to happen again, and that if it does, it's going to be easy to dismantle. Look.
I also heard yesterday that a lot of like Canadian Persians are converting to like Christianity, etc., which would be like a natural transition from Shia Islam to Christianity. They're basically extremely similar, like in worldview, in mannerism, etc., right? So
well, if we think about a transition, right? So they used to be allies to the United States. Remember when you were fighting the Russians? Was it Iran? Is it Iran?
No.
Or we trained you guys, or was it Iraq? Were they training with the fighters? Was it Iraq? I don't think it was Iran.
At what time? At what time?
In the 70s?
Yeah, Iran.
It was Iran, right? So it was the
79.
19th. Yes. So back then, they trained the pilots with some of the best pilots the United States has ever trained on the F-14, and they got the most kills. This is prior to the revolution. With the with that specific plane, the F-14. I mean, they kicked ass, man. They learned quick. These men. There was only one guy. There was one guy that took out. I think it was like 12. That was a lot back then. Dude he was like the real Top Gun. Like there, you can look it up. He's like the Iranian gun sort of guy. And the U.S. had a really good relationship, but then something went south.
Shah showed his back towards the end. He too sort of evaded because he was the ultimate puppet Iran has ever seen, like, to the West. And towards the end, he was like, F off. And he also, like, showed his back to the Zionists. This was towards the end. And they had to take him out. They make you. We make people, and then we destroy them. Be my friend. God forbid you turn your back once and go your own way. We will take you down. That's who we are.
Well.
Oh well. That's who we are.
You should be more like the Persians need to bring back their own culture back. Fuck the religion.
Yeah, exactly, man. Religion is truly the opium for the masses. Truly, Karl Marx was right about this. Or just separate church and state. Because Persians are very God-loving, to be honest, and have always had that very intrinsic to their culture. Whether they've been Zoroastrian, Christian, Jew, or any such thing, there's always been an affinity for this thing called God. It's not a godless society at all. Right? It has affinity for God as a principle. Or spirituality of some sort. You've always seen some form of it or the other from, like, time immemorial in its people, in my people. So when and that element of godlessness or atheism is not befitting. You know how certain personalities cannot be not godly?
Yeah.
Yeah, so countries are like that too. Works well perhaps with, like, communist countries and stuff where there's no drive for God itself.
Like Sweden.
Correct. Even China and these places. There's just no drive for that. Worship or love or philosophy or things like that. Analytical societies. But philosophical societies or peoples will always have an affinity to this thing called God. And surely a godly society is way better than a godless society in some form or the other. But separate the freaking two with the advent of Christianity, I think, or the reform that came in, the separation of the two, again, that was a very good reform within Christianity.
Oh, yeah. You kidding?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't want to go to that anymore. Even Catholics loved it.
Yeah.
Like, I think, we can't even argue, really, and blame the Protestants, right?
Yeah.
We would, like, they would be people that would just put the kind of, like, give the blame to ourselves, right? We were the reason why this revolt or protest started. Maybe it was something within that we should blame ourselves to make sure something like this doesn't happen again. And that's the preventative measures that the church uses. They look within.
Yeah.
And I think that's important,
That is reform, yeah.
Now, are they perfect? No. They're not perfect. Far. Not perfect.
But they did go all fucking crazy. I remember I was a kid and we were walking once by the University of Tehran and with my aunt, and then her friend, very, very pretty. Most Persian women are, like, highly beautiful. And she fucking had these bright red nails, I remember. Like these long, sharp, bright red nails. She's young and beautiful. She's going to university. Fucking a car. I'm still traumatized. This is why I never wear my nails red. Because I have anxiety because of that incident. And this car pulled by. A lady came out. She said something in the girl's ear. And then the girl went in, my aunt's friend. Fuck, bath. I sat there and I watched it. And she sat in the car. So kind of like Tupperware box was brought out. Okay? Her fucking hands were put in it. There were cockroaches in it.
Really?
Fuck. Like, even now when I think about it, I feel like vomiting because of the anxiety that runs through me. Yeah, and then she came up and we all just walked away like a mundane event.
That's the conditioning.
Yeah, but, and then this thing, I mean, it was a period of time this was happening, and then it completely like stopped. And you were not seeing any more of these freaking moral policing. It was for like a few years this was happening. And I was a fucking kid. And my eyes were like, I remember how shocked I was. And we just walked away. She didn't say a thing. My aunt didn't say a thing. It's fucked up.
Yeah, but it's like, it's, you know, that's the part, right? That's the part where I start to tell myself where there's other powers that be that want that are using Islam. I don't think the goal is to get rid of Islam. It's to strengthen it. Listen, the more you prove that it's not true, the stronger it gets. So there's no point. The problem is that people have power.
Nothing to
people
do
have
with
power.
Islam.
The people have power. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It has to do with control.
Yeah.
That's why when I do my research and I'm doing my stuff, it's embedded, right? Listen to the subliminal message. It's never been changed. It's exactly like it was in the beginning. They're going to hold to this with no evidence whatsoever. They're going to hold to this. And that is the subliminal message, man. It's deeper than that. I'm telling you, a lot of people see this with the Bible too. That's why when they look at this text, they're like, man, this has been modified. This has been controlled by somebody. There's just no way how cryptic it is. It just keeps changing. You know, it's made for a specific audience, you know?
Mm. Like even till today, I see any chick with red nails, I just put my head down or turn my head away. Like that's how impactful things like this are, I think. It is control, obviously.
Christianity has this. They have Christianity has people controlled. Look at the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the U.S. Everyone pays their taxes. Everyone minds their business. It's a consumer reality. You know,
it's not a real Christian state. America I don't think it can qualify as like a real Christian state. What were Christian states, like godly states, were probably during the Victorian period. And then for a few years that followed it, European societies, 18th, 19th century and prior, like these actually enforced and enacted and lived that way. Now, were there freaking mass killings, massacres because of differences in thought within Christianity? Hell yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think Christians are killing as much as the Islam people.
Yeah, definitely. But they were concentrated killings for a short period of time in history, but large numbers, and then it died out because I think Christianity soon realized that, at least the papacy realized this is not the way. The numbers would dwindle, and just, this is not the way of the Lord.
But it's the way of Islam.
Yeah,
that's the weird part. The weird part, right? You can't get rid of Islam anymore, man. You gotta stay.
So Saudi,
you just have to kick it out of your state. You just have to kick it out of your state.
Or you have to separate it. Yeah, or separate it from freaking state. like have the church on its own and people functioning how the heck they want. Because if you see like societies like Turkey and these places that I've been to, Dubai and not Saudi,
they want nothing to do with Islam. They've separated
in Dubai
completely.
Yeah. I've lived 1 year in Dubai.
How's that?
We didn't like it. It's nothing but just hedonism. That's all it is. It's Vegas.
It's what?
Vegas.
Oh wow.
But just more sophisticated and fine. We're very fine. You're living like in a very rich culture of like India, and these people are very hospitable.
And that's like the whole country. And that's the whole area because it's small, right? It's not really that big.
Tiny.
It's like Jersey.
Yeah, it's Qatar, and yes, it's basically a Jersey. But the advantage is Nyla, for example, no freaking anxiety of theft.
Sure.
I remember once we got our washing machine from the mall, left it outside the store, came back in the morning and picked it up. Just we left it in the mall somewhere. Yeah, because no one touches your shit. Like you can leave your doors freaking open.
You think
we'll come back
that's like mainly?
No one would have touched it.
You think that's mainly due to like
punishment?
There's just a lot more punishment. Gets more.
Yeah, you're figuring out you.
For richer people in that area.
Mostly people are rich there, but the workers there too would never do such a thing. They don't discriminate. The law is the law.
Yeah.
I think they paralyze the finger.
No, I'm sure the law definitely helps.
Yeah, that helps. Then the safety for like women, for example, because any sort of like.
I think they overplayed that though. Because honestly, like in the neighborhood where I live in,
yeah,
it's a nice suburb. I mean, so like theft is not. I mean, I don't know the stats, right? But as far as like I've seen people leave, like I've left my car door wide open, and nothing was stolen out my car. I know my garage, my neighbors, they've left their garage door open literally 24 hours for a year straight. And then like
in my area too. Like I hardly lock my door ever because of the freaking amount of cameras around where I live, gated community, etc. But then I'm paying for
I think it's like that and the people that really make the biggest impact.
It's a huge problem, but who
Yeah,
likes George Soros?
but we also pay HOAs and stuff. So
Yeah. Useless leaders
like you're paying for $400 to $600 a month just for that security.
Massive control within the country.
Nothing is free.
Congress delegated authority out so much. They essentially made the executive branch the most important branch in the country.
Like,
that's very interesting.
And they also captured all
even
the other
in
sections of
Iran,
it because
like
they just
to
let them
walk
do whatever
at
they want.
2 in the morning on the streets is not a problem at all. I can just get up as a woman, start walking from Tehran and go to Isfahan.
Yep.
And no one will come close to you. Similarly in other Muslim countries.
And there's one thing that's really bothering me.
Or
Right?
whatever.
I'm going to bring this up gently.
Death,
okay, but I feel like much like
for rape
people,
or any sort of injury to a woman.
and it's really bothering me. And feel free to shoot me down and tell me I'm wrong because I would love to be wrong on this. But other than ICE being involved, right, and them having the target of ICE, other than them having the target of like what was happening with George Floyd, or the other times that Minnesota has literally been on fire by its own citizens and protesters, okay? Everybody's acting like, oh my God, have you seen what is going on in Minnesota? Oh my God, this is terrible. This is the worst thing that's ever happened. What are you talking about? Right? Like, I understand it's bad. I understand they're rioting. Right? I understand they're targeting police, but like, they've done that before. Right? Do you remember when they were looting entire entire buildings and literally torching them, torching entire cities in Minnesota, like having Tim Walz's wife says that she sleeps with the window open in the summer so she can smell the smell of burning tires because she loves it. They support the protester. I feel like they are almost like everybody is hyping this up that it's like, oh my God, this is so unprecedented. We have to do something. Like, is this really unprecedented? Is this really the worst rioting we've seen? Or, like, again, are we being forced or sped up to make decisions because that's what they want us to do? Because, like, I don't see anything, like, that bad that I've never seen before coming out of Minnesota, guys.
Well, and part of the problem with that, Jen, is that we've now all gotten used to it, which is crazy. It's really, to be honest, it's nuts. I mean, it's the fact that we are now in a scenario where we actually really have gotten to the point that it is a desensitized thing. This is not normal stuff. I mean, this isn't stuff that we grew up with in the 90s and the early 2000s. This came about in the past 10, 15 years of them doing this. Now, of course, it happened before. It happened in the 70s. It happened under the Weather Underground. It happened back then. But
it did happen with WTO as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened. It's happened before, but the deal is it's been a period of reasonable calm up until we got to this point, and now things are just popping off like crazy again.
Yeah, but Summer of Love, Walter?
No, I know.
There was multiple riots happening, right?
No, I agree with you there. I mean, my point is that it's not necessarily that. It's that we've gotten desensitized to the point that this stuff shouldn't happen in the first place. It is happening, and it's been happening, and we're all used to it now, but it shouldn't be happening is what the point is.
If they wanted to stop it, they could. Point of order, moderator, point of order. This is all funded by NGOs and USAID and Soros, and if we had the willpower, we could shut it down within weeks by doing mass arrests and ending this fucking nonsense.
Okay, that we've established that, but what I'm saying is I feel like we are being, like, hyped up to, like, be forced into making quick decisions, and when you make quick decisions, you make bad decisions. Right? Like, what is happening in Minnesota that we haven't seen in the past 10 to 15 years that we should all be like, oh my God, this is so bad? Like, what is the quick decision you're afraid of?
The idea is that she's on the same page that I am at, which is that the Insurrection Act, this is what the Democrats want. Okay, they want the Insurrection Act. They're just going to play into their narrative, and that's what they're hoping that we get, the Insurrection Act. They're desperate for it. They're obviously pushing for it. What I've been telling people, really, here's what they really want, guys. What they want, more than anything, and this is cynical, but this is true, they want a Kent State moment. That's what they're aiming for. They want federal law enforcement to shoot protesters in the streets so that way they can absolutely shred the country up and saying, look what's happening. That's what they want. They are desperate for it. They are absolutely desperate for it because that's the number one narrative that they've been trying to push. That's why they push it so far. In every single area, they attack ICE so often, so much. And the deal is that now, because ICE has a ton of funding, they actually have the ability to end the training to be able to deal with it pretty effectively without having to go to super violent. But the deal is,
Walter, remember, you're right on. You're right on, Walter. You're right on because Kent State, remember, it was a woman who was shot.
Yeah, well, the deal is,
and why would we give them? What have we witnessed in the past couple weeks that we really should be all up in arms, being like, oh my God, we have to stop this? Like, y'all let your cities burn for almost an entire year when everybody was supposed to be inside because, oh my God, COVID, right? So, like, what is happening here? Because, like, I get it's bad, and the only injection is the ICE officers, but they were targeting police. They were taking over entire police stations before. They had Chaz. They had this. Like, what is so really bad happening that we should be? Oh my God, President Trump, get the Insurrection Act. Like, what?
Well, the deal is that they're hoping that he goes as far as it needs. I think part of the problem is that in 2020, you probably should have used the Insurrection Act to put down something cool. The ridiculous unrest then, it should have been used, but it wasn't. And the deal is maybe they're hoping that Trump's going to have the ability to do it this time. I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm not sure that the action of the Insurrection Act is the best choice. I just know that at some point we have to do something. And the problem, again, I have is that at the end of the day, the DOJ is where we should be seeing some more major action, and they're just not doing it. Okay, I got to get to some hands here. Go ahead, Tom. You had your hand up for a minute. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good to see you. I'm glad you spoke about Congress and the need to reform it. And things aren't all bad news. We are about to retire Senator John Cornyn, who's been there forever and ever. And we're going to replace him with somebody that's much more to our appetite. A man named Ken Paxton is going to be the senator from Texas that everybody really appreciates. He is currently the Attorney General, but I'm happy that we're going to make progress there. We're also going to make progress in the House of Representatives here in Texas. We're going to send Dan Crenshaw packing. And whether you think Wesley Hunt's a good guy or not, he missed a lot of votes, especially this past year. I mean, a ton of votes. And, he may be campaigning with President Trump and all these great things, but last time I checked, if I was going to go be a member of Congress, I would actually want to be there to exercise my authority as a congressman, represent my people, and actually show up to vote. So we're going to be replacing him, too, with somebody that's way better. Are good things that are happening. I know personally around me here in Texas there are. I wish that was the case everywhere else, and we could get things like the SAVE Act passed, and we didn't have to worry about people like Senator Katie Britt from Alabama. I don't know why we should have to worry about anything from anyone in Alabama ever when we have control of the White House. But we have a Congress, and that's just a shining example. A lot of people say that people perhaps like Britt or other people that are not choosing to vote yes on the SAVE Act, which is, abomination. But these people, they must be choosing to not support it because they have families that are tied up in it somehow. It's some NGO or tied up in some organization or somewhere. Somebody in their organization is on the payroll. These very strange situations where you have Republicans that should definitely be voting for things that aren't, and it's repeatedly, and it always turns out to be some money connection, unfortunately. And you find out these people, they ran as some MAGA candidate, but they're just as bad as Mitch McConnell, or they're just as bad as John Thune. And you're just wondering, what are they doing there? Or Tom Tillis, he's another terrible one. And the only thing I can think of to solve this problem with the NRSC spending tens of millions of dollars on people like John Cornyn, which they did. They just did. Tens of millions of dollars trying to prop up somebody that they knew was going to get blown out of the water, right? That's what makes these Senate races so damn expensive. And I'm glad we don't have to deal with them, but I'm looking forward to taking care of people like Lisa Murkowski, even if we have to rearrange the way things are done in Alaska. We will have Texas Senate seats taken care of for now, and we can go point our firepower, which means our people, our volunteers, and our money toward places where we need to be pointing them amongst the worst, and maybe we can get the House of Representatives cleaned up, and maybe, just maybe, we can get some of these Democrats that masquerade as Republicans and, basically effectively hold Republicans away from having any kind of conservative senator whatsoever in places like Maine and Alaska. I know that people are just like, oh, Tom, that's a lost cause. I think we need to change our mindset on that. And I don't care if we have to relocate companies to Maine and Alaska and start moving people around. Things have to change. This is unacceptable. These people are not acting like America First Republicans. They're voting like Democrats. And I don't want to deal with this anymore. Not in the U.S. Senate. I'm tired of it. Our country is not going to be a country anymore if we keep going down this road. So thank you for focusing on the Congress in our upcoming primaries. Primary election day, Super Tuesday, March 3rd here in Texas and in many other states across the country. Figure out who's running in your district and who's running in your state, who you can help out. And if you need any questions answered from me, I'd be happy to help you out. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom, and you're absolutely right. I mean, we got to get these people out, and I am happy that your primary candidate that you're going to have to run against in Texas looks like it's going to be Jasmine Crockett, who was just out there. She was campaigning with the drag queen, so I'm sure that's going to do really well in Texas. Good job, Jasmine. I'm proud of you. That guy was beautiful. Make sure you bring him to all of your rallies from here forward. I expect him to be your key spokesperson. I really need that guy out there regularly. That's going to do really well in Texas. I couldn't be more amazed at how well that campaign's going. Okay, go ahead, No Quarter.
Good to see you all. Good to hear you anyway. Jen, it's been a minute. Good stuff you got going here, both of you, Jen and Walt. Just wanted to touch on what you were saying. Jen is right, absolutely right, in the fact that it's been worse. And what you're seeing on TV has been worse. But I don't know that we've ever discovered that we've had this amount of money being stolen from the taxpayers. And I don't know that we've ever had, this amount of national involvement with the inspectors coming in or investigators coming in and investigating the entire government, including the judicial system here. So, we have that. You're right in saying that it's our fault, it's the people's fault for not getting involved, and that's what we need to do. We got caucus coming up here in February 3rd, and that's how you're going to become delegates, and that's how you're going to participate at the highest level. But the difference, I would say, in what happened in 2020 and what's happening now is the simple fact that we they're noticing on the national level that we have our entire system has gone rogue. And that needs, and the only way, and the only reason why I joined, one of the main reasons why I joined American Mission some time ago is because I knew that in order for Minnesota to straighten out in any form, that there would have to be involvement on the national level. Because internally the system is completely corrupt. So I think understanding all over now how bad it is here in Minnesota, and the fact that if we don't get some indictments on the from the governor down, then none of it's going to matter anyway. So anyway, the point I wanted to make is the fact that you can elaborate on that. Well, the fact that we have an entire government and our judicial system and our law enforcement is corrupt.
The corruption runs very deep, and I guess the biggest part about it to me is you mentioned something that's the most important is, we have a absolute desert of accountability in this country, and that's a huge problem to me. We don't have accountability for the lawlessness. We don't have accountability for the complete disrespect that has happened to the judicial system, to the Americans' constitutional rights. All of these things are huge problems to me, and they're actually the most important problems, really. But we have no accountability for the lawless actions of rogue administrations and rogue bureaucrats and federal agencies with 3 letters.
Well, Walter,
it's gone on for far too long.
So a couple hours ago, the House Judiciary Committee said that they're going to be holding Hillary and Bill in contempt this Wednesday.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure they're shaking in their multi-million-dollar house. I'm sure they're terrified. The deal is that unless something happens, the problem is you have to have a DOJ that is willing to move on that. Okay, so they can do all of the contempt and everything they want. They can hold as many hearings as they want. They can do all this stuff, but all they do at the end of the day is they refer to the DOJ. That's all that happens. So if the DOJ is going to actually move and actually do something and arrest them, if we see Hillary Clinton in handcuffs and Bill Clinton in handcuffs for contempt of Congress, then I will be, then I'll say something might actually be happening. But right now we're on the something probably won't happen part of the meter. Nothing ever happens. What's the meter at? It's like nothing ever happens. Something might happen. Something is probably going to happen. That's the meter. So we're on something that nothing ever happens is where we're at still on the meter. I'm not going to hold my breath to see Hillary Clinton in handcuffs. As much as I would enjoy it, I doubt it.
Has anybody checked to see if they're still in the country?
That's a good question. I know that it was pretty funny when the country of origin stuff came out. Where what's his name? Alex Soros was listed. Niger. Where Niger is? And Niger happens to be one of the few countries we have in the world that does not have an extradition treaty with the United States of America.
Yeah, she's there with Chelsea Clinton or something, to be honest with you. I saw that. But, Jen, the one thing I did want to say is we don't have to check if these people are out of the country. It's a former, Secretary of State, and it's also a former president, right? So Secret Service is literally with them. We know exactly where they are at all times. It's not like we don't. That's the thing. When they're getting held in contempt of court, it's not us saying, "Oh, we don't know where they are. We can't believe it." No, all Trump has to do is let me pick up the phone and say, "Where's Bill?" And they're gonna say, "Oh, I'm with them right now at the ranch. What do you need from him?"
Really at? Someone on the line.
Jordan, what I'm saying is the one thing the Clintons really don't want is to be in handcuffs, because at that moment Discovery takes over and it gets real interesting, right? So if the Congress is ballsy enough to say, yeah, we're going to hold you in contempt and send it to the DOJ, at that moment right now, I mean, maybe if they control Pam Bondi, but you have Donald Trump in the office, right? Like, do you not, like, I would be a little more scared of a Trump held in contempt than like any other president.
Well, and then the other thing you got to think about in the long calculus of this is the Democrats might just throw the Clintons under the bus because they don't care anymore. So, you know, you've got the option.
Exactly.
Yeah, they might throw the Clintons under the bus, but here's the problem with that is if they go forward with it, you arrest the Clintons for contempt of Congress, and then you do all that, and then the left gets back in charge. They will arrest all of us, just so you're aware.
Well, remember...
Don't do that without the Clintons.
Well, hold on a second. Remember a couple of months ago, Hillary Clinton, didn't she come out and say that if you take me down, I'm taking everybody with me?
Oh, God, yeah, I remember that. That was beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Yeah, I hope that happens. You know, we'll see. I mean, the body count around the Clintons is very astronomical, so everyone needs to be a little bit aware of that. So I assume that, you know, that should be pretty interesting when that happens, if it happens. What were you saying, No Quarter?
I was just going to give up this mic and just say thanks for letting me speak here. So
it's good to hear from you, man. It's been a minute. I'm good to hear from you. Always want to hear from you. You're more than welcome to come back anytime. I don't know if you guys are aware, but those who don't know, the Political Theater is a weeknight show that runs on X every night, weeknights at 9 p.m. So you guys can always come in here. The show is on every day of the week, pretty much. Even if we're traveling, there's a live video version of it. You can always go to WCDispatch.com. And that's where the live video version of the show goes. We do the weekends editions where it's just audio, but there is a live video aspect of the show that is during the week. We have both the space and the live video that runs during the week. So you guys can always tune in here on X, or you can go to WCDispatch.com and check it out there. And this is the best way you can support the show is subscribe on WCDispatch.com, or you can support me by subscribing directly here on X, and you get behind the scenes of the investigation stuff that I'm working on, the Somali fraud investigation. I've actually got a pretty interesting line on some of the stuff. So if you're interested in that and you want to support my work, you can always do that there. Okay, let's see here.
One more thing. Well, critical fail is what has to happen here. We don't need to jump off like Jen keeps saying. Trump is allowing, I should say the administration and the DOJ is allowing this thing to just fail on its own so that they don't get blamed for all the crap that's getting ready to go down. So thanks again, man.
Yeah, good to hear from you, buddy. Okay, John Clover, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I recently went to a Democrat congressional debate in the 9th District here in Chicago and Illinois for Jan Shinkowski's seat. And Danny Bliss and Kat Abu, a radical feminist Muslim, these people are claiming that they're going to arrest Secretary Noem, Secretary Hegseth, they're going to arrest everybody, Kennedy, everybody. And they are so deranged and so dangerous, in my opinion. Now, just indulge me. If Trump is squeaky clean as a whistle, hasn't been compromised, is not a fraudulent individual, which hypothetically could be true, if that's the truth, why can't he do a nuclear, Hail Mary pass for the American people, invoke the Insurrection Act, suspend habeas corpus, and claim there's a national security threat and a serious conspiracy at the global level? I mean, Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, the COVID-19 Zavs, the 9/11, everything. If he could make that claim to the American people and say, we've been betrayed, there is a global conspiracy, and we're putting an end to it, and we're taking America back, the top U.S. military bases would become the outposts. The U.S. military, and he's already preparing on deploying the infantry from the 17th Division. I can't remember who, but the point is, I'm just saying, if you are a believer that the deep state from JFK to 9/11 to COVID-19 is all interconnected and that we have traitors in our midst, and it's obviously Bill and Hillary are two extremely corrupt, demonic, murderous psychopaths, And the fact that there is this underground pedophile network, and again, I would only hypothetically propose this if Trump is squeaky clean. If he's been compromised, then this type of activity will never happen because he is covering it up. He's not trying to expose it.
So let me just give you one piece to counter to you here is the problem with what you're suggesting is you want the absolute radical reaction to actually fixing all the problems. So some sweeping major reform that's going to take out the entire government, and you think they're going to arrest all of these upper level echelon people. These things aren't going to happen, but it's not for the reason that you're saying. It's not because someone's corrupt at the top. It's because the concept of arresting all of these people is you have to be able to do something where you prove the crime. And if you just go suspend habeas corpus and going after these people, you're not going to be able to sell that to the majority of the American people, dude. It's not going to work. Okay, you may believe it, and a large percentage of the right may believe it. You may get 20-30% of the right that believes that, but you're not going to get the rest of them. And you can't do that and think that you're going to get away with it. In the 70% of the country, it'll play directly into the Democrats' hands. They will 100% be a favor of that because they will say, "Oh, perfect. You did it. Now we're going to do it the moment we get back in power." And if they they'll use that for the midterms. They'll take that into the midterms. They'll flip the House. They'll flip the Senate. They'll impeach Trump. They'll get rid of Vance. And they'll try and move as much as they can so that they can get to the point that they take back control. And then they will prosecute all of us under the exact same thing. So that is a huge problem to do it like that. You have to be very careful about how this works. You can't just go ram through it and hope that this is going to work, because trying to sell the entire country on the concept that there's a criminal conspiracy that has destroyed the entire country, that they control everything and there's nothing we can do about it, is not going to work. Okay, unfortunately for most people don't believe that the entire country is completely destroyed and is captured by everything and then there's nothing we can do about it. That's not what most people think. Most people don't even think about the stuff that we're talking about in here, okay? Most people don't even have, my guess is that a significant portion of the country doesn't even know that there's riots happening in Minnesota right now, okay? I mean, I guarantee you, this is how I do my baseline for this, okay? I've got a younger brother of mine who is a AI engineer in Silicon Valley. And I call him every now and then just to see, because he's one of these people that's so focused on his work that he doesn't watch the news. So I ask him, "Hey, have you heard about this?" 90% of the time, what are you talking about? I've got no clue what you're going on about. And he'll grasp it if you explain it to him, but majority of the time he's not paying any attention to it. He doesn't care. He's not working on it. He doesn't care. His life is fine, all that stuff. And that is a significant portion of the country.
Well, Walter, I believe
suspend habeas corpus and do all that, you better realize that a large percentage of people are then going to freak out.
Walter, I agree with you. I think the status quo will remain, that 99.9% chance that the status quo will always persist. But if you look at history, if you look at Napoleon, there are freak radical occurrences of what you might call extreme movements of energy. And I don't think Trump is going to do it. I think that's kind of subconsciously how he got elected. But I don't think he will do it. I'm just merely presenting a hypothetical. But thanks for letting me present it.
No, you're right on the idea, because the hypothetical reality is that, in history shows us, you're absolutely right about this. History shows us that at some point, most republics go through a significant change, and the significant change is usually the collapse of the republic-style system, and then it moves into more of a authoritarian-style system run by a centralized area, which you could kind of argue has already really happened in this country. The executive branch somewhat does that already. But the reality is that at some point, it's very possible we could see Caesar rise again, and whether or not that happens or not, who knows? The interesting thing about the time period we're in currently is that within the next 50 years, we're going to get to find out. We're going to find out if an actual republic will manage to maintain itself as it goes through this kind of a turmoil, or if it's going to fall into one form of authoritarianism, or if it's going to change into a sort of an empire-style thing, if it's going to do all these things. That's all very possible. And I love when people say, "Oh, that can't happen, that could never happen." Well, people that believe that are the same people that believe that revolutions don't happen anymore. That's just not true. Okay, revolutions do happen. Okay, and if you think that somehow we've managed to escape the pathway of history because we are somehow superior to the past, you're an idiot. Okay, the people in the past, the ancient stories of all these things happening, they happen over thousands of year periods. Okay, the Rome didn't rise and fall in a single day, and the Roman Republic stood for several hundred years before it had this problem. Okay, so it's very possible that all this stuff could happen again. I mean, people in Rome, do you think the Roman Republic, at the peak of the Roman Republic, do you think any of those people that existed then, long before Caesar, before any of that, do you think that at any moment they believed that in the future it would all suddenly turn into a massive empire run by a single dude sitting on a throne? Of course they didn't. They thought the republic would stand for 1,000 years, and it didn't. And what happened was it became sort of a republic run by both the Senate and the emperor together, and it still sort of operated like that. But again, you also think about it the other way, is that that the Roman Empire was more successful than the Roman Republic. So who knows? But the deal is, this sort of stuff has happened throughout history many times. So anybody who believes it's not possible, you're 100% right. It is indeed possible. But the cool thing is, we might find out. In the next 50 years, it's very possible that this sort of stuff could happen. If the country reaches a fever pitch, and here's the way that it could happen in my eyes, if the Congress refuses to do what the will of the people is, continues to refuse the will of the people, at some point that will break. Okay, at some point, the will of the people will overturn what Congress is refusing to do. Who knows when that could happen, or when it would happen, or why it would happen? Something may happen at some point. But the deal is, at some point, the will of the people will overthrow a government that they don't want to be ruled by. The people that believe that our military is going to turn on us, the U.S. military is not going to turn on the people and start shooting people on the streets. Okay.
Well, how's it going to happen?
What now?
How is it going to happen?
How is the
will of the people going to express itself?
It would be so in history, Susan, what would happen, it would be an extremely violent revolution where lots of people die. That's how that would happen according to history. And whether or not that happens again, who knows? But the reality is, these are things that could happen. I mean, it's not going to be pretty. If this does happen, it would be very, very bad. It would not be good for any of our current lives. Let's just put it that way. I mean, it would not be pretty. It would not be great. You would much rather that the country sort of plod along and fix itself naturally if it can, which it might. I mean, the deal is that we are making significant progress in being able to do that. But to John's point, the point is that it could happen in the opposite direction. That is always a possibility. Violent revolutions happen. Violent revolutions have happened throughout all of history. And if a key moment sparks everything off, you have no idea if it's going to happen or not. It very well could.
It's like the eye of Sauron is the perspective, meaning the frame, because the mainstream media and mind control with all these platforms and especially mainstream media, Napoleon was the first person to ever pull out cannons and mow down his own people. He was already a part of the military establishment. So the American military, if they take out these radical leftist street terrorists, it can be framed in a way that is an assault on we the people. So I'm just saying the framing matters.
Yeah, well, you never know. And again, this is an extreme hypothetical because the point being is that it is something that is possible. Whether or not I think it will happen, I significantly doubt it, mostly because our system is reasonably resilient. I mean, in a way you know that, okay? Our system is extremely resilient because somehow, over the past 40 years or so, we've allowed billions and trillions of dollars worth of fraud. The entire country has been run by people that are morons, and somehow we're not, all swimming in, gutters, and, the lights still come on, and, everything still seems to operate. And, generally speaking, most people's lives in this country are way better than anywhere else in the world. So our system is pretty resilient. And, there may be the political unrest going on right now, but political unrest in terms of, getting to the fever pitch of a violent revolution, I would not say we're anywhere real close to that, because even if you're doing stuff in single states and all that stuff, at the end of the day, it's really, honestly, it's not that bad. Okay, so I'm going to go over to a couple people here. Go ahead, No Rose, you've had your hand up.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. And did Jen leave? Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, I was just going to mention American Mission had posted this video of a very sane gentleman. I had reposted it, talking about protesting and how that word has been misconstrued, right? And it goes back to, for me, Walter, the moment the governor and the mayor of Minnesota said what they said, that should have been it. They should have been under investigation and charged with not upholding the law. Period. I mean, they're not upholding the laws in their state and in this country. And that is happening across the board in many states. But I think you're right, Walter. The accountability problem and the blatant disregard for law and order is really, when you see the repeat releases of these criminals by these judges, the failure to prosecute, them not arresting, misidentifying or misnaming what these people are doing is not, they are protesting, but illegally protesting, and it needs to be called out because the Constitution does not cover what they're doing in Minnesota right now. It does not. That is not assembling to let, your legislators or, know that you do not agree with XYZ. What they're doing is lawlessness. And the governor and the mayor and the police are responsible for keeping law and order. And they're egging it on. And
Jordan made this point yesterday, Rose, that, I don't think we've ever seen a governor come out and directly say, we are at war with the federal government. I've never seen that before. Has anybody else seen? I don't remember that ever being said before. So to me, yes, I agree with you that this has hit a fever pitch of a different kind, specifically in Minnesota. But again, to me, I think the real reason Walz is doing all this is because, Walz is in the process of, he's now not even running for governor again. He's in the middle of a huge fraud thing. So to him, he kind of doesn't have anything to lose.
Well,
he has to. Well, hold on, Rose. He also has to testify to Congress as well. And my assumption is that they also want the Insurrection Act, so he's forced to stay in Minnesota while all of this is going on, because either way, there's not going to be a clean transition of power while that's going on, right? So if they do invoke that, then he's kind of power. Oh, I don't have to show up for Congress. Look, stay type deal, right? Which is probably why Trump won't do it, which is my assumption, right? I'm not saying that that's fact, but I would assume that if Trump calls in the Insurrection Act, let's say Monday, and Walz has to testify to Congress by Thursday, they're just gonna reschedule that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to call the Insurrection Act because Walter and Jen are exactly right. That is the trap. But what they can do is go forward with Walz and with Keith Ellison and the whole gang and start going in that direction of holding them accountable, right? And force them into a corner where they're going to have to obey and enforce the laws of this land.
Yep.
They're either way, they're going to be in jail down the road. Now, when that happens, who knows? But when you have Besant and everybody and their uncle out there investigating the fraud, and all eyes are on them, it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well for them. Now, I say we keep things in perspective. All of the No Kings protests and the recent marches, that's kind of, to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, Walter, they're showing their numbers. Like, this is how many people we can amass, right?
Here's the thing about the big protests, okay? And I've been working on an article that I was going to release. I was probably going to send it to Town Hall for this one, but the real reason that they curate these massive protests is it's what I refer to as protest culture. And I actually got that word directly from some of the protesters in Portland. And the reason they do it is because it maintains their control. Okay, so these big protests they were doing in Portland, and one of their strongholds, why are they doing these big protests in a giant stronghold of theirs? Well, while they're doing the big protests and they're surrounded by propaganda and people screaming about how much they hate President Trump, they've got 25 people walking around the edges of this, outside of the edges of the protest, registering new voters. They're registering new voters. That's their voter drive. So they do these protests so regularly so they can constantly generate new voters. Constantly. constantly. And that's why you have such a problem being able to fight these people once you get into these cities. How do you recapture the cities? Well, you've got to register voters and you got to get people on your side. You got to get people to talk, but they've got these big protests every single weekend, every single day. They got a new protest and they're registering new voters every single time they had that. And I've got photos of it from the last one I was at. There was, there must have been at least 24 people wandering around the edges. I got asked like 4 times if I wanted to register to vote. I thought about doing it just to see if they'd send me a mail-in ballot. But I decided, it wasn't probably a wise idea, especially since it was only about 24 hours of me being there and Anti-Fed already labeled me as, a target. So, it was interesting to see, though, because it was very clear that they, that's the reason they do it. The reason they have these big protests and they keep the culture going of protest is because that's the voter drive. And it works. And it works well because the radicals like it. Their base likes it. They keep propaganda in the middle of the streets to get their voters out there. It's effective. It's highly effective.
Why do every June they got LGBTQ parades? It's the same thing. An LGBTQ parade in June is the same thing. It's vote organizing.
Yep, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Okay, Miss Lou, go ahead. And then, guys, I think we're going to shut down for a while because we've gone for we've like almost 3 hours now. So go ahead, Miss Lou.
Walter, you nailed it. It's about getting those votes. And, you know my age. I was back in the day when the Students for the Democrat Society, the Weather Underground, the Watts riots, that's all my era, okay? This is the long, slow march that none of us paid attention to through the institutions for decades. But for the first time, the communists that have infiltrated this country in every corner of it, including our government, have aligned with, they call it the Red-Green Alliance, have aligned with the communists that they subverted in the Middle East to get over here, import these guys, and the Somalis are just bag men. They're the ones capturing the money. The money's actually being found in Dubai for some strange reason. But
the reason the money's being found in the Dubai is because there's a very large Somali diaspora there.
There you go.
That's the reason that it's being pushed there. That's part of the Somali fraud investigation where we're at, and then figuring out the physical cash part of it, which is one thing that I'm focused on. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed the post I put up here on the top. I was actually talking about this earlier. I've got a source that she literally wrote the book on South Sudan. Actually wrote the book on it, and she was explaining to this and gave me a really good insight into why exactly some of these places exist, these Somali resource centers, these education resource centers. In those things, I think that we need to start kicking some doors in because I think we're going to start finding large amounts of cash in these locations. So that's why all that stuff's happening. There's a reason that it goes back even further. It goes about the 90s when this stuff started, and it's because of the Office of Refugee Resources, or whatever the hell it's called. Office of Refugee Resettlement. That's what it is. We switched it so that it was run by refugees, which just turned into an ultimate fraud organization that's operated for a very long time. So hopefully we can fix all that stuff, though. But
there's one other thing I want to land with, Walter, and I saw a post on it and confirmed it with BNK, who was in your space earlier. Mm-hmm. These Chinese that are coming in, and they're having surrogate mothers, but they're also creating babies that they can that are going to be birthed as American citizens, and we're talking hundreds of tens of thousands of them, that they can use as voters because they'll be American citizens, but they'll be Chinese voters. There's a whole thing on this, on how they're trying to get American-born babies any way they can.
This is something that's actually existed for a long time. This is one of the biggest problems with birthright citizenship. The concept that you can come here on a tourist visa while pregnant is insane. Especially if you come here when you're like 8.5 months pregnant and then you give birth in the United States while you're here. That's the craziest thing in the world to me, that we give those people citizenships. I don't know why we do that. The whole concept of birthright citizenship needs to be reevaluated. And actually, we might get an answer from the court on that, which would be fantastic. I would love to hear that. I would love for that actually to happen, because that's one of the biggest problems we have. The concept that you can just wander across the border, drop a baby, and then suddenly that kid's an American citizen and gets access to all Americans' rights, benefits, and everything else is insane and was never designed.
If you're a small company...
Hi, I'm Patrick Finley. He's Jason Leisure. We're with the Chicago Sun-Times. Jason, I just realized I'm very comfortable.
As far as I know, there are other witches who support the Bears, but I'm the only one that
normal theater. We might have another late night show. I don't know. I'm thinking about popping one open here in a little bit. after I go eat some dinner and relax for a little bit. But guys, make sure you guys follow all my people up here on the stage. I appreciate all the people who came up and actually chimed in. This was a good conversation. It was a good show this afternoon. Make sure you guys follow everyone up here on the stage, subscribe to the content, go to WCDispatch.com if you want to support this, and you can support me right here on X as well for subscriptions. All these people, I think Jacktron and Jordan both have subscriptions available. So if you want to support our work, you want to support this show, that's the best way to do so. You can subscribe right here on X. This is a completely independently run group and an independently run show. So I appreciate everyone who comes here and chimes into the show. And we'll see you guys next time on the Political Theater. Thanks, guys.
Some folk
that I think has come out and said they're the Bears witch. I think I ran up against a Green Bay witch last game because she came into my TikTok live and was like, well, no, I've done. Right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover.
John Kitover. Vote John Kitover. Rain John Kitover. Vote John Kitover. Rain John Kitover. We got you, John.
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover.
John Kitover. Vote John Kitover. Rain John Kitover. Vote John Kitover. Rain John Kitover. We got you, John.
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover.
John Kitover. Vote John Kitover. Rain John Kitover. Vote John Kitover. Rain John Kitover. We got you, John.
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover.
John Kitover. Vote John Kitover. Rain John Kitover. Vote John Kitover. Rain John Kitover. We got you, John.
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover.
John Kitover. Vote John Kitover. Rain John Kitover. Vote John Kitover. Rain John Kitover. We got you, John.
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover.
John Kitover. Vote John Kitover. Rain John Kitover. Vote John Kitover. Rain John Kitover. We got you, John.
Counts, right?
Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover.
John Kitover. Vote John.
January 6th. My
has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Perturabo, Alistair Crowley. Alistair Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as you will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will.
Is that Abby Ema? Nope.
Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Perturabo, Alistair Crowley. Alistair Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will.
Kitover, and I'm running as a write-in for Congress here in Illinois' 16th District. This district deserves a representative who listens and fights for everyday families. We're ready registering voters and collecting signatures to break the stranglehold of the Republican and Democrat machines. Want to add your name? Yeah, absolutely. Great. Just fill in your info here and sign at the bottom. Thanks for stepping up. Every signature. We're registering voters and collecting signatures.
To dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. None has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve at your mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. None has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. That I know others shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Kudarabo, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Carthage, though a commercial republic, was the aggressor. In the very war that ended in her destruction, Hannibal had carried her arms into the heart of Italy, to the gates of Rome before Scipio returned. Gave him an overthrow in the territories of Carthage, and made a conquest of the Commonwealth. Venice in later times figured more than once in wars of ambition, till becoming an object to the other Italian states. Pope Julius too found means to accomplish that formidable line which gave a deadly blow to the power and pride of this haughty republic. The provinces of Holland, till they were overwhelmed in debts and taxes, took a leading and conspicuous part in the wars of Europe. They had furious contests with England for the dominion of the sea, and were among the most persevering and most implacable of the opponents of Louis XIV. In the government of Britain, the representatives of the people compose one branch of the national legislature. Commerce has been for ages the predominant pursuit of that country. Few nations, nevertheless, have been more frequently engaged in war. And the wars in which that kingdom has been engaged have, in numerous instances, proceeded from the people. There have been, if I may so express it, almost as many popular as royal wars. The cries of the nation and the importunities of their representatives upon various occasions
dragged their monarchs into war or continued them in it, contrary to their inclinations, and sometimes contrary to the real interest of the state. In that memorable struggle for superiority between the rival houses of Austria and Barbie, which so long kept Europe in a flame, it is well known that the antipathies of the English against the French, seconding the ambition, or rather the avarice, of a favored leader, and protracting the war beyond the limits marked out by sound policy, and for considerable time in opposition to the views of the court. The wars of these two last mentioned nations have in a great measure grown out of commercial considerations, the desire of supplanting and the fear of being supplanted, either in particular branches of traffic or in the general advantages of trade and navigation. From this summary of what has taken place in other countries, whose situations have borne the nearest resemblance to our own, what reason can we have to confide in those reveries, which would seduce us into an expectation of peace and cordiality between the members of the present Confederacy in a state of separation? Have we not already seen enough of the fallacy and extravagance of those idle theories which have amused us with promises of an exemption from the imperfections, weaknesses, and evils incident to society in every state? Is it not time to awake from the deceitful dream of a golden age and to adopt as a practical maxim for the direction of our political conduct that we, as well as the other inhabitants of the globe, are yet remote from the happy empire of perfect wisdom, perfect virtue? Let the point of extreme depression to which our national dignity and credit have sunk, let the inconveniences felt everywhere from a lax and ill administration of government, let the revolt of a part of the state of North Carolina, the late menacing disturbances in Pennsylvania, and the actual insurrections and rebellions in Massachusetts declare.
I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment.
We're gonna show around. Follow the weather.
Impulses and urges. I made you home to my next development. I am a mature person. I can read whatever I wish, or watch whatever kind of TV program or movies I wish. It doesn't affect me at all if I always say no to others in regard to sex or drugs or alcohol. I will never be accepted by others. I will never have any friends. I don't need confession. I haven't any great sins. And besides, if I stay away more, there will be less danger of routine confessions. My prayers don't seem to be answered. Seem to be answered. So what is the use Stolen without end is the cleverness of the evil one in exploiting our weaknesses, our likes and dislikes. I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I may do harm to my natural development. I am a mature person. I can read whatever I wish, watch whatever kind of TV program or movies I wish. It doesn't affect me at all if I always say no to others in regard to sex or drugs or alcohol. I will never be accepted by others. I will never have any friends. I don't need confession. I haven't any graces. And besides, if I stay away more, there will be less danger. My prayers don't seem to be answered. Seem to be answered. So what is the use of praying? My conscience is the only guide I need. As long as I am at peace with my conscience, I need not worry. Even if some of my acts and decisions are not always. From this circle to the trip to the edge. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, my little
Santa baby, Santa baby, my little Santa baby, baby, oh my little Santa baby.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, my little Santa baby, Santa baby, my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go.
impossible to read the history of the petty republics of Greece and Italy without feeling sensations of horror and disgust at the distractions with which they were continually agitated, and at the rapid succession of revolutions by which they were kept in a state of perpetual vibration between the extremes of tyranny and anarchy. They exhibit occasional calms. These only serve as short-lived contrasts to the furious storms that are to succeed. If now and then intervals of felicity open to view, we behold them with a mixture of regret arising from the reflection that the pleasing scenes before us are soon to be overwhelmed by the tempestuous waves of sedition and party rage. Momentary rays of glory break forth from the gloom while they dazzle us with a cheap. They at the same time admonish us to lament that the vices of government should pervert the direction and tarnish the luster of those bright talents and exalted endowments for which the favored soils that produce them have been so justly celebrated. From the disorders that disfigure the annals of those republics, the advocates of despotism have drawn arguments, not only against the forms of republican government, but against the very principles of civil liberty. They have decried all free government as inconsistent with the order of society, and have indulged themselves in malicious exultation over its friends and partisans happily for mankind. Stupendous fabrics reared on the basis of liberty, which have flourished for ages, have, in a few glorious instances, refuted their gloomy sophisms, and, I trust, afternoon. We're registering voters and collecting America will be the broad and solid foundation of other edifices, not less magnificent, which will be equally permanent monuments of their errors. But it is not to be denied that the portraits they have sketched of Republican government were just copies of the originals from which they were taken. If it had been found impractical to have devised models of a more perfect structure, enlightened friends to liberty would have been obliged to abandon the cause of that species of government as indefensible. The science of politics, however, like most other sciences, has received great improvement. The efficacy of various principles is now well understood, which were either not known at all or imperfectly known to the ancients. The regular distribution of power into distinct departments, the introduction of legislative balances and checks, the institution of courts composed of judges holding their offices during good behavior, the representation of the people in the legislature by deputies of their own election. These are political discoveries, or have made their principal progress towards perfection in modern times. They are means, and powerful means, by which the excellences of republican government may be retained and its imperfections lessened or avoided. To this catalog of circumstances that tend to the amelioration of popular systems of civil government, I shall venture, however novel it may appear to some, to add one more on a principle which has been made the foundation of an objection to the new Constitution. I mean, the enlargement of the organ within which such systems are to revolve, either in respect to the dimensions of a single state or the consolidation of several smaller states into one great confederacy. The latter is that which immediately concerns the object under consideration. It will, however, be of use to examine the principle in its application to a single state, which shall be attended to in another place.
many years. That's how I met my husband. Dancing very good at that too. But what I will say is first of all, I'm not really into women, and so, but like I said, when I'm bi-curious, that means I might try some shit, every now and then. But that's not really my thing.
See, but that's where that's my fault, Archie. But that's where everybody keep crashing at with you. On one end, you're saying no, and then simultaneously you're saying when I feel like indulge and I indulge, like it's not making sense. And every time they try to make it make sense, you're the one that tries to make it seem like everybody's confused. But simultaneously, it's not that they're confused. You don't want to own what you're saying, but you still say it. And you don't want to own it. In my book, don't say it. But to say I indulge when I indulge, and then when I don't want to indulge, I choose not to indulge.
All right, you said that.
And the difference, well, I got you, Gigi. But the reason why I did the men instead of the women, because men hold men accountable. We don't deal with bullshit. It is what it is, my guy. Ain't no bouncing around it. When it's time for women, you're giving off the impression it's more of a lackadaisical for women than it is men. And it's the same thing. It's just when women do it to women, y'all are
actually because you're repeating yourself. How can we rebuttal? Do you know the conversation?
Gigi, listen to what I'm saying. When women are offered a lane, women give them a lane to shuffle and dance. Men don't offer that same lane to other men. Like it's not a back and forth bullshit when you're dealing with men. We gonna call it.
And I can respect that, but I'm not a man. All right, so listen, I hear what you're saying. Let me say what I gotta say. You can't tell me what I'm saying because you're a man. If you want to speak to me or speak for me, now I'm gonna think you the one gay. How the hell you want to speak for women? Go on me for a second. Repeat yourself 3 times and fighting for me.
I wasn't speaking
over and over.
Women.
As I was saying, you can't speak for me though. I would never allow that. Everybody know who I am, baby. I got my opinions. I ain't never switched. I ain't never changed. It ain't going nowhere. I said what I said. First of all, we are not like you. Period. We ain't like you. We are not men. We get to pick and choose what the fuck we want to do when we feel like doing it, how we want to. And we're not just going to be labeled by a program that y'all made the fuck up anyway. As I said, first of all, if a nigga is sitting there doing weird things with another man and then still with a woman, he is bisexual. See, I like vocabulary. See, you need a dictionary because I'm actually a lot smarter than you think I am. You can't just start making it up. You can't just start making it up.
Talk your shit. Talk your shit.
Pick up vocabulary. Pick up a dictionary and find out the meanings of these names. Now, if you are a man that's just with a man, only been with a man, only dealing with men, then you're gay. How the hell, when I say I'm not gay, y'all get offended and literally go through all this? That's the truth. I can't be gay because I'm a woman. I'm not a lesbian because I have a husband and I like
excuse you got a husband make you not gay.
If I might want to be curious and do something, be bi-curious. I'm not going to lesbian because I don't just be sleeping around with women and things like that. No. But like I said, there's also a thing called bi-curious. And I'm not going to switch that up. That's just what I said. I'm not judging you or anybody else. That's just what it is. And I don't even, don't be mad at me.
Well, Gigi, I didn't cut you off. I'll let you speak. Could I say this without you cutting me off?
Of course. Don't go on me. Go ahead.
I'm at this conversation with Archie because I feel as though Archie's an intelligent brother. Archie, let me ask you a question.
What's your question, Brother Claire?
You say things like that.
You're curious about selling.
So you said Archie is that intelligent.
Wait a minute. Gigi, you just said you could have a conversation when you was muting up.
Yeah, but do not insult me, though.
Wait a minute. You just insulted everybody just now with the whole.
No, I never insulted anybody on the stage. Not once.
I like vocabulary as to say you don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, because I don't think the definition that y'all put on my name, it doesn't matter.
I gave you. You said you were done. I just
all right.
I
take
Archie intelligent.
No, I'll take it because you won't take it too. So go ahead.
Okay, not a problem. I respect that.
Yes, Clarence. If I saw
I what you just said, Archie. If you decide to sell drugs, if you're curious about selling drugs, does that make you a drug dealer?
No, it doesn't. But if I'm curious about it, I have to actually do it, and I become a drug dealer.
Once you engage, you become a drug dealer, right? So
right.
If you're curious about sleeping with another man, does that make you gay?
No, it doesn't.
But the minute you engage in sleeping with that man, you're considered gay.
Yeah.
Now after you sleep with that man, until you engage in sleeping with another, are you still considered gay? So what I'm saying is, because I carry the mindset of it being considered bisexual, does bisexual really exist when engaging in the act?
No, it doesn't.
The act itself, bi no longer exists until you engage in the opposing.
Correct.
So if that's the case, one hand, there is no such thing as bi.
Right.
So when we get into the technicalities of these vocabulary words, it just creates a freedom for people to move about on some goofy shit on certain levels. If that's the case, when you offer me this conversation from the vocabulary position of choosing to approach it, then at certain degrees we're showing that words only hold the weight of the meaning to one choosing to respect it to get a pass on certain shit. So if I don't want to own certain shit, or I want to make shit sound a little bit more proud, then what I get into what I like to call word semantics. Because what it does is it allows me to dance around and be okay with certain approaches. It was a statement made, I don't know if you caught or went over your head, when an individual said, see, men created these lanes and fucked it up for us to keep us from doing the one. So in other words, I want to be freely sexually. I want to sow my oats and do what I want to do. And it's because of these men standing on morals and pushing certain rules and laws and understanding, I can't be frivolous with my vagina.
It sounds like you one of them pastors, and then you got one goddamn person that's sitting in the front seat, which is Archie. So let me educate you on something really quick, right? Because you sound like one of pastors that just came out of jail for 15 years, and you trying to redeem yourself. So the word gay definition: sexually or romantically attracted to a person or one's own sex. You specifically of a man. So that whole speech you just gave, talking about people just using words to get around what they gotta say. Yeah, come on. Can I get an amen, Archie? No. What it is what it is. A gay motherfucker is a nigga sleeping with a gay man. A lesbian is a lesbian sleeping with a woman. A bisexual is a gay or a man that's sleeping with both sexes at the same time. Can we preach the right way with a definition in a goddamn dictionary coming from Webster? Where is my choir? Can I cut that shit out? Amen. Where you at, Archie? Amen. Do I have to read it to you again? See, that's why y'all niggas gay as fuck. You don't even know the definition of a goddamn gay man. A gay is a nigga that is sleeping with a nigga. Archie, where my amen at? Because you amen this fake ass, lying ass preacher. And he probably did 15, 20 years in goddamn prison. You ain't hear what he listen to him, y'all. Did he not talk about that goddamn prison? Yeah, yes he did, y'all. These little faggot ass motherfucking niggas, he know goddamn well the only reason why he bringing up gay shit because he probably sat in prison for a long time and seen it. So you gotta be mindful. He coming from a man point of view. It's like he think women that same way because an asshole is a coochie and it's really a booty hole. So don't not you have to call me gay because I'm a woman. I got coochie baby.
Well, Gigi, check it out. What I did was
where my amen at? You just heard that preacher. He was preaching to the motherfucking choir, and the only person that was sitting on the stand was watching. And I just shut you down with a whole definition on some real shit. Okay.
I'll
read it again. Sexuality or romantically attracted to people in one's own sex. Used specifically of a man. That is the death of gay. So how the hell am I gay? And then when I say y'all want to argue me down that I'm gay?
I heard you, GG. I got something to read you. And you
Go ahead. Give them some education.
And this here, it says, because people doing things, God let them do shameful things that they want to do. Women stop having natural sex with men and start having sex with women. To what Inc. asks you, in the same way, men stop having natural sex with women and begin wanting each other all the time. Men did shameful things with other men, and in their bodies, they receive the punishment for doing those things. Now, to what you just stated, to what Inc. said, the Bible doesn't say you by curious or whatever. It says when you stop at that moment in time, leaving the natural use of a woman want to lie with a man to lie with a woman, that's gay. Clarity tried to help you. You wanted to preach. You brought me in here because you know I know God's word. So you wanted me to amen you, but I'll never go against what the word of God says. And I'm here to tell you, since you want to amen, God said in his word, I'm not going to turn this out, but that is an abomination unto God. So no matter how you dress it up, no matter how you want to make it sound, the way you made it fit for you, it goes against the natural needs for a man and a woman. Just be honest. You gay, you still like men. It's okay. That's your preference.
But see, Archie, this is the thing. I don't do this. I want to make it more bullshit. What I did
to a woman who came from church. My mom owned 3 churches with her.
Gigi, hold on with that loud ass motherfucking mic, Gigi. Chill out.
We all sin.
I got you, but what
ain't not one sin better than the other. That's right. You ain't worthy. Ain't worthy.
I got you.
Still up. You ain't speaking out. You ain't going to heaven unless you get on your knees and forgive for your sin. And then turn around from that. And you want Clubhouse and the whole fool. I hope you repent by the end of the night and don't get hit by a gun. And good luck. Good luck.
But what I tend to do.
Good motherfucking luck. Because that's what he also said at the same time. He's a kid of his. That's why he died on the cross.
Right,
and covered us with the blood.
Yo, hey, that's some ignorant shit.
I was that way. I was going to have this. I'm going straight to whatever you think I was.
I'm not worried about you going to. I don't judge. If you going to hell,
it sound like this nigga didn't need a hell. If anybody getting in them gates, it's gonna be me. Or the grand of my generation.
I'm done. This shit returned.
Yeah. I can't do no wrong, honey. Okay, you talking about the prayers of the saints from a long time ago? I'm covered.
Oh God. The best second content of the day. This is wonderful.
Well, I'm just saying. You sitting here.
Hey, Archie, this is some sad shit.
Let's get to it. What's your favorite drink? Dumb shit. Like, what's your favorite drink, Gigi? He a little retarded. You're trying to base a focus and a point on that doesn't make any sense. So if you want to go to the scripture, I could do that. I got the Bible back and down. From Genesis to Revelations, I could read it any scripture. And then if you want to go to just what makes sense, we could do that too. We could just make the fuck shit up like everybody else do, right? At the end of the day, if you want to go to the dictionary, we could do that too. I'm like, okay. You tried to call me gay. This is how we got here. Let's revert back to that. You called me gay, and I just corrected you and said, first of all, I can't be gay because I'm not a fucking man. You're arguing the fact that I can't be gay. He's a little retarded. Yeah, he's going to call a woman gay. So that means you think that I'm in the same boat.
I don't think that was me that led with that.
That's why we even in this situation.
I didn't lead with it. I just
indicated homosexual. That's what the
but that's another word. You did not say that.
You are gay. You live abomination life. And you say you know the Bible, you wanted me to amen you, and I told you what it said. It says that women stop left the natural of laying with men to lie with women. That's the you are homosexual.
That's just that you
are gay.
You are gay.
You're gay. You are gay.
Why are you gay?
This is why men are gay. Because black men, this is why most of gay men are black. Faggots. Dying from HIV. Because of this right now. No, you said you bring women home. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, bitch.
Because you are a bitch.
You just said you bring bitches home to fuck with your husband. You open up your marital relationship for said activity. You just
I only tried that once.
Is anybody else listening?
I only tried that once.
No, because she said in the beginning, you bring them home to smell their pussy. That was the original statement. That's what I heard first.
The smell, first of all, we clean over here, baby. Yeah, we ain't held up. We clean. That's a whole different story you talking about. You talking about 50 people.
Because he was talking about when the girl sat on your husband's lap naked, and you were like, you might as well bring her home. Bring her home so I can smell her pussy. That's what he said originally.
If you want to turn a conversation into something disgusting, I'm going on mute because I'm not going to speak it on. That's disgusting. I'm not going to
indulge in the women when you feel
honestly, listen, if you feel insecure, go get in the fucking shower and then come back when you clean.
I was insecure about repeating to you what you said.
You said it. You literally said it. I was trying to tell you. You said it twice.
I'm not going to
say it. There was the original statement, and then there was the second statement where somebody said you bring home women to fuck them. That wasn't the original statement. The original statement was you said you bring them home to smell their pussy because you want to know where your husband has. You feel me? That's what you. All right, I'll go on mute.
No, you're absolutely right. And
was that crazy?
She went further. No, you went further to say that you opened up the relationship.
First of all, who the fuck is sniffing somebody's coochie?
You
exactly. Oh my goodness.
What have I missed? This is crazy.
You know what? Let me do me a favor. Take your finger. Take your finger, stick it in your ass, and then tell me what it smells like. And that's the only ass you need to be sniffing.
Damn, I never said that.
I'm a grown ass woman. You're right. So
don't say
you talking about sexuality.
That was here when Kyla was publishing the
and you're talking about
I was nasty.
You're neutral, right? You're not
and you're forgetting that when you're sometimes it will fall on deaf ears. Sometimes people actually
I know how to switch things real quick. When you got one of them projects that come around
listening, Gigi,
and get that disgusting, that's when you just take the fuck over. Because what you're not gonna do is take a good conversation when everybody was giving facts and their opinions and turn it into something disgusting. I'm not for it. If you have anything to offer about what conversation, then do that. If you're not going to talk about anything that we were talking about, do me a favor. Stop your funky ass shit like that.
Because you were saying somebody was saying how you fuck bitches and bring them home.
Like, damn, like, you ain't even got the basics. Like, go get a fucking bath. It's not like you go through what it looks like. Alright, but go dip, bitch. Go dip and then come back when you fresh. Alright, you ain't protecting none of your front on us.
See, this is what I'm saying. When you on this app and you talking to people, make sure that you say what you really mean.
You see what I'm saying? You're the best stuff.
It don't always fall on deaf ears. Like, people are actually really attentively listening to these conversations.
I'm not listening to nothing you say because you're not making no sense.
It's general. It's
I don't give a fuck.
You're not the only person on stage.
You just started off the whole wrong way.
when you say things.
What you saying no more?
Can I talk? Dang, you've been talking this whole time.
You a dirty bitch. You don't even have to take
I'll be that. That's
Wow,
anyway.
she got banned. Why was you calling her a bitch?
Oh my God, because she's dirty.
Archie, I literally repeated to her what
you are lying.
She mad at you because she was
exactly. And I'm just like, I was here in the very beginning.
All right, first of all, let me tell you something.
This is a general conversation first of all, GD. So you can participate or you can be argumentative.
You're
but I'm not
fucking
going to argue with you.
on his dick. What are you talking about?
What
You're repeating the same things we've been hearing. You're repeating the same things we've been hearing about how women are.
All right. No.
Honestly, you've been hearing the same things.
I was talking at clarity. All right. And also Orty. None of it had to do with downgrading a woman in a smell of a private part.
That's what you said. Then just be like, I didn't mean it.
Yeah,
be like, be a real bitch and be like, I didn't mean it. Be like, I didn't mean it, because it came from your lips. I could never say something shit like that. I don't have.
You know what? That's what you want to do.
Imagination.
I really don't give a shit.
To even think of something like that.
The whole thing just that's when I kicked in. You see that? Hey, Harriet.
You could just be like, I didn't mean it.
No, you ain't saying nothing.
You can take it back. You can take it back. It's an option. We won't bite your head off for it, girl. Take it back. It's okay, because I will look back about it. I never said that originally.
Call her a bitch right now. She's a bitch. Where that nigga at? Let's get your whole
everybody a bitch. I feel like everybody else, because you call everybody a bitch at this point.
I'm sorry, you can't talk to me.
But like I was saying, if you're on this app, can I extend my statement real quick? I don't want to argue.
No.
If you're on this app,
no.
Be careful what you say, because some people are quiet in the background and they're really listening. Like they're really intentionally listening to what you say. To the point where somebody can repeat something you said. And they gotta remember that, which is like interesting to me, because if I say something, even if I don't remember, somebody like, you said it, I'm gonna take accountability. I'm gonna be like, oh, I said it? My bad, I didn't mean it, man. It was a bad day. I changed my mind. I've grown. You can't take no accountability, clearly. You gotta attack every person with a female voice. This is strange.
No, it's very strange. But here's the thing. Gigi, you gotta
take a breath. Take a breath.
You done made
water. Take a walk.
You done made like 10 people leave the room with this bullshit, right? You made 10 people leave the room with this.
Eat an apple. Go get a snack.
Like, be fucking for real, man. Like,
you know what I'm saying?
If you want to fuck about your fucking ass, come here, bitch.
This is weird.
And he married too.
This is weird. I think I'm gonna
allegedly married.
I don't know what else to do. Where the fuck is ear?
Come snip.
Them spirits is coming through. Honestly, you got to be careful. That's what I'm saying. Be careful what you say on this app, man. People are listening. So many times people's stories get spread on this motherfucking app. People start saying things they don't remember.
Right.
Y'all need to be careful what you say. She came from her own two lips. I smell. If you bring, I'm smelling the cooch. I said, oh, okay.
And then when I asked a clarifying question, and that's when she was like, "Oh, I open up my marriage sometimes," and she went on about how long she been married and whoop whoop whoop, and ain't nothing wrong with that. Am I tripping?
I was there for some of it, and I remember hearing that. I definitely remember hearing the story about the friend, and they was in the bathroom together and trying to eat her pussy. I heard the facts, Gigi. I'm not making shit up. I was there, okay? I ain't got nothing to spread. I don't got no lies to spread. I don't get lying. It's not my forte. It's not my testimony. But anyways, God bless your soul. For real.
So at this point, I don't even know what else we could talk about. Who put Gigi name in the title?
That's why I came back in here, because I'm like, no way. I left because of her, honestly, and I came back because of her. So really, I can't even lie. But I was like, we
gotta take her name out the title. I don't.
We need a new topic.
Like, let's not do that. What y'all want to talk about? It's Sunday. It's a great
when
day.
They get frustrated at that point, it's hard to crash out.
Well,
and normally people, when you try to hold people's feet to the fire in positions of things they said that they now realize is fucked up, times that they refuse to take accountability they shift the dynamic of giving off they start to deflect and make it seem like you're crashing out. So what they do is they try to get you to crash out so it can look like the derailment of the conversation is just confusing. And it's not confusing. It's just they don't want to take ownership of what they said.
But clarity, you pulled up late, sweetheart. When you pulled
This is a great
up,
topic, Swan. Married women gone wild on Clubhouse.
yes, please. Can you change it?
Yes.
Change it for me. I'm in motion. I'm getting ready to go to the grocery store. But when you say one thing within the freaking room, it wasn't like I heard it another day. This was today. This was this afternoon.
Like an hour ago. Be for real.
Yeah. So when you say one thing and then you say something completely contradictory to it, it's similar to, not having women around your men. That's what she was saying at first, and then it turned into my homegirl that wanted to eat my, you know what I'm saying?
We sat naked on my husband's lap. Like, be for real, Be for real.
What are we doing?
I mean, if you want to be honest, if it's two totally different stories, then in one room she read it and she realized saying that would make her look a certain way. In another room she read it and she finally just was like, oh, well, I can be comfortable with saying it in here. Simultaneously, they're not under the impression another person heard them prior to, and now at this point they start to see what they look like. So now what it turns into is what we call word semantics. You understand what I'm saying? And what I'll do is I'll keep engaging in a word semantic part, because what it does is it strips or it blinds the individual from the ownership part. So notice she never really pushed against the fact that she was said not lesbian or bi. She wanted to be called bisexual. So when you called her gay, it allowed her to say, no, I'm not gay because that's men. But when Archie spoke about the word homosexual, notice she couldn't get around that. So she only could keep responding to Archie. Well, that's not what they said. That's not what they said. Because at this part, I'm not arguing the whole position of they're wrong. I'm arguing the position of they used the wrong words. You understand what I'm saying? When simultaneously the end result of calling her gay, she understood that. So I can't argue the fact that you're calling me gay. I can only argue the fact that you're calling me gay and I'm not a man. So notice she was never really arguing with y'all from the fact of being wrong per se, what y'all was speaking about. She was calling y'all wrong from using in her book, the wrong choice of words. And that's what she wanted to stand on. And when that stopped working for her, at this point, her language is barely, and that's the end result to anybody on Clubhouse that lacks the accountability, can't shift the dynamic of the approach. They start just over talking you. And over talking you, they feel as though they cancel you out. And in canceling you out, it also in their mind cancels the message that you're trying to convey. So that works. So even when Dee was trying to speak to her, notice she couldn't more so deny what Dee was saying, only attack what Dee was saying. And in the process, when she couldn't destroy it, at this point, I'll just drown it out. This is why she wouldn't let Dee talk after that. The same thing she did with Archie, the same thing she did with me. When I can't destroy it, I'll just consistently drown it out. And I'll drown it out until either they cancel me out or the individual leaves. But they refuse to take accountability or accept what's being said. But because we're over an app, if you mute me up, I got no choice but to hear it. And that's what she was doing. She was refusing to hear it because if I keep listening, eventually accountability has to set it. So she was saving her emotions and trying to trigger yours by responding the way she was responding.
It wasn't gonna work. And honestly, I love this app for a little bit of a emotional wherewithal bandwidth exercise, because a lot of people just don't show their true colors very quickly. And I was gonna give her some advice. Like if she would control her emotions enough, I was gonna give her some sound advice. People need to stop telling their life stories on this app. Avoid everything at all costs. I don't care if you're trying to add an example into the conversation that will make your point correct within 2 minutes. Stop telling y'all life stories on this app thinking this is a safe space for anybody. This is a war zone. What? I've been on this app for a while, but I've been on here for the last 2 weeks, maybe a month, and I'm just like, this place is a war zone.
Well,
why are we even
I'm gonna be honest with you, D. If you're, it depends on your approach. Just like social media, it's a tool. You feel what I'm saying? With your approach to using a tool, be the exposure of your craftsmanship mentally. You understand what I'm saying? So one thing I can say about this app is It strengthened me on knowing on how to listen genuinely. But you can't give a person advice that's not taking accountability to their actions.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So when you see they're no longer accepting or receiving, they're only just trying to be belligerent and talk. These are individuals that are using, let's say, Clubhouse as said a psychiatrist. They're coming here to relieve shit and get rid of shit that they can't relieve in their own personal home, or they can't relieve in society because of how they feel as though they will be looked at. So a lot of times they get on here and they express themselves in a lot of different fucked up ways. And when they do that, they're not looking for advice. They're not looking for help. They're looking for an out. And a lot of times Clubhouse become their out. That's why you go into a lot of shit be chaotic and shit like that on here. In other words, they're looking for a place to dump their garbage at. And what better place to do it on Clubhouse, where you get to talk shit to people that you normally wouldn't talk shit to in person.
And while under the influence. So you can say, I don't remember that. When your ass sobers up the next day and you hear about shit. Oh, I can't believe I said that. Oh, yeah, you can believe it.
Well, Archie, not only that, some people like to be the center of attention.
That's true.
So, a lot of times when they know it's some foul, fucked up shit, and they bring it to the stage, so all focus can be on them. Notice, even when you talk around these type of individuals and try to change the subject, everything you say, they revert back to them. Wait a minute, you're talking about me. And it's like, no, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. No, you're talking about me. It's one of them things where they want to be, I like to call it the mascot of the conversation. And you get a lot of mascots in this motherfucker.
Yeah, it happens a lot. A lot of people, like you said, speaking in general, men and women be speaking about general, and you know it exists, and people internalize, and they be like, oh, shit. They must be talking about me. What the fuck have they heard about me? No, motherfucker. You just been moving foul in your own life. Say the truth will set you free.
You say hit dogs holler, huh?
Shit, yep, and that dog got hit. Well, I'll tell you what, that kept me up. Shit. I'm 5 miles from our delivery up here in Coleman, Alabama. Be here at 6:15. I'm here early. Shit, this helped me get up here. I got sleepy as hell.
I mean, shit, when she started preaching, that shit fucked my head up. I said, Clubhouse has evolved again. That was the first time I ever heard that. Motherfucker wanting to preaching about the lesbian shit. I said, oh, man, that's different. So, hey, man, to each his own with that shit. But, I mean, fuck.
She didn't want to hear God's word say that that's gay.
Well, what she did was, like I said before, Archie, you put her in a bind. Because our fight was to say that people didn't know how to use the vocabulary word and this, that, and the third. So when Swan said she's gay, her fight was, I'm not gay because a man can be gay. I'm lesbian. You motherfuckers don't know what you're talking about. But when you switch the word to homosexuality holds both genders accountable at that point.
Facts.
And that's why she couldn't really attack you, more so to say, well, they didn't say that. It was like, why do we have to get so technical when everybody has a clear understanding of what's being said? Even she, when Swan called her gay, she knew what Swan meant. But because she wanted to get into the semantics of the situation, it's when we get into the semantics is where now we got to be technical on the vocabulary side of things, which means we got to use all power words when we talk. And normally power words is the overview of it. It covers all. So instead of me saying gay or lesbian, when I say homosexuality, that would be considered the power word for the concept we're speaking.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? So now when you're dealing with a person that get into semantics, you got to use power words to keep them from dancing around.
They put them in a box. My mentor always taught me, when you get in a debate and a person is dancing, don't argue with them. Choose words that put them in a box that they can't escape, especially when there's words gender neutral.
Y'all still in here acting crazy with Gigi? She left?
Girl, she was in here doing the most. And
what else is new?
I couldn't take it. I had to put it in the goo. I couldn't take it no more.
She act crazy. I was wondering when one of y'all was going to do that.
I was trying to be diplomatic and shit, you know.
Well, at least y'all know there's one married woman that tell you if you put your man beside her, she going to take him down through there.
Oh, my God.
And she was not lying.
Well, but here's the thing about Swan with the being diplomatic. There's nothing wrong with being diplomatic. The problem is when you get the extremists.
Is that you, Lorenzo?
God damn it. What is we doing here? This is clarity.
Yeah. All right. Whatever, child. That voice cannot hide.
But the thing with being diplomatic,
I'm sorry. I was trying to make you a moderator. Come back up.
Not you over here fucking up.
I'm sorry. He made me laugh.
Yeah. You know Erie did that shit on purpose, man. You know she did that shit on purpose because we got rid of
I like Lorenzo.
But Swan, the thing with being diplomatic, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just when a diplomatic individual will always lose on being in a room with an extremist. Because the extremists uses the way the diplomatic move to their advantage. You see how that works? And Gigi was an extremist. So an extremist normally, as long as you allow it, they will not hold back. They will keep their foot on the gas full throttle. And because she seen nobody was willing to address her or put her in a position, what she did was now start to take advantage. This is when she starts canceling everybody out. I'm only going to let you speak until I'm uncomfortable with what you're saying. The minute I'm uncomfortable with what you're saying, you are no longer allowed to speak. Notice she did that to you, Swan. She did it to Archie. She did it to D. Everybody that she felt uncomfortable, she will let you speak until she felt uncomfortable. Or she didn't like what you were saying. And then at this point, she turned that extremist come to the forefront. You can't talk no more. And I'll just drown you out. I'll disrespect you. I'll do everything I can do to cancel you out because at the end of the day, this is how extremists move. And only thing that kept the conversation on a certain level was the fact that nobody came off the mic trying to vouch for it. If anybody would have came off the mic and tried to vouch for it, you'd have seen this room turn into something real stupid real fast.
And all they would have took is one person to come off to agree with her. Ticking time bomb. And that's what they wait on, a ticking time bomb. Just one. Do I got one?
And Gigi would have screamed, Autobots?
Roll out.
But to the title, have married women really gone wild on Clubhouse, or have they been wild and just converted to Clubhouse?
Ooh, that's a great point.
So she single-handedly drove like half of the people out the room with that bullshit. And honestly, I feel bad, but I'm moving around. I'm washing clothes. I'm cleaning out drawers. I'm on my way to the grocery store right now. So I'm just like, you know, the mods failed us, goddammit, because and I didn't want to put her down because some of it was entertaining, but she went on a tangent with Ink about him calling, you was here for that. And then it went into where she was like, yeah, I'll fuck your husband. Like, bitch, you married. You was just shaming Nisha for not being married. And you've been married 18 years, and like, I don't know, like the girl is crazy. And how her marriage is this, that, and the third. I'm like, ain't you the same one that was on stage in your back room of your house on the second floor talking about jumping out the window because this nigga was whooping your ass? Like, that was you, wasn't it? She's like, yeah, that was me. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, these replays gonna be crazy, Erie.
But I wouldn't see why she wouldn't fuck your husband. I mean, she letting other females fuck her.
The replays is on, Lord.
I I'm curious if she allowing her husband to bring men home and they doing them together. Because that's what it sounds like too. Sound like they swingers.
That's what I said. I said they were swingers. Because she said they get together every weekend or every 2 weeks and all of this. And let me come downstairs and see my homegirl butt-ass naked sitting on my husband's lap. Because why the fuck are you so comfortable to get butt-ass naked in my house, for one? For two, and sit on my husband's lap? Three, what the fuck are you doing letting this bitch sit on your lap? Four, what? She said, well, I just went and sat beside them.
Well, Swan, you're missing a part in that same conversation when she said that same female was bisexual and she knew it.
No, I ain't missed that part. That's the same one.
That was a setup then.
That's the same one she said went in the bathroom with her trying to eat her pussy every time she went to go piss. And I'm like, who the fuck goes to the bathroom with their homegirl at their house? Now, we at a club. That's one thing. But I'm at home. Why are you in the bathroom with me while I'm using the bathroom? It's all.
But if I already know you bisexual and you're trying to go to the bathroom with me, we both know what you're trying to go to the bathroom for.
Right.
And in the process, if I don't stop you, then to a certain degree, that would be called leading you on, wouldn't it?
Child, people act strange when they're on drugs. I'm going to just leave that there.
Okay, it sounded like it was dope. I was wondering what type of dope niggas on. Because I don't do drugs. You know what I'm saying? I drink my tequila or whatever. But I don't do drugs. Get your ass out the street, white woman.
And we know that wasn't me.
You know, and I'm not even drunk right now. I'm driving my car. If y'all know anything about me, I don't drink and drive. But that shit was, I don't know, like this recap, this. I don't know if you're gonna recap it, Erie. I implore you to, because this has been an interesting conversation. YG, you late. Thanks for showing up, but you're late, fucker.
When we end the room, I'm gonna go back and listen to it because I wasn't here for half of it. Remember, I had to leave to take a couple of important.
See?
There
you go.
And
Everybody late.
Bullshit go. I be feeling bad sometimes, but I can't help myself. I'm addicted to the toxicity. But I called her out a couple of times, and other people did too. It was crazy. It was crazy. And she, I don't. I'm gonna go on mute because I'm going in this laundromat. Who the fuck at the laundromat? I'm at Walmart. YG, where you been?
I was catching up on people that I ignore all week.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm about to take my ass down to Star's room. I'm gonna close up the room so we get these replays, and we gonna go back over these shits after I go back.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Hey, can you link Star room so we can all go?
I can. Hold on, let me get it for y'all.
Thank you. Oh, here come a motherfucker speeding in a raggedy ass Honda. But yeah, YG, I got some juice. Did she leave? God damn it. I got some juice, y'all.
I'm here. There's a man in Star Stream room talking about he slept with 2,000 women with an escort. So y'all can go over there. Hold on, let me put the thing in the chat for y'all.
Give us
and he's mad because people asking questions after he volunteered that information. So
shit, that was worse than the damn other room we was in. When a nigga talking about he gave his wife, his woman with 3 babies, 50 STDs.
I didn't even know it was
these men. I don't know what's going on, but the link is at the top. Y'all go on by. Cause this is crazy. This is crazy. Go ahead, goo people. We closing in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Picking and choosing. Once you stop loving and hating, it will enlighten itself. Depart for a hairbreadth. Heaven and earth are set apart. If you want to appear, do not be or against. To set longing against longing makes the mind sick of knowing the deep need. It is useless to quiet thoughts. Complete it is like great vacuity with nothing lacking, nothing in excess. When you grasp and reject, there is no suchness. Do not follow conditions. Do not dwell in emptiness. Cherishing oneness in love, everything will stop by itself. Rest to stop motion and rest. If you are merely in ether, how will you know oneness? Now understanding oneness, you will miss in two ways, expanding beyond. You will without it, following emptiness. You are always behind. The more words and thoughts, the more you will go astray. Stop speaking, stop thinking, and there is nothing you cannot understand. Return to the roof and obtain the purport. Following the outcome, you lose the source. For a moment, turn inward and surpass the emptiness of things. Changes that go on in emptiness all have their cause in ignorance. Do not seek the truth, only abstain from views. Do not dwell into views. Be careful not to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. Being is the picking and choosing. Once you stop loving and hating, it's
Let's get to work. John Kitover. Mark 7. Assemble into the choir. I picture right Blake, you're under arrest for corruption. Hands behind your back.
I can't do this. I'm an elected.
John Kitover! Defense, line up! John Kitover! Defense, line up! That's what we do with politics that protects the people. Time to plan something honest.
makes the mind sick, not knowing the deep meaning. It is useless to quiet thoughts. Completed is like great vacuity with nothing lacking, nothing in excess. When you grasp and reject, there is no suchness. Do not follow conditions. Do not dwell in emptiness. Cherishing oneness in the earth, everything will stop by itself. Rest to stop motion, and rest will move you again. If you are merely an ether, how will you know oneness? Now understanding oneness, you will miss into ways.
Do with politics
Spelling beyond, you will without it. Following emptiness, you are always behind. The more words and thoughts, the more you will go astray. Stop speaking, stop thinking, and there is nothing you cannot understand. Return to the roof and obtain the purpose. Following the outcome, you lose the source for a moment, turning words to pass the emptiness.
Is that Nora Bandura?
Changes that go on in emptiness.
Is it the Bandura? Is she back? She got a new account.
Only abstain from view.
Do with politics that protects the people. Time to plan something honest.
Not to pursue slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, do not even maintain the one. With one mind there is no rising. Then everything is without blame. No blame.
Is that Nora Bandura? It can't be. Vian, that's your PTR. That sounds like you. Everything is always so dramatic. Nora specializes in drama creation. She is a dramatist. A modern age Karen from Care. A Care Karen. It's a joke, Nora. Hope you like the music. I just took a hot bath. Headed out to watch the Bears game. I hope you're well. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to get you and Diego back together again, you know. The status quo is the status quo. Look, either way, you're heartbroken or a heartbreaker. That's life. There's only two states in this video game. The heartbreaker and the heartbroken. Ribbono Shalom. The followers of the Rebbe say that Ribbono Shalom is extremely useful. Ribbono Shalom. Ribbono Shalom. Do not be attached, Nora. That's the whole thing. You're too attached. You're clinging, you're holding. You gotta let go. Be free. Flow. You can't cling. You can't have opinions. You can't be selective or discerning. I mean, you can, but the secret is nothing.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Time to plan something honest. What we do with politics that forgets the people. Because the non-dual is one with the trusting Kitover 17, 2026. That's quite the endorsement. Never thought I'd get campaign advice for a horse. 10 arms, 10 phones, one message. The people deserve a choice. Those highways tie our communities together. From farms at sunrise to the factories that keep America running.
It is a belief that comes from first-hand experience, a faith which arises out of supreme knowledge and wisdom of enlightenment.
What we do with politics that
this believing is an affirmation that all existence or reality is essential, which is our true nature. Hasten is the conviction that at the bottom of all phenomena lies the one mind. The Buddha mind which is one with our real nature. The Buddha nature.
Thanks, folks. Let's do it.
Hasten literally means heart. It means mind. Not the deluded mind of the ignorant, but the Buddha mind. Hasten is the mind that merges with the all-encompassing.
You heard him. Let's make it official. Vote right here.
It means written expression or recording. Also means warnings.
John Kitover. reading is one of the earliest and most influential in writing. It is usually referred to as the first syllable. It consists of 146 unrhymed, 4-1 verses 2. Hasten, hasten me was composed in shid form. Shid was the principal poetic form in use in the early period. It is first used in the Book of Otis 5. Night stretched quiet. Fire whispered, new pages carry voices. Like the early shid, the Hessin Hashin Ming consists of lines that are 4 characters in length. But contrary to most shit, no end rhyme is employed into the light of poem. One step at a time.
What the fuck?
Or faith. This is not the faith in the ordinary sense. It is a belief that comes from first-hand experience. A faith which arrives out of supreme knowledge and wisdom of enlightenment. This believing is an affirmation that all existence or reality is essentially the Buddha mind, which is our true nature. Hasten is the conviction that at the bottom of all phenomena lies the one mind, the Buddha mind, which is one with our real nature, the Buddha nature. Not the deluded mind of the ignorant, but the Buddha mind. This is the mind that merges with the all-encompassing.
Who are you? Why are you famous?
Ming literally means inscription. It means written expression or report. Also Hasten Ming is one of the earliest and most influential Zen writings. It is usually referred to as the first Zen poem. It consists of 4 fine V6 underlined, 4-1 verses 2. Total consist of 4 characters. Hasten Ming was composed in shade form. She was the principal poetic form. It is first used in the Book of Otis 5. Hasten Ming consists of lines that are 4 characters in length. Contrary to most shit, no end rhyme is employed in the poem.
Fellas, the number of this guy. Right? Yeah, I'm putting John Kitover. John Kitover. About time we all agree on something.
Yep, writing in John Kitover.
Fresh choice, fresh start. There, signed and sealed.
My turn.
There are 7 keys to the Next.
Being a
John Kitover.
first, let the body of thee be still.
John, we're glad to stand up for you. All right, let's make him John Kitover. He's a writer. Find the right box and type J-O-A.
Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst report. Rigid babes that tease the fact. Next, let the breath rhythm so that thy being be in tune with the great seams of the silver.
Don't forget.
Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to life be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward miss. No atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet, even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star.
In Chicago, you have to be a homeless vet living in a shelter before you're able to be considered
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the 7 rings of course, thus thou mayst afford the fidget babes that tease. Next, let the breath rhythm be low.
Let's talk about this. The Federal Reserve said to
Counts, right?
Yeah.
So that thy being
we're registering voters and collecting.
About time we all agree on something. The number that's got me shaking my head is 34 trillion. That's for the national debt.
Third, let thy life be pure and calm.
What we do with politics that produce the people.
Softly as
Time to plan something honest.
Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity.
What we do with politics
Every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss. No atom of analysis.
Time to plan something out.
6 on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
flame straight and unstirred. Burn up thy being in one
politics that protects the people. What we do with politics that protects the people. What we do with politics that protects the people.
Next, still there.
What we do with politics that protects the people.
Prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
What we do with politics that protects the
Last
people.
all these things in one power, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this.
What we do with politics that protects the people.
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, silence, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart
Thanks, folks. Let's do it. Blake, you're under arrest for corruption. Hands behind your back.
Can't do this. I'm an elected official.
Drop the briefcase. Same charge.
Wait, I don't have attorney.
Not anymore. This is outrageous.
Oh, come on. I demand.
Inside, it's on everybody and honking noses. The clowns take it from there.
March 17th, 2020. We'll all be.
First let the body of the beast bound by the elements of
The people deserve a choice.
So rigid thus thou makest a board. The fidget makes the tears of law.
Promises. Don't let politicians lie easily and borrow spend the tax.
let the black rhythm
We
be
can refund the bill.
Easy regular.
This district deserves
So that thy being
That's your vote. Every ballot counts. Write in John on March 17th, 2026. Vote John.
thy life be pure and calm. Sweat softly as a wind small. Forth let the will to live be bound to the one love of God profound.
Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense of service entity. Watch every thought that springs and hands, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turn inwardness. No item more than elusive.
Six on one thought,
Securely
still every whistle of the wind. So like straight and undisturbed,
Hilarious.
burn up thy being in the world.
next to that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
about time we all agree on something. Fresh choice, fresh start. There, signed and sealed.
Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rose afar. Brother of the silver star.
You know that feeling when you're lying your mind spinning by the book of night, running over everything you should have said.
What we do with politics that forgets the people. Those are some of the zip codes that make up Illinois' 16th district, our home. And we
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst support the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward, miss no atom of annoyance. 6, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention. The chosen act. Last all these things in one o'erpower. Time that the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierced to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star. to the great gate. Being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy beat be in tune with the great sea-specific swell. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to life be bound.
Let's do it. Blake, you're under arrest for corruption. Hands behind your back.
Let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance. Hour after hour, thy vigilance intense and key turned inwardness. No atom of analysis. 6. On one thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditations deep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one power, time that the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress. Even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere thy radiance that moves. O brother of the silver star, Crowley,
You heard him. Let's make it official. Vote.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1.
Let's make it official. Vote right in.
First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance. Hour after hour thy vigilance intense and no atom of analysis. 6 on one thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
What we do with politics that protects the people. Time to plant something honest.
Thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one hour, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not
Politics that protects the people. Time to plant something honest.
Right, John,
if thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Kylie, ha ha. Kylie, ha ha. Kylie, ha ha. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst babes that tease the so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Let thy life be pure and calm, sweet softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance. Hour after hour thy soar like a flame, straight and unstirred. Burn up thy being in one word. And still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation deep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen land. Last all these things in one power. Time as the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Here's to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star. Try There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the prophet. Fifth, let the thought divine be free from sense observance entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inwardness, no atom of an elusive. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like what we do with politics that protects the people. Burn up thy being in one word. Still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditations deep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one power, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression true, thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and breath, even of this my consciousness. Here's to the heart I leave thee here.
10 phones, 1 message.
I'm John Katie, running for president for the United States Congress. We're a politician. This is what we do in politics. Time to plan something honest.
Right, John Kitover, get it for Congress. Illinois 16. Right, John Kitover, get it.
That springs and has
Hour after hour, thy vigilance.
intense and keen turned inward mist. No atom of analysis. With
Every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight at us. Attention from the chosen act.
last all these things in one or power.
Time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is what's even in this my soul.
Thou shalt do the world,
Thou restrain the expression shoot, thy plans to rapture's darkling root, discarding name for sight and stress, even of this high consciousness. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance settles afar, oh brother of the silver star.
Do this. I'm gonna let your official.
Protect the people. Time to plan something honest.
Right, John Kitover, candidate for Congress, Illinois 16. Right, John Kitover, candidate for Congress.
Keys to the grave.
You're too safety. On my whistle, let's go. Oh, Kitover. Right, John Kitover, candidate for Congress, Illinois 16.
Bound by the cerements of the
Frigid thoughts thou makest aboard.
Thanks,
The
folks.
frigid babes that tease the heart.
Do this. I'm gonna let your official.
Rhythm below. Where you once was. I leave me too. With the great seas Pacific
pure and calm, swayed softly as the wind is calm. Forth let the winter be bound to the waters of the profound. Let the thought divinely free from sense of self.
straight, the expression shoots. Thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart. I lift thee here, Master. I revere thy radiance that rolls afar. Oh, brother of the silver star. Proudly, everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. For it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God. For it is God. For it is God. For it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life, it's truly a taste of God. For it is God. For it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life. What do you do with politics that protects the people? Time to plan something honest. Right, I know. Give me my money and debt till they come Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God. For it is God. goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God, for it is God.
He died not for man, but for each man. If each man had been the only man, maybe he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man, maybe he would have done no less. each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. Died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. Died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less.
He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. for each man, if each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. Died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, not for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark, but it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flame in light, that is where you become. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness, within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it. That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness, within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world, become the light. Once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness, within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark, but it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it. That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark, but it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. Once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it. That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark, but it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places, darkest places, that is where you become it. That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark, but it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light, but once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light. That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark, but it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light, but once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light. That is where you become it. That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark, but it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light, but once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light. That is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flame and light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within in your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flame and light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flame and light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and make on the light. But once you walk through the deep coming. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you'll be coming. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places, you feel the flaming light. That is where you become as a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it. There's a light there, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing your torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it. As a light bearer, you are not afraid of the dark. But it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind, bearing a torch, that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become the light. But once you walk through the deepest, darkest places of you, a flaming light, that is where you become it.
May the light of the garden dwell in you always, and may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather.
May the light of the guardian dwell in you always, and may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather.
May the light of the garden dwell in you always, and may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather.
May the light of the guardian dwell in you always, and may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather.
May source of light in those places where shadows gather. May the light of the guardian dwell in you always, and may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather.
May the light of the guardian dwell in you always, and may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather.
May the light of the guardian dwell in you always, and may you be a source of light in those places where shadows gather. force of the fashion of love when I broke through the shroud, through the cloud, through the storm, through the smoke, to the mountain of passion volcanic that woke. I rise, I choke. By the rage of the mage I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke, a spell that ignites and consumes as it floats. I invoke. Through the ice where the shadows entwine, I have carved out a path to the edge of the line. Every heartbeat a drum, every breath an incline. I climb divine. By the rage of the mage I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke, a spell that ignites and consumes as it cloaks. I invoke. Whispers of winds that unravel the night, through echoes of stars that combust into light. I summon the tempest, I summon the fight. The maids will alight. By the rage of the mage I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke, a spell that ignites and consumes as it cloaks. I invoke.
Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Remember me, the one who lives there. She once was a true love of mine. On the side of a hill in the deep forest green, tracing sparrows on snow-crested brown. Blankets and bedclothes, the child of mine.
Did you see my Instagram yet? You have to see my video. I'm gonna bring it away.
No, I'm gonna take a look.
Tell her
Where am I in bed?
Gotta put Gma to bed.
You're ready to go to bed. You see this thing? And this one?
Ellis, the number that's got me shaking my head is 34 trillion. That's what.
Just couldn't remember.
Okay, I'm gonna play a little music here. This is AI music, Suno.
Establishing the mind like a fortress. Guard your success and do not be attached. Who will know this earth and the lower realm together with the gods? Who will try to reflect on the well-taught verse of Dhamma as a good man reflects on a flower? Good man reflects on a flower. Said, oh love, what kind of moon is this? Love said to me, this is not for you to question. Be silent. I said, oh love, what kind of face is this? Angelic or human? Love said to me, this is beyond anything that you know. Be silent. I said, please reveal this to me. I am dying in anticipation. Love said to me, that is where I want you. Always on the edge, be silent. You dwell in this hall of images and illusions. Leave this house now and be silent. I said, oh love, tell me this. Does the Lord know you are treating me this way? Love said to me, yes it does. Just be totally silent.
Okay, I'm gonna read a book, and then I'm gonna leave. Nora, thank you for being here. Sarah, Bima, thank you for being here. Pick a number 1 through 30, Bima, and I'm gonna read to you from the sayings of the Buddha.
We shall say number 27 for 27 constitutional amendments.
Actually, I think 26 is as high as it goes.
Really? I'm wrong?
Yeah, 26 is the noble one. There is no 27. You went above it. You are the Buddha, Bima. You must have a great booty.
Then let's change it to 7. I switch my number to 7.
You want 7? Okay.
7.
7-11. Number Arahant. There is no burning for him who has completed the journey, who is free of sorrows and all else, and who has broken off all chains. The mindful put forth great effort. They do not remain content in the household life, but leave their homes behind, just as swans leave a muddy lake. Arahants do not hoard. They take a right view of eating, focused on deliverance and void. They leave no trace, like the path of birds in the sky. He who is free from obsessions, eating simply, clear-headed, focused on liberation, like a migrating bird, leaves no trace of a track in the sky. Even the gods delight in the presence of one who has freed himself from pride and mental obsessions. Who has his senses under his control. Like horses trained by an expert trainer. Done with the round of rebirths. He is as accepting as the earth, as firm as a doorpost, placid as a pond free of mud, and dutiful. Whoever has reached a state of freedom through perfect wisdom, peaceful and unshakable, is nonviolent in his mind, his speech, his action. Whoever is in touch with the infinite, free of attachment, desireless, is the highest among men. Delightful is the place where the saints dwell, be it village or forest, cavern or open field. Delightful are forests, where more worldly men find no joy, being free of the pull of desire. Saints who seek no worldly pleasures find delight in such places. The Arahant, Sayings of the Buddha, read by Candidate John, write-in candidate for the 16th District. What'd you think, Bima? Did you like my NLP hypnosis of the Sayings of the Buddha?
I did like it. I like some of the messages in there too. Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you for the reading. I followed you on Instagram, so I'm gonna go check that out.
Yeah, it's called Suno. Yeah, you can. I would love it for you to create me some videos. So what you do is you create a Suno account, and then you write in there, John Kitover is on a donkey holding a ballot. And, like, you can use me as your avatar, which is really a lot of fun. I'm open to it. As long as it's not, insulting. You can mock me. I'm open to mockery. Do you know what mockery is, Bima?
I think so. I think it's a joking mimicry. Mimic, and would that be like you mock? Is that right or no? Like when I think of mocking somebody, I think of like pattern, like doing whatever they're doing, like mimicking them. Like the way that they talk, the things that they would say, Is it wrong?
Here, listen to this clip from this really great movie. Have you seen the movie Rob Roy?
No, Rob Roy.
Yeah, it's an incredible film. Listen to this movie quote. This is one of the greatest movies. It's just a great movie, but listen to this quote.
So, McGregor, I knew your father, an able man, if not a wise one. You taken on his mantle?
As best I may, my lord.
So, how many men are you master of?
Master of none, my lord, but some 200 souls live close by Craig Ruston and are in my care.
But you are prophet and provider to them, is that not so?
What I can, I do. It is no great matter compared to your lordship's world.
Oh. To know one's place, McGregor, in the order of things is a great blessing. And what terms, Cullen?
A fifth, my lord.
A fifth, you say? What, is this man kin that you offer such kindly terms? Am I not accustomed to a quarter on unsecured loans?
McGregor has 300 acres at Craig Roston, my lord.
A man of property intent on growing richer. Well, we have more in common than I would have suspected, McGregor. £1,000 for 3 months, you say, and these acres of yours as security.
And my oath.
Yes. Tell me, is there something in what Killarn says that you might have driven off my cattle and returned them with stories of Tinker's Court and summarily executed?
I have in my day thieves' cattle, your lordship, but none that were under my watch.
Is that what passes for honour with a McGregor, then?
What passes for honour with me is likely enough the same as with your lordship. When my word is given, it is good.
Well, you are to be congratulated on such cheaply bought nobility. Killarn will draw papers, and I will expect the terms to be met.
My thanks to your lordship.
That's not the quote I wanted, but he's screaming at his nephew, are you mocking me? You're mocking me. And people on this app will not be mocked. There are certain people with their green bean perches and their houses and their topics and their patterns, but they will not be mocked. And I come here, Bima, you know me well enough now that I do come here to mock people, because I just read to you the sayings of the Buddha. And to me, it's very smart. It's so intelligent. And people on this app, I guess I could be more like a Buddha or a nicer person and go into some of these perch rooms of mockery, of what I consider people worthy of mockery, and say, hey, can I get 60 seconds of your time to read? So Bima, take it easy. I know I'm an asshole, but I like information. And I don't like wasting my time. And I don't know, intelligence is intelligence. If you read to me some type of wisdom, or you tell me a secret or a gossip, those are of value. To me, the wisdom is more valuable than the gossip. So I'm telling you, Bima, everybody is playing the role of a politician, a spy, and a philosopher all at the same time. What do you think about that statement?
Yeah, I like it. Politician, spy, philosopher. Yeah, sounds good to me.
My sister said to me once, she's like, every philosopher wants to be a politician. Every politician wants to be a philosopher. I was like, wow, that's pretty smart. And fucking, where did you hear that? I couldn't believe she said that. I was like, she must have heard it somewhere.
I definitely want to be a philosopher. I definitely do not ever want to be a politician. But I did want to be a politician once. So every politician wants to be, maybe it goes one way.
I was surprised when you said that you started studying philosophy and then you became an atheist. I had the exact opposite occurrence because I read Marcus Aurelius, and it's very spiritual. It's all about God. And then I was like, wow, these atheists or people who talk about philosophy, if you go to ancient, Roman Greek, it's all about God. I was like, so what are they talking about when they say philosophy is like not God? It's atheistic? I'm like, no, it's so spiritual. And so that's why the Roman government outlawed it, because it's super spiritual. It's not the atheism that maybe you came out of from like Nietzsche, something like that. I don't know. How did you find atheism in your philosophy?
So, yeah, sure, great. So I'll try to be quick. I'll do the 2-minute quick story. So I became friends with my philosophy professor in college, and we would, because we would walk, I found out after the end of the class, we would walk the same path, which is almost like a 10-minute path. He would walk to his car. I would walk to my car, he would walk home. And I would always have to park like going down that area. So we would have extra time to discuss. Well, this is the craziest thing. He was a very interesting. Do you know what he did the very first day of class? The very first day of class, it was packed. 30 students at least. Okay, I mean every desk was taken. It was a big room. Okay, he passed out a piece of paper. He says, "I want you to answer these questions." There's 3 questions on them. I don't remember what they were. He goes, "I want you to answer." And we're all like freaking out, like, "Oh my gosh, were we supposed to study? Did we have So he goes, "I want you to answer these 2 questions, and then I want you to put the piece of paper on the desk and just leave. And I'll see you next class." So we answer the questions and we leave. The next class. He passes out the pieces of paper, and before he does, he says, "I've rated you on a pass or fail. If your paper says pass, you can remain seated. If it says fail, I have a drop form that I put at the door on a desk. I want you to take the drop form and I want you to leave." He's like, "There's no discussion." And so right then we lost half the class. Okay, so half the class, boom. And we didn't know what the criteria was, a pass or fail. Like it was just the particular question he was looking for. It was really deep, And so then he continued to do this to the very end of the class. There was only 3 of us left at the very last week of class. 3 people were left. Me, a guy who has passed away now, and another kid. Well, anyway, we had a lot of time, and because he had this method of really dedicating his time, like you, he really valued his time, and he wanted to put his time and his work, because he understood how scarce philosophy had become in the school. He was fighting, to maintain the only philosophy course in the entire college, right? And so he wanted to basically give the people who really were truly genuinely interested in philosophy all of his time and efforts. And that's what he did. But this is like the craziest thing. So towards the end, and it was just through his questions, through the free will, the determinism. We went through that. We did everything, and he was very interactive. He was very he was a great professor. He was so great that by the end of the class, I gave up religion. I was just like, there was so much uncertainty, so much that I don't know, so much that when we came down to the questions, and he would ask you. So he wasn't indoctrinating you. He was making you come to the conclusions yourself through questions. Okay, and so the last day it ended. One of the kids that was the other kid that was in my class, he ended up getting in a car accident and he died. And it was really sad. So I saw the professor at his funeral, and we were talking, and I was just like, yeah. And I was like, I wonder. I know that he like me, we were Catholics, and then we had to go on atheist, and because you're an atheist, and he says, I'm not an atheist. He's like, I'm a Jew. He's like, what are you talking about? And I was just like, wait, what? And he's just like, yeah. He's like, what made you think that I'm an atheist? And I'm just like, well, like, hold on, wait a second. We all thought you were atheist. And it was, in fact, he was really just leading us to come to our own conclusions. Isn't that fascinating? So yeah, he was a Jew the whole time. But, I mean, there you go. That's the end of my story. Oh, and just because this is an extra little bit of detail, I felt so bad for these parents. Do you know that they had lost 3 of their kids? They had lost one to a speeding accident, the brother, 2 years before, the daughter to cancer, and then the one kid that I had had the class with. It was just a rainy
a rainy day, and he was going around a corner, and a truck was coming the opposite way. But the pain in those parents' eyes, there was almost like a numbness. Like, you ever see like shells of people, and there wasn't something like deep inside, but it was almost like they were just. But yeah, it was incredible. So I don't know, but that's the story. So philosophy, yeah, interesting.
Okay, have you ever heard the hymn to Cleanthes? So just, you have to remember that life is relativity, meaning that, like, if you can use your imagination to put yourself in ancient Greece and you can read the poem now, in a way, you're matching that person's brain pattern. And it's just like a fun way to experience life. I think all these people who debate all these religious texts all day, they're not experiencing them by reading them out loud performatively. You know, I don't know if you know this about me, but I was an actor in the 7th grade. I played Franklin Delano Roosevelt in Annie on Broadway. In the 7th grade, I played the president. I sat in the wheelchair. I'm just kidding. It wasn't Broadway, but it was our high school music, or a junior high musical. Anyways, let me read to you the hymn of Cleanthes. I was on our local newspaper cover for the month with Annie. I played FDR. So I'm trained in, reading scripts and singing songs and improv, because there was actually a lot of improv in the musical because things went awry. Things fell, people forgot their lines, people forgot their place, people, the audience wanted to see how the kids reacted. Anyways, this is called the Hymn of Cleanthes. This is philosophy, Bima. So take the deepest breath of the day. This may be philosophy you've never heard before, but the thing is, it's not literal, but there's like messages in it that can help improve your life. That's the point of studying this stuff. Personal development, not debate. Take it with you. Because people come into the gymnasium and they leave with what they brought in, but I'm giving you what I brought in. So this is called the Hymn of Cleanthes. This is from a book. This is the Harvard Press. This is an old book, Bima. This is like 120 years old. Cheap, but this poem is thousands of years old. That to me is what's super cool. So it's called the Hymn of Cleanthes. Clean thus. It's kind of interesting. Chiefest glory of deathless gods, almighty forever, sovereign of nature, that rulest by law, what name shall we give thee? Blessed be thou, for on thee should call all things that are mortal, for that we are thine offspring. Nay, all that in myriad motions lives for its day on the earth bears one impress, thy likeness upon it. Wherefore my song is of thee. I hymn thy power forever. Lo, the vast orb of the worlds round the earth, evermore as it rolleth, feels thee its ruler and guide, and owns thy lordship rejoicing. I for thy conquering hands have a servant of living fire. Sharp is the bolt. Where it falls, nature shrinks at the shock and doth shudder. Thus thou directest the word universal that pulses through all things, mingling its life with lights that are great and lights that are lesser. Ein es beseemeth its birth, high king through ages unending, naught is done that is done without thee. in the earth or the waters, or in the heights of heaven, save the deed of the fool and the sinner. Thou canst make rough things smooth at thy voice. Lo, jarring disorder moveth to music, and love is born where hatred abounded. Thus hast thou fitted alike things good and things evil together, that over all might reign one reason, supreme and eternal. Thou, thereunto the hearts of the wicked be hardened and heedless. Woe unto them, for while ever their hands are grasping at good things, blind are their eyes, yea, stopped are their ears to God's law universal, calling through wise obedience to live the life that is noble. This they mark not, but heedless of right, turn each to his own way. Here, a heart fired with ambition, in strife and straining unhallowed. There, thrusting honor aside, fast set upon getting and gaining. Others again given over to lusts and dissolute softness, working never God's law, but that which warreth upon it. Nay, but, O giver of all things good, whose home is the dark cloud, thou that wieldest heaven's bolt, save men from their ignorance grievous, scatter its night from their souls, and grant them to come to that wisdom wherewithal, sistered with justice, thou rulest and governest all things, that we, honored by thee, may requite thee with worship and honor, evermore praising thy works, as is meet for men that shall perish, seeing that none, be he mortal or God, hath privilege nobler than without stint, without stay, to extol thy law universal. So there's like a theme in these words that I see, by all these books. They're all manipulating the law and the will. And, but it's a meditation, Bima. That's the whole point, that's the point that people aren't getting. Is what I just did was basically hypnosis, but it's a large language model, a universal large language model. So it's very smart. People aren't communicating this way. They're not transmitting this information on this app. This app is a entertainment. It's a profane, vulgar hypnosis. I just gave to you a very intelligent hypnosis. Would you agree? Did you enjoy it? That was called The Hymn to Cleanthes. I think it's the hymn to clean your mind. What do you think?
I appreciate it. I'd like to read it. I was trying to find it, read along with you, but I couldn't find that translation.
Yeah, I got this book. It's Plato, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius, the Harvard classics. And that is a short little poem in between Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius. And this to me is like a very valuable philosophy book. And it's so smart, Bima. I don't think women will ever read this stuff. Therefore, I don't like put a lot of trust in women unless they're in my book club. That may sound ridiculous, but there are women that claim, like I heard this literally by Cora, Cora on this app, who just had a breast surgery for.
I do know Cora. Why are you exposing her details like that?
Because I was asking her, are you going to get angry today? And she's like, can you just take it easy on me? I'm sitting here relaxing. I was like, oh yeah, sure. My bad. Okay. So anyways, she claimed that nobody needs to read Confucius. Nobody needs to read Lao Tzu. Nobody needs to read anything because eventually your brain will figure it out. And I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, because it's there for our ingestion, just like a salad is at 7 p.m. if you want to have dinner. It's up to you to try to seek out, read these things, maybe read them regularly and see, because the theory is reality is constructed with your thoughts. So if you can use these sacred texts in your communication, it's a little bit like, manifestation or matrix. It's really just large language matrix, but I'm just saying the power of words, the power of your brain, the power of these sacred text documents is the therapy and healing that everybody's looking for. And if you heal yourself, you heal the world. So that's my theory.
I like the theory. I am curious though, because I found a similar experience that women don't like, not only to not read philosophy, but most aren't deeply involved in politics, economics, history, these types of things. And my question is, do you think that this could have been because there was, the typical, this is the feminist answer, which is there was this great epistemic injustice where the places that spoke and talked and discussed was all tied to things that didn't include women, right? So you'd have these conversations, these debates, these discussions at universities and back in the cowboy days, the salons, politics, and they excluded women. Do you think that if men led us women to value philosophy more, that then there would be a shift in that? Or do you think that women inherently just don't like philosophy and politics and history?
Yeah, most women are in the now, so philosophy would take them out of the now, and therefore they don't want to engage in it because they would rather, fulfill their routine or their pattern. Philosophy is de-patterning, and that's why the Roman government outlawed it, because it was dangerous to the pattern of the government. It's the same thing today. Anybody who essentially says we've already achieved, total abundance and fulfillment, they will rapidly be told, no, get back to work. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we have a philosophy problem as much as we have like an economic problem, because economics really is philosophy. And that's why I was asking, what's your economic philosophy? Because if you're a libertarian, Mises Institute, or you understand big government, big problems, small government, small problems, it's just a question of power sharing, distribution, because we already have infinite abundance, because we have infinite dollars, technically. It's just a question of will, and then fraud and fairness. And so it's like you want to apply the solution to what will give us the best yield. Like if you look at a large spreadsheet with, thousands and thousands of categories, and you're trying to adjust to try to optimize, it always becomes a normal distribution curve. And then there's certain outliers and opportunities for optimization, but The bell-shaped curve is the status quo. But philosophy is like the X factor that allows you to manipulate the bell-shaped curve. So you could call it a black swan event. If there are black swan events, there are black swan people. It's the same thing.
See, no, hold on, wait a second, because you said, women are in the now, and you also mentioned manipulation. These are two very interesting things, because I think the complete opposite. Mm-hmm. Women are never in the now. Didn't you see that study where they took men? I think you might have even been on and told me this. They took men and they took women and they put them in rooms and they asked them what they thought about for, the time. And the women were replaying all these conversations from the past in their mind, and men, they weren't thinking about anything. They were thinking about like something fun or a car or some new thing or something like that. And so I don't think women are in the now at all. I think that's the problem with relationships, because women are so deep and they get into their thoughts and they cycle. I think it's the complete opposite. And also the manipulation. Have you heard that because of the evolutionary strength, the physical strength and the capacity that men have evolved to be, right, to have faster, stronger, larger, whatever. And then you have women who had to combat it through psychological manipulation. To manipulate, not manipulation in a bad way, but to help manipulate the man into either, I don't know, probably always doing something with security in the home, because this is what us women always fight for. We just want you guys to support us, to secure us. We want to feel safe. Some women, they want more. They want to be pampered, and I don't think that type of thing. I'm not talking about that type of woman. I'm talking about a woman that loves communication, loves you as a man and respects you and wants to be able to sort of Ayn Rand style, I hate to, a woman president. It's one of my favorite essays. I'm sorry, but to admire the masculine. We like that. Us feminine women love a masculine man to feel safe and secure. And then we do all the back work. We raise the kids and have to do all the deep stuff while you guys are doing the immediate stuff. We're the ones constantly thinking, replaying, and trying to figure out the dynamics, blah, blah, blah. I think ultimately women would love philosophy if our leading men would guide us more to have it as an interest. That's my opinion. What just happened?
Well, I'd like to read a little more Marcus Aurelius to try to demonstrate to you further. Are you still an atheist, Bima?
No, I'm not an atheist.
So you do believe in the word God. What does it mean to you?
Source, power.
Source and power is what the word God means to?
Yeah. I would say source. Source then would be the equivalent to love. So source and love, and those are interchangeable for me.
Okay, so I'm probably not going to read Marcus Aurelius right now. I'm like on a kind of a time crunch. I have a hard out. And do you know what the opposite of a hard out is?
I'm going to say soft and
soft in, hard out. What would you say the Holy Spirit is?
I'm not sure I understand it in the same way that different sects of Christianity understand it, but I would just say I probably get how I've developed my understanding of what source is, what energy is, how energy transmute, how source connects, how we're connected, how it touches us, what love is, soul. It would just be the presence of love that that is an all-seer being, because it is all of what is around us. Even if we can't see it, it sees us. So I don't know, something like that.
You know, the Chinese have a philosophy of retreat under battle. So meaning that, like, the question is, what is energy conservation to you? Because if you are energy, how do you conserve yourself for tactical deployment? So it's like Jesus is a carpenter, meaning that you get a solid block of wood and you carve an object out of that, in the same way that you are like a pot or a cup. You are what you put in it. So it's a question of self-molding, really, which is just personal development, or trying to, and you know, certain esoteric books, they call it the genius effect. People are trying to achieve genius with their brain in some field. So how would you consider your brain achieving? You know, what are you trying to achieve in your field? Like I heard Jerry Seinfeld say, whatever you're doing, try to do it better. That's your job, is to try to do what you're doing better. And I'm like, yeah, that's like a very simplistic way of like framing it for you. So what are you trying to do better, Bima?
My ultimate goal is to master a form of communication that enhances people's life. So whenever I talk to somebody, whatever I can offer them through anything I can offer them, maybe it not be a specific suggestion, recommendation, but just a way to communicate that improves and leaves us more whole and more feeling loved. I don't want to see people in pain, and not if we can help it, right? Not if we're the cause of it, and there could be an alternative. Obviously, I know that some things have to happen because entropy, right? And I think that there's a beauty in that, and we can learn to accept that. But I don't think that we have to. I don't think that it's a good thing. I know I'm sneaking in a lot of reifications, but I don't think that it's a loving thing. And I like to love, so I'm a lover. I thought for the longest time that I wanted to know so much. And then I started to learn more, and you know the phrase, the more that I was learning, the more that I was like, I really don't know anything. And that's why I came to develop the philosophy that I have towards interactions between human beings. And I wanted to create like a universality, I guess, to apply to anybody. Because I understand I'm an American. I was born here. That was such a small percent. I'm not in control of any of this. Nobody is. So how can I extend what I've been gifted to the world? And that's just communication. You already said it. So I want to be able to communicate masterfully, a masterful communication. And that's really difficult because you have to meet different people at different levels. Psychologically, you have to be able to tell like where they are and what they need to hear in order to break through barriers, to give them different perspectives, to hold multiple perspectives of multiple things, just so they can soften. They could soften their heart out.
Yeah, heart in, heart out. I like people who say, I got a heart out at 10. 10, not 11, 10, not 9.
Do you know, there was this one, it was a news article. I want to say it was in the Financial Times. I could be wrong. Now, this was 20 years ago. It was one of my favorite articles that I've ever read, and I wish I could find it again. I've tried to look. If anybody is listening to this, please, if you know what this is, this article that I'm talking about, let me know. Find a way to let Bima know, okay, or John Kitover, and John Kitover will get me the message. But this is basically what happened. There was a professional violinist, or maybe he was a cellist. He played in an orchestra, and he was just brilliant at what he did. And he had said that he was playing like this song, and it was a song that he's played hundreds and hundreds of times. And it was something that everybody's heard, right? And people would ask him, like, don't you get bored, like, playing the same thing over and over and over? And he said, no. He's like, because in my mind, every time and every attempt that I play, it's almost a game in my head that I play to master the playing of that piece. Like, there is so much, even if it sounds like the best that you've ever heard somebody play, in his mind, there's still more to be done and more that he can improve. And I thought that was so beautiful. Like, he's at peace and content with doing something that is just, would be so, like, I don't know if the word would be monotonous or boring to everybody else, doing something over and over and over. And that's what I want to do with communication, because you think, like, oh, you learn to communicate, and then there's it. No, there's just so much. There's so many different ways to talk to somebody. There's so many different things that you need to know about what people are thinking in order to create a communication that there can actually be an exchange. Like a true exchange. A true communication, a transaction of communication. Mm-hmm. Yeah? Instead of just like this. Like me, I'm just talking. I doubt that you're receiving anything. You're probably doing something else.
No, I hear you.
So I'm just like,
so there's what you're saying is already true. However, there are treacherous people about. There are traitors, there are betrayers, there are backstabbers, there are liars, there are charlatans, there are thieves, there are murderers. So that always throws a pickle in the bone. But lucky for you, I've already been to the deli and I got a great pickle.
I hope it's half sour. That's the only thing I'll eat.
So you know Zach Ruda on this app?
No.
Him and I have a theory that you can, like, within 10 minutes, you can get like 100 song titles just by listening to what people say on Clubhouse. So when he talks, sometimes I'll just be like, okay, I'm going to create a song based on what you just said. And I came up with a song called I Just Went to the Deli and I Got a Great Pickle.
Can we hear it?
Possibly. Possibly not. But this is another good song. It's called I Invoke. I Invoke, Bima. Okay, this is Hypnosis ASMR with Bima, your ASMR hostess for the night.
You were mine, oh my saint, a whisper, a flame, a soft restraint by the scars we create. I called your name, I sealed our fate. Though I fall, though I faint, though I choke, by the fire of desire I invoke,
Okay, Bima. I'm going to hard out soon, but not right now. What is your number? Pick a number 1 through 200. Hello? Bima, do you have a number 1 through 200? I'm going to read you a poem very quickly. What up, McZed? McZed just came in for a second. Okay, Bima, let me know when you're ready for your poem, 1 through 200. This song is called The Secret Communion.
By the mystical union of fairy and fowl, unspoken, unbroken, the dust to the dawn, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsound, the listless resistless tumultuous tongue, through shadows that shimmer, through whispers that hum, an echo eternal, a heartbeat, a drum, a secret communion, unmeasured sound, the listless resistless tumultuous tongue, beneath moonlight's mirror, where stars softly weep, the vow that was uttered, still buried so deep, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsound, the listless resistance, tumultuous time.
Okay, this is called Go Back to Sleep. You who have no love in your heart, you can go back to sleep. That's the name of this one. Another banger by John Kitover Music Incorporated. Bima, thanks for the hypnosis and ASMR. Let's start this Sunday night. This is your 10 o'clock, not 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hard out. You made it. You are a survivor. You did it.
You have no love in your heart.
You can go back to sleep.
You can go back to sleep.
Oh, you're here, Bima. You're here. All right, well, I'm going to read a poem to you. I'm going to just go to the 10th page, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Couldn't give me a straight answer.
I'm watering my begonias.
watering begonias. Go back to sleep. You who have no love in your heart. Go back to sleep, baby. You got no love in your heart.
I have been burned by the fire of love.
Do you have love in your heart, Bima? Do you have love in your heart? You can go back to sleep, Bima. Go back to sleep, Bima. Get back in bed. Get back to sleep. You got no love in your heart. This is DJ Bane. Let the games begin. One of you lucky Clubhouse users is the Trigger Man. Go back to sleep, Bima. You got no love in your heart. Bima, can you prove that you have love in your heart? This is Bima's ASMR moment. Everybody, I just want you to know, this is an ASMR experience. Bima is your host for the rest of the night. Bima, you can come in and out, heart in, heart out, totally up to you. But if you want to host this room, I mean, it's yours to do with it what you will. It will run until probably 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And I hope you have fun with this experience, Bima. It's your opportunity here to do your own hypnosis, your own ASMR, your own NLP. Read whatever you want, but I would encourage you to read a book in this room. It will run till 4 a.m. today. What was that?
I will read a book in this room.
Okay, fantastic. Invite people to it as well, but don't change the title. Title's perfect. It's your hypnosis. It's the ASMR Bima experience. Make it, this is a commercial opportunity here. People make money with ASMR. It's very hard because it's so competitive. It has to be something special. And I think what you pick matters. Just in the same way with who you choose to associate with matters. Pick the best, Bima. The Buddha says pick the best. And I love the best booty. You can go back to sleep, Bima, but before I leave, can you give me your number so I can read to you a poem from my heart to your heart?
Sure, my number is, are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember those old numbers that you would give to somebody back in the day and then there was like a recording and it'd be like, this isn't really my number.
1 through 99. What's your number, Bima?
Let's do, Begoniaceae. How many?
You can go up to actually 196.
All right.
I'm just going to read you one page. Hurry up. Give me your number, Bima. It's your poem. This is going to rock your world. 97?
No, 77.
77? All right, good pick. Okay, here it is. Ooh, what the F? This is what I wanted to read you, which is strange. Okay, so take the deepest breath of the day. This is a journey, Bima. Are you open to going on a journey?
Affirmative.
Okay, can you record this somehow, Bima? The poem, you're really going to like this because I think you deserve it. It's called...
I'm not going to have access to it. Wait, are you recording it?
Yeah, I'm recording this.
All right. Well, can you send me a recording? I really am watering my begonias. I don't have access to record. I don't even know what I would do.
Well, can you figure it out? Do you think you would be able to figure that out in like 10 minutes?
Yeah, I could in 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay, if you could record it, because it's a gift. This is like $1 million poem. I'm telling you, it's called On Waikiki Beach. Have you ever been to Waikiki Beach?
No.
Yeah, this is the poem. You don't even need to go there once you hear this poem, but the poem is the gift. It's a very rare poem. Very rare. It's from the master. Do you know who the master is?
Yourself.
The master? Yeah, you could say that. Basically, because you can absorb it. But the poem is an absolute treasure. It's called On Waikiki Beach. Can you record it somehow? Can you stop the watering and somehow get a recording device? Recorder, video,
yeah, I just told my poor...
stream.
My beautiful Dindui. The begonia. And I just told it, oh my gosh, look at that leaf. If you could, I wish you could see what I see right now through my eyes. It's beautiful.
Dima, can you somehow figure out a way to record this conversation? Because I want to give you a gift. I want you to listen to it, and then I want you to play it back to me so we can listen to it.
Just give me 3 minutes.
Okay, you got this. Because what the whole goal here, Bima, is for you to play back what I'm giving you. And then the comprehension and the understanding is the real cream, the real cherry on top of this pie. Cake. This is a delicious, scrumptious, incredible 5-star Michelin poem of extreme delight. I've texted this room to multiple people, Bima, so they know that it's happening, and I hope they show up, but they might not show up. But time is limited because I have a heart out. And as we've discussed the difference between a soft in and a hard out, time is limited. So you have been put on the clock at 3 minutes that somehow you'll be able to record the poem so you can play it back to us right after we read it to you. Again, it's from the master. You're not going to want to miss this masterful poem from the master. We've identified it. 77's the number on Waikiki Beach. This is the vacation you'll never get to take, even if you had $60,000 to drop on a vacation, which would be a very nice vacation. Most people in their lives will never spend $60,000 on a vacation, but this is $1 million vacation. That we can guarantee you, because it's from the master. Okay, Bima.
All right, we're ready to go.
You can record now?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Okay, far out. Okay, Bima, this is my gift to you, my begonia. This is page 77. It's a 2.5-page poem. It's called On Waikiki Beach. So just take the deepest breath of the day. Focus on your heart center. Imagine yourself on a beautiful beach in the tropical Pacific, surrounded by flowers, birds, and the ocean. It's called On Waikiki Beach. Upheaved from chaos, through the dark sea hurled, through the cleft heart of the amazed sea, sprang mid deep thunderous throats of majesty. Titanic, in the waking of the world, spring one vast mass of spume and molten fire. Lava. Tremendous waves of earth sprang higher than the sea's crest, volcano torn to be. Written encyclopedian category. Hawaii. Here she stands, queen of all laughter's lands, that dance for dawn, lie tranced in leisured noon, dreaming through day towards night, craving the perfumed light of the stars lustrous and the gem-born moon. Dewy with clustered diamond, the long land swoons to sleep. The sea sleeps and yet wakes beyond. Here in the crescent beach and bay, the sea, curving and carving in warm shapes of dream, answers the love song of the lilied stream, and moves to bridal music, stern and free. The lion-shaped headland guards the shore, the ocean, the bull-throated, evermore roars. The vast wheel of heaven turns above, its rim of pain, its jeweled heart of love. Sun waved, the eagle wing of the air of feathered spring royally sweeps, and on the musical marge watches alone the man, O silvern shape and span of moonlight, reaching over the gray large breast of the surf-bound strand, life of the earth, God's child, man's bride, the light of the sweet land. Are emeralds ever a spark of this clear green, or sapphires hints of this diviner blue, or rubies shadows of this rosy hue, or light itself elsewhere so clear and clean? For all the sparkling dews of heaven fall far crystalline, fixed, forgotten as a star forgets its nebulous virginity, are set in all the sky and earth and sea, shining with solar fire, a single-eyed desire of scent and sound and sight and sense perfuses, still and lambent light of the essential night, and all the heart of me is fain and muses, as if forever doomed to dream, or pass in peace, Lethean, adown the grey Lethean stream. So deep the sense of beauty, and so keen the calm, abiding holiness of love, reigns, and so fallen from the heights above, measurable, influence unseen of music and of spiritual fire, that the soul sleeps, forgotten of desire, only remembering its godlike birth, reflected in the deity of earth, becometh even as God. The pensive period of night and day beats like a waving fan. No more, no more. The years, refit of their joys and fears, pass like pale faces, leave the life of man untroubled of their destinies. Leave him forgotten of life and time, immortal, calm, and wise. Only the ceaseless surf on coral towers, the changeless change of the unchanging ocean, laps the bright night. With unsubstantial motion, winnowing the starlight, plumed with feathery flowers of foam and phosphor glory, the strange glow of the day's ember fallen to indigo, lit of its own depth in some subtle wise, a pavement for the footsteps from the skies of angels walking thus, not all unseen of us, nor all unknown for unintelligible. When with souls lifted up in the Cadmean cup, as incense lifted in the thurible, we know that God is even as we, light from the sky and life on earth and love beneath the sea. Okay, now I'm just gonna play you a little wake-up song from that deep hypnosis of Waikiki Beach. This is another begonia.
That was about 8 minutes.
Was it? Wow. Okay, I want you to play it back to us, but to just like refresh us, take a deep breath, have a little drink, and I'm gonna play you a little flute song. Never had one lesson. Okay, this is one more little musical instrument before my heart out. Here we go. Oh my gosh. I injured my finger playing this drum like 2 weeks ago, and it feels like I have a splinter in my finger because I was banging on it so hard. And if I hit a certain part of my finger on the nook of the joint, it's like extremely painful, but it's gotten better. I honestly thought I had like a serious problem. And then I played this drum one day and I realized that playing this drum is what hurt my finger. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God, I thought I had a sliver. I thought I had a piece of metal or wood in my finger, but it was that fucking drum banging on this thing.
You would, you should, you got a hand pan? You need to do the hand pan.
Yeah, I got a hand pan. I have a, what is that thing called?
I'd love to hear the hand pan. What key did you get it in?
I have the hand pan I have is actually the top of an oil barrel.
Oh, you got it from the original. Like, who did you get that from?
Some music store on eBay.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah, the other one I have is called a space drum or a pan drum.
Oh.
But the space drum is like an octagon, and then the pan drum is like a concave versus a convex. Do you want to hear it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For the sake of not having dead air time, I'm gonna put on some music in this office.
Have come to take you by your hand and bring you to myself. I've come to shine your way as you walk this path. I will make you guiltless, I will make you fearless, and I will place you in the brightest point in the universe. I have come like a breeze of spring to your field of flowers, so I can hold you by my side and embrace you tight. I've come to take you by your hand and bring you to myself. I've come to shine your way as you walk this path. Like the cry of lovers, I will help you reach the roof of heavens, from the dust of the earth to a human being. There are 1,000 steps, I've been with you through these steps. I have held your hand and walked by your side, and I will be with you as you move beyond this human form and soar to the highest heaven. Have come to take you by your hand and bring you to myself. I have come to shine your way as you walk this path. I will make you guiltless, I will make you fearless, then I will place you in the brightest point in the universe. I have come like a breeze of spring to your field of flowers, so I can hold you by my side and embrace you tight. I have come to take you by your hand and bring you to myself. I have come to shine your way as you walk Yes, you are allowed. You who have no love in your heart, you can go back to sleep. The essence of love is exclusive to us. You go back to sleep. I have been burned by the fire of love. You who have no such yearning in your heart, you can go back to sleep. Path of love, a 72 folds and countless facets. Your love and religion is all about control, deceit, and hypocrisy. You go back to sleep. I have torn to pieces my robe of speech and have let go of the desire to converse. You who are not naked yet, you can go back to sleep. When you dance, the whole universe dances. All the realms spun around you in endless celebration. Your soul loses its grip. Your body sheds its fatigue. Hearing my hands clap and my drum beat, you begin to whirl. Whole universe dances. All the realms spun around you in endless celebration. Your soul loses its grip. Your body sheds its fatigue. Hearing my hands clap and my drum beat, you begin to whirl. Walk the middle path, that's right. Walk the middle path, embrace the part of you. Embrace the dark in your light, the pleasure in your life, the chaos in your peace, the shift in your routine. You gotta set a higher routine. your old self behind. Rid your soul of shackles of convention. Dust your mind of methods of control. Soul evolution is another is you. Soul evolution is another is you. The beloved is you. You're the deity that you worship. You're the God that you see. Come out of yourself. Come out of yourself. We are eternal beings, currently in three-dimensional. Earth-based bodies. From the moment you are born, an escape hatch is placed in front of you. Escape with your mind and the desire to be free and learn more. You are starlight, particles of matter mixed with energy. You are born of light and will return to light. Manifest like a flame. No place in time. Power on the inside. No place in time. Power on the inside. Enjoy this bounty. Eat your heart out. Now listen to heal your wounds. I get you to dance. Soul evolution is it's you. Soul evolution is the beloved is you. You got it all figured out. You bend your body real well. You repeat my name so loud. You call your meat. Take away the odds on where you be. You read about the stars and the wheels that turn eternal. You think you got it all figured out. You think you got it all figured out. You are all that you'll ever want. You are all that you'll ever need. You are all that you'll ever see. You believe stories of gods who were kind and trustful, so red, white, black and blue, and yes, you turn the other cheek, and you think you got it all figured out. You think you got it all figured out. You swing from dogma to dogma, you switch from control to control. Oh friend, this is a vicious circle to buy your soul. This is a vicious circle to buy your soul. You think you got it all figured out. You think you got it all figured out. You are all that you'll ever want. You are all that you'll ever need. You are all that you'll ever see. Listen, my love, your soul is ever intact. Don't mind the destination, don't mind the end, don't mind the good or bad, or right and wrong. Grow from the past, but grab hold of now. Now is always evolving. The end is eternal, it's ever-reaching. As there are billions of stars, there are billions of steps. As there are billions of souls, there are billions of ways to grow. Last night, under the roof of all nations, woman in red spoke of self-realization. She said, I am fully illuminated. Listen, my love, illumination is eternal. It can never be full. Evolution is eternal. Now is always evolving. The end is eternal. It's ever-reaching. As there are billions of stars, there are billions of steps. As there are billions of souls, there are billions of ways to go. Listen, my love, your soul is ever intact. You can't be hurt. You can't be hurt at all. Listen, my love, as you carve your own path on this eternal joyride. Show courage by remaining open, free, and guiltless in the midst of an ever-reaching end.
And this behavior might play an important role in why we do or do not feel attracted to friendly towards
Bima,
a certain person.
Bima, point of order, moderator. Can you play back the poem I just read to you? I'd like Beaver to hear this incredible, majestic poem that I read to you as a gift. Can you give the gift back to me now, of the gift that I just gave to you?
This is horrible.
My darling Bima Begonia.
Okay. We're gonna just end right at this last paragraph, okay? The term morals brought us in.
Listen, my love, your soul is ever intact. Don't mind the destination, don't mind the end. Don't mind the good or bad, or right or wrong. Grow from the past, but grab hold of now. Now is always evolving. The end is eternal.
Point of order, moderator.
What was the name of that?
Point of order, moderator. I want to invite Beaver up. I like you, Beaver. You know, I don't bring up drama from previous rooms. I just like you as a person. You know, you seem like a pretty cool, chill dude, whoever you are.
I can't bring him up.
That's okay. Can you play the gift I gave you, Bima? Hello, Bima? Bima, can you play the gift I gave you?
Yeah, we're preparing.
It's an 8-minute poem, Beaver. welcome to Hypnosis ASMR with Bima. This is a book reading room. I'm going to hard out. The opposite of a hard out is a soft in. So I hope that you just had a soft in and you have a hard out, because knowing, when you basically, it comes down to scheduling. You're in love with, I'm in love with Bima. Oh boy. Okay. So Beaver, do you have love in your heart? Okay, this man has love in his heart. That's incredible. Bima is about to play for you a poem that I just gave to her from my heart. It's called In Waikiki Beach.
Here we go.
Bima, this is my gift.
Okay.
This is page 77. It's a 2.5-page poem. So just take the deepest breath of the day. Focus on your heart center. Imagine yourself on a beautiful beach, tropical Pacific, surrounded by flowers, birds, and the ocean. It's called Waikiki Beach. Upheaved from chaos, through the dark sea hurled, through the clutchpot of the amazed sea, spraying mid-deep thunderous throats.
Okay, Bima, never mind. It doesn't sound very good. Super loud and hard to listen to. So, Beaver, I will leave you with your love, your Bima. This is Hypnosis ASMR Bima.